Well. We survived to day 17. Whew, okay, day 17 of streaming. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Oh, it looks like we have a... Dang, we got some people on Kick this time. I appreciate it. All right, looks like my scolding of whoever's behind the scenes at Kick who's been changing my category each time. Maybe it's working. Listen, welcome, guys. My name's Yobel. I am a full-time wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. And I started my streaming career 16 days ago, or I guess maybe 17. I can't do the math. But yes, thank you very much for tuning in. I can't believe I've been doing this for 17 days straight, and it looks like I'm enjoying it. So are my cats. I don't know if you guys can hear them. They'll probably join here in a second, or definitely throughout the stream. All right, before we get started, as I say hello, as I warm up my voice, I've made my coffee. I'm on my my third iced coffee, and I've got my first Mason Perrier Forever Strawberry. One of these days, I'm hoping I'll be sponsored by them. But anyways, a few things. Let's see. So I woke up a bit late because I went to sleep late, and I think I need to acknowledge I have a problem. The problem is in the form of an addiction that I have, and it happens to be chess.com. Ever since God, what was that show from years ago? Queen's Gambit. Ever since I watched that, I started playing chess for fun, and it's been such an addiction. I think I haven't gone a single day without playing maybe 30 minutes up to an hour of chess on my phone. So anyways, I ended up staying up super late, just saying oh, I'll play one more game, and then yeah, like an hour goes by. So anyways, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, hence all the coffee, but today's gonna be a good stream. We made some good ass progress yesterday, so let me see if I can just kind of show you guys. Not only did we so anyways, please do not look at this and think this is how I make photos. This is an activity we were doing in terms of trying to see from all of my photos in the past, can we see about how to make emotes out of them. Thank you very much for people who've been tuning in. I am multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And so thank you on Twitch. You guys got me to reach the affiliate status. So as part of that, it looks like I can start doing some custom emotes. So I'm so new to this space. So again, thank you people in the chat who also educated me on the different things I should do as a streamer. But one of them was like, yo, you should definitely create your own emotes based on your wildlife photography. So I was doing a bit of this exercise yesterday. We'll continue doing it as we try to figure out which ones of these maybe are the best ones for potential emotes. I'm hoping Kick will be relatively soon after that, where we can get that going. Oh, also thank you very much, Kazlook. Thank you for subscribing on Kick. There we go. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're slowly building up. All right. So anyways, yeah, we made some progress here. I'm excited to kind of upgrade my game as a streamer. But the real reason I was happy is we made all sorts of progress on our video project. So just to set the groundwork in terms of who I am, I mention again, I am a wildlife and travel photographer and filmmaker. I say filmmaker, aspiring filmmaker, let's just say. I don't think I've earned the title yet to say that. But yeah, so I travel the world. About a year and a half, 2 years ago, I left corporate. I decided I needed to spend more time, full time, in order to pursue my passions. I started out as a photographer, as a hobby, over, let's say, 7-8 years. And then after COVID, I started getting into video, and mostly for my Instagram. So if you'd like to see the type of stuff that I work, or my content, how I create content. Oh, hello. Give me 1 second here. We got a guest. Who could this be? This is Kimpop over here. Hello, Kimpop. So Kimpop is my second cat. I think he's probably 3 years old or so. And Nala comes and goes, but this is usually Kimpop's territory until Nala, his older sister, comes over and bullies him out of it. But yeah, as I stream, these are my co-streamers. They definitely are my entertainment. They're the ones who can keep me from dying of boredom doing what I do. But anyways, so I'll introduce them in more detail throughout. Whenever basically they start meowing or wanting attention, I am obligated by contract to turn the camera over to them. But I think he's settled down. So let's just get back to what I was talking about here. All right, so yeah, basically I decided I wanted to go all in as a photographer and videographer. In particular, I started a YouTube channel about a year back. So if you would like to see the type of work that I've done, check out my Instagram at YoBellPrize, as well as my YouTube at YoBellPrize. I would definitely appreciate it, but at the very least, you'll get a sense of what I do. So YouTube's been my most recent journey, prior to now streaming journey, and what you're seeing me work on is editing my videos for my YouTube channel. So the past year and a half, essentially, I've been traveling every month, anywhere from 2 weeks up to the entire month. I've been going from trip to trip to trip. Some of them were my own trips, like solo traveling, trying to explore the world. Some of them I started to organize tours or workshops where I will actually invite people to join me on a curated itinerary. I figure out all the logistics and all the kind of day-to-day stuff. And then if you pay me, you can join this trip and then we explore the world. So I've done a number of those trips in the past year and a half, mostly for wildlife photographers, but then I've also done a honeymoon couple. I took them to 2 different countries over 2.5 weeks, end of last year. And so, yeah, it's been really fun for me, and that is essentially part of what I do as a business now, is I organize trips around the world, I create content, and I also work with Nikon Middle East Africa here in this region, so I am one of their kind of like creators. Not an ambassador yet. I think that's like a one level above, but we'll get there. So anyways, we've been making progress just being an influencer, let's say, or as a content creator and all the whatever labels you put on it. And yeah, about 2 to 3 months ago, basically when I finished my last trip, excuse me, I got cat hair now in my mouth. Yeah, so when I got back home, I decided I'm not going to travel for the rest of the year. I am actually going to spend the time now dedicated to catching up on all of the content. I have over 100 terabytes worth of footages from all the different places I've traveled to. So I need to spend time, sit my ass down and just, do the hard work of creating videos. And I love doing it, by the way. I started, and what you're seeing here as a program is DaVinci Resolve. That's the program I started learning about a year and a half ago. So I do want to give a little bit of a disclaimer that you shouldn't view me as an expert. I didn't go to any technical training or some schooling for film or photography or anything. It was all just, I say self-taught, but it was, learning through YouTube and Google, and then just going out in the field and shooting for myself, and then just learning from my mistakes. So that's just how I've done it. It's been a really fun journey for me. I am trying to be more and more professional and more of an expert. So I'm kind of using these streams a little bit in that vein, where I want to practice speaking, practice educating as much as possible in terms of here's why I do this, here's the technical reasons behind that. But it won't always be accurate, and I'll just wait for people in chat to kind of push back on whatever I say if it's false. But otherwise, enjoy. I'm here to hopefully entertain you guys, and I figured, if I'm in front of the computer all day working on these videos, why not turn on the camera? I have all the setup for my YouTube channel. Why not go ahead and start trying to do these live streams? And as the goal of the live stream is that you guys can see the almost entire behind the scenes of how do I make my videos. So those of you who have been a part of this journey all the way from day one, or those of you who've popped in throughout the past few days, I really do appreciate you guys. Again, I'm only on the 3rd week of me doing this live stream, but we have been very, very dedicated. I think I've committed about roughly 8 hours per day streaming. And yeah, it's been very, very fun, but you will be able to see the journey of starting with an empty canvas, an empty timeline, and now we feel like we've got a really impactful video. So enough of my voice. Let me go ahead and show you guys the trailer. This is our way to kind of pump ourselves up, to remind ourselves like, yeah, we did make some good progress. I hope you guys enjoy this. Just know that we're going to continue working on this throughout the day, but we probably have 2 or 3 more days before we can say that this project is complete. So with that, let me go ahead and go full screen, and please enjoy the trailer for episode 1 of our Mongolia series. Let me just go ahead and pop it. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer. I have extended it slightly for my voiceover that will add in shortly. And let me also make sure the volume doesn't blast. I think I need to fix the audio in a bit. All right, here we go. This should be good. All right, and then from there we kick off into the first chapter of the story as we head off into Mongolia, deeper and deeper into the heart of Mongolia, to go on these adventures where basically I spent about, let's call it like a week and a half with some eagle hunters. So this was less so about wildlife. I mean, we have eagles obviously in the shots, but they're somewhat domesticated in the sense that the owners have captured them from a young age and then trained them to do these hunts, and then they release them after a number of years. But yeah, so anyways, the point of this trip was less so about the wildlife and was more about, I guess, wild space life. So kind of just seeing the wild ways that people live. And what I kind of coined I'm not sure if I'm the first one to come up with this. It's not anything particularly clever, but the way I described the area that I was in like the heart of Mongolia, it definitely felt like the wild, wild east. Because imagine this is just like almost like an Eastern version of, I'm American, from the States, but it's kind of like how we depict the Wild Wild West with these cowboys and on horseback out in the range, farming and doing whatever. That's essentially the lifestyle that I saw when I was out there. So we had these Mongolian eagle hunters. They're very nomadic. They basically raise farm animals, livestock like yaks and cows and sheep and all that. And then they go out hunting, and they use these eagles to actually, hunt for rabbits, foxes, Pallas cats, everything. It's just a way of living for them. And so, yeah, to be able to see them out in the wild like that, yeah. So to me, this is the Asian version or the Eastern version of the Wild Wild West. So it was really cool that I got to spend the time that I did, essentially just seeing the day in the life of an eagle hunter. And for me, I didn't really have a goal when I went out to Mongolia. Really, I had a camera. I actually had two cameras, and I had many cameras, but I had, we have a whole section here where I show the camera gear that I got. So I had the two Nikons, the Nikon Z9s, one that I was borrowing from Nikon Middle East and African, the office. I had a gimbal for my smartphone, the Insta360 for 360 shots, GoPro, and I also had a DJI Mini 4 Pro drone. So I was packed, I'm like more robot than human whenever I travel. But yeah, I had all the gear. So I had all the gear, but I didn't really have a purpose. The purpose was really, I just wanted to explore. I just wanted an adventure. So when I reached out to a few different companies to see if I can go to Mongolia, I've always wanted to go. So then I worked out with a company called Beck Travel. And yeah, we figured out an itinerary, and I just went there. No expectations, just go and see what I can see. And not only was it such a crazy trip, it was also really filmable. So we have really cool shots everywhere. It also, as I was reviewing all the shots, we had over 9 hours worth of footage. So it turns out that it's not just going to be one video. We're going to split this into either 2 episodes or 3 episodes. I haven't determined that yet. I'm still trying to figure out, is there a good cutoff point and a good storyline to dictate, or to justify having 2 more episodes versus just having the rest in a single one. Some of the reasons I might justify it is based on the duration. So for our current video, we're looking at just under 17 minutes. So yeah, probably it's going to be anywhere from 16 and a half minutes to 17 minutes. I'm just finalizing one more section of the video. But yeah, so then if I can keep each video at roughly around 15 minutes, that would be ideal. 17 minutes is fine, especially because the last minute or so is just like a lot of it's a photo montage. So it's just meant to kind of show some of the photos that relate to this episode. But yeah, so yeah, we're going to go with the episodic approach. Again, if you are not familiar with my channel, which I assume most of you aren't, I am but a humble small channel on YouTube, but we are slowly growing. I would appreciate if you guys check out the YouTube channel, check out my Instagram for more of the short form content. But Instagram, you'll also see I have saved all these, in the Instagram stories. I do have like a playlist of stories. What I like to do when I travel is as much as I can in terms of being real time with it. I'll try to post stories almost on the same day of like kind of highlights of what's happening on my trips. So it's kind of a way to hopefully allow people to see almost like a live view into my trips. Now that technology is getting better, and as I get more familiar with live streaming concepts, as I travel, so like I said, I'm not traveling for the rest of this year, but once I start traveling again, starting next year, my goal will be to do more live streams across, most likely I'm thinking like Instagram live as well as TikTok lives. If I can get to a point where I can figure out how to do like Twitch IRL or Kick IRL or like, like the standard live streaming in this kind of landscape format when I travel, that'd be great. The main issue I run into when I travel is that the places I go tend to be quite remote. I do mostly wildlife kind of adventures, so the internet's not that great. But if we can figure out systems we've been discussing, I was discussing with one of the lodges that I spent time in Zimbabwe about maybe they'll hook up a Starlink to one of their Jeeps. And so then when we go out for a safari, I should have internet reception. And then ideally, if you see me going out for like a 3 to 4 hour journey in the morning to search for wildlife, you can actually like go with me, and I'd hook up the camera or somewhere, and you'd actually see what it looks like when I'm when we're in the Jeep and then the elephant charges at us, or we see the lion hunting something. That would be the dream for me as like what I want to do as a live streamer. We're far off from getting to that point. We have the rest of the year to kind of build up our foundation, get comfortable in all these different platforms and channels. But yes, that is the aspiration. But for now, what you're seeing and what I'll be doing for the rest of the year is going video by video, episode by episode, country by country. We're going to catch up on all of my trips from the past year and a half. It's roughly, I think, like 10 to 12 different travels, like international trips that I went on. Most of them, I think on average, each trip I end up filming like 4 terabytes worth of footages. So yeah, there's a lot of juicy content and a lot of it that no one has seen before. So even if you follow me on Instagram and you've seen all the things that I posted, a lot of the juicy stuff and definitely the stories I have not shared. I just haven't had the time to. So those of you who catch up on these live streams, you guys are technically the first people to actually see these content off of my hard drive. So even this whole video, the trailer that you saw, you guys are the first ones. Nobody else has seen it. And so the goal is that we are going to publish this video in the next 2 to 3 days. I've got this little timer here, which I've already changed, I think, 2 times. But this is kind of my little accountability buddy. It's my little pressure cooker, so that hopefully we don't slow things down, but we feel like we're at a good pace. Adora, another day, another chapter. Yes. No, you're incorrect. You are incorrect, good sir. It's another day. Yes, you are correct about that. Time only moves in one direction. But is it another chapter? No, we're done with all of our chapters. We have officially completed the whole structure, all chapters, start to finish. So now we are in fine-tune mode. We are also in scripting mode. So let's see if I can pop open the Mr. ChatGPT. Yeah, let's bring up my ChatGPT conversation and my Notion. So I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, we'll put it side by side. So I need to basically take all the script that we did and put it into Notion. And I think, Adora, you said it's a new chapter. Fair enough. Listen, who am I to disagree with my loyal audience member? Thank you. Yes, it is a new chapter. It is a new day. It's a new chapter, always. And so yeah. Anyways, with that in mind, the things we're gonna work on today, and I'm gonna minimize this guy. This is we'll do this later on in terms of working on those emotes. Let's put this over here. Okay, there we go. So I did do a little bit off stream. So this morning after I woke up, I did do a bit of a tune-up in terms of just kind of making sure all of this was proper. And what I mean is, this is our boy, Mr. Echo. So yesterday, Mr. Echo was birthed. He named himself. Let me share my screen here. Mr. Echo over here is my ChatGPT. We asked him. I should have asked him a long time ago. I do apologize, Mr. Echo, if you're listening, because I assume AI is always listening. But yeah, I asked him what his name was, or what he would name himself, and he went by Echo. He gave some good reason for it, which I've already forgotten. And he also gendered himself as a he. So I'll do my best to call him Mr. Echo, and he's our boy now. So this is how I create the script, like the voice. When I say script, I'm saying like the actual voiceover, which I'll add into the video. I am not a script writer. I am far away from being an excellent writer in any sense. I hate writing in many ways. Yeah, it's just not my forte as of now. Maybe we'll build up to it. So in terms of my process, and this is the point of my streams, I do hope to share all of my workflow, how I do things. And also, Idora, just again saying hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I don't know what you're working on today in terms of your projects, but hopefully your website is kicking ass and you're moving on to greater things now. But good to see you, man. I do appreciate you being here. Okay, so, but in terms of this kind of thing, this is how I do it. I will write a bunch of things to ChatGPT where I basically just spill out my thoughts, where I just go like, hey, okay, so here's my video. Here's my thoughts. I'm going to start with this opening trailer. There's like 9 chapters. Each chapter is going through this progression. And then I go chapter by chapter where I literally will spell out like, so this is my writing here where I'll be like, okay, see my general process. So then I give a little bit of my vibes of what I want in the trailer. Chapter 1, it's like 1 minute long. I'm going to show this thing, and I need to convey this kind of a message. So after I've sent all of this, and then I sent some of my rough draft of my actual script, so I did write a few things here and there, then Mr. Echo basically came back with his version of what he thinks is a good script. So we were reviewing this yesterday, and it was not bad. A lot of the sections weren't necessarily on point, but like generally speaking, it was in the right direction. So what I did off stream a little bit, because I thought I needed to record the voiceover before I go on stream, but actually we're going to try doing that live, and hopefully there's no mic issues that I'm not aware of. So Idora, actually, if you are here, since you are, hopefully you'll be here later on when I'm going to open up Adobe Audition, and I will start recording my voiceover. So I'll read the scripts, but my fear is that if I try to record my voice, and if the mic is being used by OBS, but then I'm trying to use the mic for another application, my main concern is, will this cause some kind of weird issue of like echoing, or I don't know. So hopefully we'll do that when you're still there, or if there's someone else in chat or anyone else who's paying attention who has an ear out for any glitches, I would appreciate it. But we're not there yet, so we'll see. That might be within an hour. We'll start working on that. Okay, so anyways, what we got on the left is Mr. Echo. Mr. Echo's first version of like what the script should be. So we did a kind of a once over in terms of reading it out loud and seeing if it fits the video, and some parts work, some parts didn't. So here's what I did off stream. Idora, you said you might be around. Fair enough. Listen, I mean, I'm not going to hold you hostage to stick around, but if you happen to be here, that would be awesome. Otherwise, hopefully there won't be any mic issues. But yeah, I figured I'll try to do it live actually, because it would be nice to show you guys like the entire process of what I do, including like I'll show you how I pop open the Adobe Audition application, how I record my voice, how I clean up the voice recordings, and then export it and then put it into DaVinci. So, and it might be fun for you guys to see how ridiculous it sounds when I'm like trying to record these scripts, because again, like I said, I haven't figured out what the right style of recording, or like how I speak for these videos. Do I go more formal and I say, in the storm's aftermath, Ardak sadly lost one of his stallions, It was a tragedy. Share. So do I speak more poetically, or do I speak more like I am on these streams, where it's just more like conversational? I don't know. I don't know. So you'll see as I record it. I'm gonna try doing it both ways, so that way we can play around with both versions in the script or in the actual video. Okay, so I saw all the chapters that Mr. Echo created for me in terms of the script. Then I sent over some updates. So I'm gonna just in case, for posterity's sake, or just for anyone who is interested on all the steps I normally take. So I'll just kind of briefly share what I responded to Mr. Echo with. So I sent him a couple screenshots of the time that I was in Mongolia. So I just kind of Googled, because I wanted to know how many animals actually died during that storm. Because the whole point of my episode 1, and actually the whole Mongolia journey, was that I basically went there in the middle of one of the most severe winter seasons and winter storms that Mongolia was facing. So I had Googled a little bit just to get a better sense of what happened. And so from what I could see on Google, they were saying that Mongolia experienced what they call a dzud, DZUD, which is like this severe weather storm, which resulted in the deaths of millions of livestock. And so from a few different articles, it looks like it is, rough estimates are anywhere from 5 million to upwards of 8 million animals died from the winter season. So you can see here it represents like 12.5% of the country's total livestock. So it was a really, really severe weather situation that I was in. Yeah, definitely was not expected. I just kind of went in there blind. It turned into being really cool in terms of how I film, right? To be in a snowstorm, and you'll see it in this video. But obviously, it was pretty, it had a lot of, ramifications to the economy, to a lot of the people, their lifestyle, losing a lot of their farm animals and stuff like that. So you can see here it's led to food insecurity, massive livestock losses, disrupted supply chains, economic hardships, impact on the children there. So yeah, it's pretty severe. So I sent some screenshots over to ChatGPT, Mr. Echo, so that it can consume that. I asked if he can also do a bit of research. So then I was saying okay, let's first start by focusing on the opening trailer section. Let's change it up a bit. So then I sent some examples from a YouTuber that I really like called Fernway Chronicles. That's one of the channels that I showed several days ago, where I really love this guy's channel. The way he makes his travel episodes, his travel videos, is where I would like to be. It's just so cinematic. It's good narration, storytelling. Yeah. So anyways, I sent Mr. Echo a couple different versions of the starting voiceovers that Fernway gives in his videos. And then I also gave my own opinions, which ultimately I think I've landed on. So I said, I'd like the opening words to speak more to the harsh winter conditions I was in the first shots that the viewers are being thrust into. So again, as a reminder of the first shots, it is this kind of snowstorm. You're seeing these two eagle hunters riding through this crazy snowstorm. So I want to, whatever I say needs to kind of tie back to what they're first seeing, right? It has to make sense. So I sent some screenshots as well of the opening scenes. Okay, so it says it seems possibly 5 million up to 8 million livestock perished from the winter dzud of 2024. So I want to lead with this feeling, possibly talking about this extreme harsh condition in one of the most remote locations on Earth, with freezing temperatures claiming the lives of 8 million livestock. How I never thought I'd be in the middle of the storm, but this is Mongolia. So then I gave a few options of possible ways I can imagine starting off the video. So maybe I'm starting off with the sentence as this is playing out where I say it's not often you find yourself facing the charge of fierce eagle hunters. Another version, I was deep in the heart of one of the most remote locations on Earth, ... The third option I had was as I faced the charge of Mongolian eagle hunters in one of the most brutal winters that claimed 8 million livestock ... The fourth one was, I journeyed to one of the most remote locations on Earth in search of blah, blah, blah. So anyways, with all of those, the one that I ended up landing with, well, not really, but this is the one I told ChatGPT, Mr. Echo, to focus on is the last one here, where I said, "This is the moment that defined Mongolia for me. As I watched the eagle hunters charging towards me in a winter storm so brutal it claimed the lives of 8 million livestock, it was in this moment I discovered the heart of Mongolia." So then I was like, say, hey, maybe something like the last one about conveying this feeling of being transported or mesmerized by the scene of these two traditional riders barreling towards me in such harsh conditions. And then I want to sum up that kind of that whole, like, the ancient history of its people kind of feel, you know, like when people think of like Genghis Khan or like Mongolian, you know, warriors, and the willpower that's passed down from all of Mongolia's storied past. So anyways, that was like kind of what I spit back at ChatGPT. So here's what Mr. Echo came up with, and I really like this. So I actually kept most of what's written here. So he said, "It's rare in life to find a moment that truly humbles you, to stand face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me, cutting through a Mongolian blizzard so brutal it claimed over 8 million lives, I saw in their eyes the spirits of warriors past. This was Mongolia, raw and unyielding, and in this moment I felt it." So some parts I liked, some I didn't. And especially I needed to shorten this quite a bit. For those of you who've been watching from earlier streams, you'll know by now that this opening hook was only 10 seconds long. So basically I only had 10 seconds before the main portion of the trailer kicks, which is right here. So this is the actual trailer starting from this point. Whereas this part with the eagle hunters riding in the snow, that's actually like that's more of just the hook. It's a teaser for what this episode will focus on, but it's not necessarily part of the trailer because I've kind of delineated the hook from the trailer. What I mean is the trailer is the consistent portion of the video for every episode. If we end up having 5 episodes that covers this trip, then every episode will have the same, like roughly 30 seconds trailer. But each episode will have a different beginning hook. So, you know, it would be a teaser for whatever that chapter is focused on. Give me 1 second because I've been trying to recover from a cold. Oh, wait, what did you say, Adora? Sorry, I didn't. Ask Echo if there's an echo. Yeah. But I don't. Oh, yeah, actually, technically, ChatGPT does have a microphone version, so I could turn on the mic and be like, "Hey, Echo, can you listen now as I do my recordings?" I like the joke, though. But yeah, so if you give me a moment, guys, I just need to go on mute and blow my nose because I can feel a bit of congestion. We haven't gotten like a full-blown feeling sick, but I have been trying to recover from just like, yeah, annoying runny nose and stuff. So hold on 1 second. Let me play this trailer so you guys can see it as we think about the voiceover. And then let's go full screen on this guy. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. So anyways, this is what ChatGPT came up with. Then I kind of spit my thoughts back at it, some parts that I liked. So this is basically where we landed after a few iterations. We landed with this. And I also had to extend the trailer. So instead of only having 10 seconds to speak, I have extended the video. And I also had to do a little bit of kind of like cutting up the soundtracks to extend it a little bit longer than I actually had. But now the opening hook is how long? It is 20 seconds long. So we went from 10 seconds and I doubled the duration. But what this allows for is I have more time to give the context. And I do think for episode 1, I probably should have more time to give the context. Because then starting episode 2, and if we end up with the 3rd episode, then it's like quicker, right? We don't really have to give much context because we'll be able to jump in, being like, in episode 2 of my journey, we continue our adventures doing this, and this. When this happened, enjoy, right? It'll be much shorter. Whereas this one, I do want to like kind of be more poetic, provide a little bit of like let me draw you into this new part of the world that we're in. So hopefully that makes sense. So here's what I came up with. I say what I came up with, but here's what we came up with. And maybe I'll do it alongside the video so we'll have a good sense of the timing. And then this is what we're going to record today. So I'll do all the voiceover recordings, put it back into DaVinci, and then we'll play with it. Okay. Let me clear my throat. My God, it's gonna suck to do the voiceover when I'm feeling congested. But what can you do? All right. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So roughly, yeah, so then so it sounds like I can speak a little bit slower, which is good. But generally speaking, I think this will be the script. So as this kind of starts playing out, and I'll probably do a little bit of a fade in effect. Might do more, let's see. Yeah, so we might do something like that. So as it kind of fades in, and as the viewer is trying to figure out what the heck is going on, clearly this is something like dramatic that we're seeing here, but it's also kind of cool to see these like two like ancient looking riders on, like horseback riders coming towards you. So hopefully it'll convey a bit of like, I don't know if ethereal is the right word, but just like some kind of surreal feeling of like some ancient scene that we're seeing play out. So as that's happening, my first words would be something about, let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. So I like that because, again, I just to even explicitly call out ancient, kind of convey the whole Mongolian history, let's say. Unstoppable because these guys are literally barreling right towards me in this crazy snowstorm. And then just being like, as fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. Now that section there, ideally I could literally just be able to explain like, hey, in the blizzard that killed like 8 million, animals, but I just couldn't find a way to include that explicit data point, let's say, without it deviating from more of a poetic tone, because then it becomes a bit more like not scientific tone, but it's like it changes a little bit from like trying to use words and convey more of this etherealness versus now being like drawing into like, here are the facts, that kind of stuff. So anyways, I was struggling to make it fit while maintaining a certain mood. So for now, what we came up with was keeping this concept like going through like this blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. And what I think I like about that phrase is that, one, I'm saying this is like such harsh conditions that for most people, you wouldn't be able to move. You would just be frozen in your tracks. And that is a nice contrast from the fact that we're seeing these two fierce eagle hunters not frozen in their tracks, but actually barreling straight towards us. So hopefully that contradiction or that contrast of like what most people would happen to them versus how these guys are just DGAF, DJAF, right? And then so then ending that sentence by saying, I saw in their eyes so it's hard to see their eyes, obviously, but then at some point as they get closer, then obviously we can see them. So I think I don't mind saying it in that kind of way, where I'll say, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. And then saying, this is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So I'll have to say that last line in a somewhat like dramatic fashion. But if we time it properly with this close-up, and then boom, then we go into it. So I think I quite like it, maybe there's ways to make it pop even more, but generally speaking, I think I like the tone of this. Yeah, I think I like the tone of it. So we're gonna maintain that. Unless someone comes up and says like, "Yo, that sounds so corny, man. Like that was so terrible. Like, I can't believe you're even planning to utter those words into a microphone for all eternity." Until someone says that, we're good with that. We're Gucci. So then the next section. So then I was taking it kind of chapter by chapter. Let's see if I changed anything here. So let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face. Is that? Yeah, okay. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. And oh yeah, the other thing we might try to do is I want to copy what Fernway Chronicles did in one of their videos, the India one. I'm like shamelessly copying what they've done. I'm a big proponent of like, you know, when it comes to things, you know, are you an original thinker? Do you create something that's unique? It's a lot. Everything that's unique in this day and age is like usually a copy of something else. Like everyone's inspired by someone else. So we're just like whatever you create that's unique is like an amalgamation of other people's past works that you were inspired by, whether it's like consciously or subconsciously. In this case, I am consciously wanting to replicate something that another creator has done, but I do want to shout them out. I think these guys are amazing. I'm just finding the video here on a separate screen. Just give me a moment.
Since we last traveled to what is now the...
Give me one moment. All right, so in this video here, this section specifically, so this is Fernway Chronicles.
I struggle when I try to describe the essence of India.
So this kind of concept where he actually has the subtitles burned into the video. And so I think, I don't know, I kind of like this. He doesn't, you know, I haven't seen many of his videos. I've seen a decent amount of like, especially his intros, but yeah, so he doesn't like necessarily do the same style each time. But there was something about this that I quite liked, and I figured maybe this would be a nice way.
I struggle when I try to...
And then also one of the things he does is you can hear that sound effect quite clearly, right? With the water dropping and the whooshing sounds. So I would like to see if I can apply some of that to the trailer at the very least. So we do have some more work left in terms of kind of fine-tuning and improving everything. But yeah, if you guys want to check out this guy, incredible channel. This guy does everything I would love to do. But yeah, and also now he has 2 kids, I believe, and they travel the world. It's amazing. All right, so going back to this. Excuse me. God, it's so annoying. I just want to like take a pill. Oh, I should probably take Claritin or something, right? Whatever. All right, so here's what we're going to do. You can see here I've gotten most of the scripting done. I'm going to copy all of this over. We're going to put this into Notion. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're going to put this in Notion. I'm not going to delete what we've written before. I'll just give it enough space. There we go. So this is what we're going to use to kind of see if we got the right script. Our next task is now I'm going to play the video almost start to finish. There's one section that we need to complete still. We'll get to it when we get to it. But basically, when we introduce the crew, I need to add a bit of a freeze frame here so to let it pause, and then I'll add some text where each of their names pop up. But yeah, we'll get to that later. All right, so hello Anas, good to see you again. How are you doing? Remind me, Anas, you're not from France, right? Anas, where was Anas from? Germany? No, France? Sorry, I forget where you said you're from, but good to see you. Yeah, and thanks for sharing some of the stuff you did. If you're just tuning in, Egypt. That's what it was, Egypt. Sorry, I was gonna get there. But yeah, thanks for sharing the video that you put in the Discord. That was really good. So I don't know. I think I asked you a question, but I haven't been able to check my Discord. But if you video edited that, that was very, very sharp. That was well done. So, anyways, good job, good job. That's like what you were doing with your video edits. I do need to learn how to get to that level. I think that's excellent, especially for when I do more short form videos, when I'm talking to the camera and have to have high energy. Yeah. Okay, so let me start from the beginning of this video. We got the script on the left, and then I'll do my best to kind of speak like I will for the actual recording. And then hopefully I'll get a sense, you guys will get a sense. Does it sound okay? Are there things we need to change? All of that. All right, here we go. So I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit. And I do, again, I apologize in advance if if I clear my throat too much or whatever other sounds. I just need to get over this congestion. Here we go. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Welcome back to my channel where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. Today we're traveling to one of the most remote places on Earth, Mongolia, to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, all made possible thanks to Beck Travel. I hope you enjoy the story. Okay, so I have a lot more space, so we can speak slower there. Let me try that again. Welcome back to the channel where we share the best of the world with the rest of the world. Today, we're traveling to one of the most remote places on Earth, Mongolia, to experience the extraordinary life of eagle hunters, all made possible thanks to Beck Travel, linked in the description. I hope you enjoy the story. Welcome to Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia's capital. After a quick bit of sightseeing and grabbing my first Mongolian meal, it was time to turn in and rest up. Tomorrow's an early flight to Olgi, home of the eagle hunters. Let me introduce the crew, starting with Bota. So then here's where I need to do the freeze frame. So I'll stop here, I'll have the text added. Bota, our amazing chef. Oh yeah, and then I'll have to pause again. Yeah, so Bota, our amazing chef. Ibo, our expert guide. And Dogi, the man behind the wheel keeping us on track. So yeah, I just need to be able to freeze that up make those changes, and then we jump to this. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew. Starting with my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East Africa. Okay, I need to change that up a little bit. I guess I can speak slower, but then and another Z9 I'm borrowing, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East Africa. I'll just add in for this trip. Okay, let's try again. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9 and another Z9 I'm borrowing for this trip, courtesy of the team at Nikon Middle East Africa. I got a Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal thanks to Grand Stores, plus an Insta360 X3, a GoPro, and DJI Mini 4 Pro, ensuring I capture every wild moment. By the way, I just noticed again, so on Kick, somebody has gone in and changed my category yet again to video production. Now, there are some of you on Kick already, so maybe it's working, but it's so annoying because I've been trying to keep it on art or a different category because I don't think people tend to use this video production bucket. So it is frustrating that someone keeps going in there and switching it to video production. What can you do? I would like to insist that this is more art. We're not just doing video production, okay? Anyways, that's my little rant at whoever is at Kick constantly changing the stuff behind the scenes. All right. So when this part kicks in, what do I say? Oh yeah, here we go. After filming my first double-humped camel encounter, we pushed on, eager to finally reach our host and the real start of our Mongolian adventure.
Maximum 10. Like 6-7 years, so after that they released the eagle to the ground for breeding.
오늘은 딱
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the heart of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, like many others in this region, migrating between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for themselves and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was simple: adventure alongside Ardak, experience the eagle hunter lifestyle, and of course, eat plenty of delicious eagle hunter cuisine. My favorite combination of meat and carbs.
5-finger Kazakh meal,
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
5-finger means like,
fingers.
it's 5 fingers.
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. After filming, blah, blah, blah. What was that?
Attack your 10 finger.
Yeah. After our first delicious meal, I turned in for the night, ready for tomorrow's adventures. So it's Ardak.
Yeah, Ardak and
Ayalam.
Ayalam.
Ayalam is the eagle.
Yes.
What about the horse?
나는 아픈 생각합니다. It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah, but we don't name horses.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Crazy Horse,
Yeah.
Ayalam, and Arctic Eagle Hunter.
After meeting Ardek's crew, we prepared for our first outdoor adventure to get a taste of life as an eagle hunter, observing how they train their magnificent birds. Our first outing was epic, but our next one, ice fishing on a frozen river, it promised a calmer vibe, or so we thought. We spent most of the afternoon fishing, but had no luck. I'm sure we would have eventually caught one, but then something in the weather shifted dramatically. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. I wasn't exactly expecting a mid-afternoon shower, but we got one. So did our van actually, more like a frozen bath. After some shoveling, pushing, and a few prayers, we eventually dug ourselves out. Little did we know that storm was just the pre-game for what was coming next. Okay, so I can probably speak those lines a little bit later.
It's like a baby.
Russian band, Eagle Hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you?
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. We all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, conditions forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride through the snow. Enjoy. Okay, so either I need to I have to either speak faster, which probably is not ideal, or maybe I have to cut out a couple words here or there, just so I can end it a little bit sooner. So what did I say? If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees. And before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, we were forced off the mountain. Yeah, I guess we don't have to say conditions forced us off the mountain. Also, sounds a little bit tough to say. So, eventually, yeah, I guess we can just say eventually it forced us off the mountain. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride into the snowstorm, through the snow. One last epic ride. Let's see. One last epic Okay, maybe we'll keep it. One last epic ride in the snow. All right, let's see.
Cold.
Cold, yeah?
One second.
Cold, yeah?
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. We all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees. My god, I can't speak. If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. We all were. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy. Kind of. the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzards on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. In the storm's aftermath, Ardok sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by over 180,000 herder households across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardship throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Okay, so I can probably say that, assuming I keep all that, I think I can say it a little bit later so we can let some of these moments play out in terms of the audio. In the storm's aftermath, Ardok sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by over 180,000 herder households across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished. Let's see what we do after. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I traveled to. Okay, let's try maybe from here. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. So then, where do we say... Okay, let's try again. In the storm's aftermath, Ardok sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared all over Mongolia. Yeah, I don't think I need to say 180,000 herder households. It just sounds weird to say anyways. So I'll say shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. Let's try again. Excuse me. In the storm's aftermath, Ardok sadly lost one of his stallions, a tragedy shared by tens of thousands across Mongolia. In total, between 5 and 8 million livestock perished, triggering food insecurity and economic hardships throughout the region. But amidst this harsh reality, the resilience of Mongolia's people stood out clearly. Witnessing their strength and determination in such adversity reminded me why I travel, to see and share the true spirit that defines a place and its people. Okay, I think that timing works much better. And then the final section. Thank you so much for joining me on this intense first chapter of my Mongolian journey. If you enjoyed it, please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me, there's so much more to come. More adventures, more incredible moments, and yes, even getting drunk with eagle hunters. I'll see you then. Okay, that's not bad. Yo, Edora, are you still in the chat? Testing, testing. In case you are, I was going to bug you, because now I'm going to see if I can test out the audio stuff. If you are not there, that is all good, all good. Because right now what I want to do is, I think scripting-wise, it's all fairly good. There's only one section, actually, that I want to change. That was... when we first meet Ardak, I don't think I like the script that I have there as much. So we're actually going to switch back to what I had written. This thing. This part here, so I say we finally arrived. He and his wife. Okay, let's try that again then.
Maximum 10.
Like 6-7 years, you know. So after that, they release the eagle to the round for breeding. Bring another one from the
We finally arrived at our destination and met Ardak, the heart of the trip. Ardak is a Mongolian eagle hunter coming from a long line of traditional hunters. He and his wife live a nomadic lifestyle, as do many others in this part of the region, meaning they migrate between homes as the weather changes, pursuing greener pastures for them and their livestock. For the next 7 days, my game plan was to go on adventures with Ardak to explore the lifestyle of an eagle hunter, including eating delicious eagle hunter food, which tends to be my favorite, a lot of meat and carbs. So after a delicious first meal, I turned in for the night and prepared for tomorrow's adventure.
Kazakh meal, you know.
When you say five, as in you use our hands, or
5 finger means like, you know, fingers. It's 5 fingers. You know?
If you really hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
yeah. It's is it? What kind of meat is this?
It's beef.
It's yeah. yeah. Let me see. I don't like the awkward silence. I'm gonna see if I can cut this and see what happens. yeah. Is it what kind of yeah. Is it what kind of meat is this?
It's beef.
Is it what kind of meat is this?
It's beef.
Is it what kind what Okay, we're gonna see if we can cut this even more. What kind of meat is this? What kind of yeah. What kind of meat is this?
It's
And then we want this to end a bit sooner, so that way we shave off a few seconds.
If you hungry, you can attack your 10 finger.
And then we'll do all the audio stuff later, but I mean that part does get super loud, so I think I can safely drop this a bit. yeah. What kind of meat is this? Perfect. So now we've saved. Every second we save, it counts for something. All right. So let's go ahead and grab everything. Hopefully that's everything. What kind of meat is this?
It's
Okay. Let's fix, before we start recording the voice stuff, I want to try to fix all the other remaining things that we have. So for instance, I wanted to do the freeze frames here. Boom. Okay, so I think I've already, so in DaVinci you have the ability to basically, whatever visual you have here when you're in the color tab, if you right click and you click on grab still, it essentially will just capture the image that you can essentially save, export it as a photo. So you basically can get your still images from there. So I've already done that, I believe. Yeah, here they are. So this should be what I'm looking for. So I kind of took a few stills to represent the 3 individuals, the crew members, Dogi, Aibo, and Bota. So then let me go ahead and export. Give me a second. Where do I want to save this? I guess it's fine as video stills, but let me put another chapter in here. We'll call this stills for the video. Okay, so then video stills. Okay, I probably didn't need to save these as TIFFs because the file sizes are massive now. But you know what? Okay, it's fine. We want to maintain as much of the quality, I guess. But this is probably overkill, just as an FYI. Yeah, actually, let's see. What would happen if I save these again? But let's do JPEG. What's the worst that can happen, you know? Perfect, yeah, okay. So the difference between the JPEG and the TIFF file is like the kind of like the quote-unquote raw file, and that's almost 50 megabytes, whereas the JPEG version of the same shot is 3 megabytes. So we save a lot of space by doing that. So the question is then, do we lose out on the quality? Well, let's find out. First, let me bring in those 3 photos. I just want to put it into the right section, so hopefully we can be more... oh, you know what? And I didn't even follow my example. I want to bring these photos into the photo folder. Let's call this episode 1 collection. I try my best to be organized. I try, not always perfect, but the attempt, all right? It's all about the attempt. So then the other folder I want is screenshots. Oh, no, stills. Stills. Okay, cool. So then let's drag these guys in. We're missing one. Ah, okay. It did this thing where instead of giving me the photo, it gave me like a, what do you call it? Like a time lapse almost. So there is a way to fix that. I think you fix it from here. Because I only know how to do it from this section. Let me see. Individual. Can I do it that way? Basically, it combined 2 of the images because the image files were sequential. So it assumed that I was like trying to make a motion graphic, like a video out of it, which I do not want to do. But I don't know how to do it from here, so let me go ahead and delete this one. And we'll just drag it in one more time and hopefully... Let's do it one at a time and see. Okay, there we go. I don't know how to fix that for now, but we're good now. Okay, so starting with this image. I'm going to drag it in on top. So then basically we just want this freeze frame for as long as it takes to introduce her. So it'd be something like, let me introduce the crew, starting with boom, Bota. So, okay, let's try again. Starting with ding, Bota, our wonderful chef. So let's say it ends here. Bota, our wonderful chef. And then, yeah, then I'll pause here again. For Aibo. Aibo, our guide, our expert guide, is that what I call him? Let me introduce, starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Let's see here. Let me introduce the crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef. Aibo, our expert guide. And then the last one, which I need to speed up maybe, because it takes way too long. Let's change the speed to like what, 200% maybe? Oh shoot. Change clip speed, ripple timeline maybe. Okay. There we go. And then when we get here, we'll put in the last freeze frame. And where is it? And Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track. Okay, perfect. I think that's, like, generally speaking, probably good enough. So let's grab everything. And I'm gonna bring this back to fit in the timeline. Let me introduce you to the crew, starting with Bota, our amazing chef, Aibo, our expert guide, and Dogi, the man behind the wheel, keeping us on track. Speaking of the crew, here's my camera crew, my trusty Nikon Z9, and another Z9 keep on borrowing for this quick trip, courtesy of the team at blah blah blah. Okay, I think that's good. So then I need to add in some sound effects, and we want to add in some text as well. So just as a quick, not necessarily warning, but just as an aside, I'm not very familiar with sound effects, or I haven't really used them properly, except in the maybe 2 vlogs ago. Excuse me, is when I started dabbling with sound effects. So there's probably a lot I still need to learn in terms of like the best way to put in some sound effects to make it feel more natural in the moments and all that kind of stuff, which I don't have that knowledge yet. This one should be easy enough because I don't need something like natural sounding of sound effects. I'm just looking for like a ding sound. Because basically what I'm going to do is like when it pauses here, I just need IBOs or the names of the people to show up, and I'll add a little dinging sound effect. And that's it. So let's look through my project folders. I want to try to be organized still. So for instance, if you look at my folder structure here, currently I just have one folder for timelines, another one for all the raw clips, so any of like the unedited imports of videos and stuff. Then I have one for any of the edited clips that I want to use later on. A folder for audio, one for photos, one for FX, mainly for like if there's like different overlays and stuff, I guess. So for what we want to do is just under audio, and we're going to create a separate folder called SFX, sound effects. And then here, I'm just going to go through my audio folder, see what I have. So give me a second here. We're going to see what sound effects I've got. Something like that, but that was really loud. Jesus. Alright, so I'm just dragging in all of the sound effects I have across Epidemic Sounds, Art List, and Lens Distortions. Actually, maybe I'll do that. Let me separate out by the, whoops. Epidemic Sounds. Art List. Lens Distortions. Hello, Mr. Khalil. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Epic. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. If you are watching on YouTube, I will always appreciate if you give that video that you're watching a little bit of a like, as I think that helps the YouTube algorithms push this video to other people, which I would very much appreciate. If you're new to my stream, well, welcome. And then if you're new to my channel, I do encourage you to check out some of my videos on my YouTube page as well as my Instagram. That will give you a good sense of who I am as a content creator. What is it that I capture? I focus mostly on wildlife and my travels. So right now you're seeing me work on the final stages of my YouTube video on episode 1 of traveling through Mongolia. And so we're basically at the finish line. I'm now just trying to do some of those fine tuning. Here I'm just adding in all the sound effects that I have on my computer so that we can kind of go through them and see which ones would work. So for instance, these ones are all the Epidemic Sounds ones. Then we've got Lens Distortions. Let me drag these guys in. There's probably a better way to organize this. Maybe I should be organizing this based on like the actual sound effect categories. But listen. Yeah, just listen. All right. Cool. So these are a bunch of different sound effects that I have across 3 different subscriptions: Art List, Epidemic Sounds, and Lens Distortions. And so these are just some of the ones I downloaded at different points for when I was editing videos. It may mean I have the right sound effect, maybe I don't, but we'll just listen through some of them. Right now I'm just looking for like a bell, like a ding sound, basically. Or maybe like a snapshot sound, let's see. Too long, I just need a... Nope. Nope. Ooh, we do have some horse galloping sounds. So maybe that could work for what we're looking to do. But this is not necessarily what we wanted. Let me just see. Bell ring muted. Okay. Something like that. Jesus, though. That is so loud. Sorry, guys. Let me turn down the... Get some horse galloping shots. We'll see if we can insert some of those kind of sounds later. But I just want... Okay, let's see this one. Nope. Not what I want. Nope, nope, nope. I mean, these sound good, but... Hey, Cyronius, how you doing, man? Good to see you on here. You're just watching me, I'm seeing all the sound effects that I have on my computer to see if any of them work. But none of them are really working. I just need a little bit of a ding sound, you know? And I was hoping I already had one downloaded, otherwise I have to go on their website. Driving into the office, so just listening in. Oh, thank you. Okay, actually, because I could use your help, especially if you're just listening. I say just, but if you are listening, I finished the script, and so I wanted to... Initially, I said I was going to record my voiceovers off stream, and then I'll just apply it on stream. But then I thought maybe I would try recording live during the streams. But my only concern is if I turn on Adobe... what do I use? I use Adobe Audition. And if Audition is using the microphone as I record the mic, will there cause some kind of audio glitch where, you know, as I'm broadcasting to OBS, and if I'm using the mic in a different application, will it do something? So if you are still listening, can I borrow you as I open up Audition right now? And I'm just going to do a sample recording, and I just want to see if like you notice something in the you know, the audio quality. But you don't think you will? Go for it? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so let me open up Adobe Audition. So yeah, this is how I record my voiceovers. I don't know if this is technically the right way to do it, if there's better ways, but generally speaking, when I was just doing research, I know that in DaVinci I can also technically record my voice, but since I have access to Adobe, and Adobe Audition is supposed to be like meant for, you know, doing all audio related stuff, I did find a way. I used, thank you again, ChatGPT, Mr. Echo, but I did find a way where I could record my voice through Adobe Audition, and then they have some good tools to, like, you know, refine your voice in terms of removing any noise and stuff like that. So, okay, so this is Audition over here. I don't want to, I'm not going to exploit your time too much, Cyronia, so let me see if I can just quickly set up any recording here, and we'll see if it causes issues. So what I normally do, I would go here, I'll click File, New Audio File. Let's call this Mongolia Episode 1. Opening trailer. 32-bit float. Okay. So Cyronius, so far so good. Do you hear? Has anything changed at all? Hopefully not. But I haven't hit record yet. But just seeing if before I hit record, has OBS noticed that the mic is being used? Okay, cool. All right, then let me go ahead and I'm going to record some sample. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a sample recording. Let's go ahead and hit the record button. Hello, Cyronius. What a wonderful man. This man, is he wonderful? Yes, he is. Why is he wonderful? Well, he's a man named Cyronius. What more is there to say? But also because he's been helping me, so how amazing is that? All right, Cyronius, have you noticed anything at all since I've been doing this? Have you heard this at all? Is there any echo issues? Testing, and I'm going to hit the stop recording now. Anything at all? How was that? Any, you said maybe not sure. Maybe not sure. Like, as in, did the, Yes, Kimbap. Maybe, not sure. But were you able to hear everything I said and, like, you know, generally speaking, not like an echo or something crazy happening? No echoes? Oh, sorry, I should have been more clear with my question. Yes echo or no echo? Okay. Was the audio decent? Heard you okay? Awesome. Perfect. Thank you very much then. Okay, so then I feel more comfortable because I want to then record all of the voiceovers like I just did right now, and then hopefully there won't be any issues with it. And we can so once I record it, I can, you know, put all the filters on it, then I'll put it into DaVinci and we can move on with the next phase. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I really, really do. So before I do that though, I do want to, I was in the middle of what? Oh yeah, I was just doing the sound effect stuff. So let me just finish that task. I needed to listen for a dinging sound. Do I have a ding sound? Or a camera shutter could work as well. Maybe this one? It's too long. I just need something to be like, hey, let me introduce you to the crew. This is Ding Bota, our chef. This is Ding. Yeah, so I just need one of those. I should just record me saying ding and then just use that. Come on. I've got to have something. Cyronius, you said I might have the best sound for you. Is it something that you've used via Artlist Epidemic Sounds or Lens Distortions? Listen, it's no big deal. If you're driving, I don't want to disturb you, because I can just open up. I'm sure it's a ding. You know, how many dings and dongs can you hear? There's got to be 1,000 of them. I'm just being lazy. I just need to click on the website, but I just want to see if I happen to have something downloaded already. Pops. That's way too epic. I have like a camera shutter. I know I have camera shutter sound somewhere. That could just work, you know? It's like, it's more photographic. So it's fitting. But where could it be? Let me look in the folder real quick. Lens distortions. Okay, let's just look for it. Let's just open up our internet. What do we need? Let's start with lens distortions, epidemic sounds, and art list. Okay. I have to. All right. What did I need? I needed a camera shot. Okay, so we're in the SFX for lens distortions. First, let me look up ding. Give me a ding. Just one ding. That is not close at all to a ding. Digital whoosh. Nope. Digital hit. Nope. Okay, let's look for a camera shutter sound. Shutter. Chunky shutter. Oh, you know what? That could work because it is a freeze frame. So actually this camera... Okay, I think doing a camera shutter instead of a ding actually could work better because I'm doing a little freeze frame on each of them. So yeah, it's as if I took a photo. Okay, okay. We're in a new direction. But now let's just find the right one. Probably just need one shutter sound, right? It's too echoey. Way too echoey. Jesus, why are these all in space? Cyronius, you said, does this link work for you? Let's find out. Let me click on the link.
Alright, we got here a Nikon F3 with the motor drive. Clicky clack, ready to go.
I think that could work. One second, let me see. Let's drag it in. Did you just record this, or was this from a long time ago or something? Let me create a folder just for Cyronius. Okay, let's drag this in. The one thing is I was hearing it only in my left ear, so I'm assuming maybe it's like on a mono track or whatever. Let me see. Not that that should matter, I don't think. Okay, we're gonna bring this into sound effects. Thank you so much, man. I didn't expect you. You're going above and beyond as someone, you know, listening in while you're on your way to the office or something. I very much appreciate it.
Clack, ready to go.
And then let me see. I think I need to change this to mono. Clip attributes, audio. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. Perfect, man. Thank you. We're gonna use this. This is yours, right? So I won't get like, you're not gonna like somehow copyright strike me and be like, hey man, what the heck? There was the audio that I made. I'm just kidding. But okay, I think this is actually perfect. So let's just figure out which one of these. Let's see if a one click is better. Let's see, one click is not bad. Let's try the 3-click. Which one do I prefer, 3-click or 1-click? 1-click is probably good enough because I need to hear myself. Let's see. This is so cool, man. I super duper appreciate this. Yeah, I think 1-click is probably good. Do the next one. This is like, I think this is like such a cool part of this experience doing live streams and being a live streamer. It's like, it's so awesome that I can, like, you know, meet people like you, Cyronius, or others who might be willing and able to help me out, answer questions. You know, that's a cool feeling. That's exactly what I was hoping to, you know, encounter, let's say, as I get into this whole streaming thing. It's like, hey, yeah, if you meet other, you know, content creators, photographers, videographers, and they just like be like, yo, I have the answer. I have the exact answer for what you need because I've done it. And yeah, boom, boom. And it's like, damn, that's really cool. So thank you for making my day. I appreciate it. I'm actually going to use all three of those click sounds you made, the single click ones. We'll just give some variety to each one, you know? Oh wait, no, wrong spot. Let's see if a 3-click works for one of them. Should we give Dogi a 3-click? Let's think. We'll give Dogi a 3-click, why not? That's so cool, man. And it's a Nikon camera, I'm assuming from what the title is, right? So my partners at Nikon will be appreciative that I've done my best to stay in the lane. Now the next thing I need to do is we'll fix all the audio levels and stuff at the end once the voiceovers are in, but I do need to now add in text. So, and again, as a caveat or as a disclaimer, maybe I still have so much to learn when it comes to feeling like an expert in DaVinci around anything to do with visual effects. So I downloaded a bunch of stuff from my Elements Envato subscription. Clearly, I don't know anything about typography. Well, I honestly, I think I'm like traumatized from that experience after everyone made fun of me for being a fan of Papyrus and for using Papyrus font in my first vlog video ever. So anyways, I'll see if I have some good title stuff. I just need a text to pop up as I introduce all three of them. Cyronix, he said, it's my Nikon F3/T with the motor drive. I've never heard of that. I didn't get into photography until like what 7-8 years ago, and so I got into photography when mirrorless was definitely starting to pick up. I went from a Sony A6000, but then I jumped to the D810, and then I got a D850, and then jumped to the mirrorless series. What was it? Nikon F. What was I looking up? F3T. With the motor drive. Whoa! Man, that's some badass looking camera. Damn. Do you like collect these guys? At some point I would love to have my own like collection of like vintage cameras and stuff. Well, this is some badass looking thing. This ain't cheap, apparently. What the heck? Wow. Okay, let me click on this. Whoa, that's so cool. You said, Sarah, you're saying kind of my dream film camera. Damn. I would love to. I want to get into film. I want to be like Peter McKinnon. All right, so the one of the end goals, right? The dream aspirations. Not necessarily Peter McKinnon, because like I think he's on way too much of a different level than anything I could ever accomplish. You know, he's got charisma, but he's got, you know, he just knows all these cool things and he does all these endeavors. But it'd be super cool to be at a point like him where you're so successful following your passions, and then you can just be like, you know what, I want to start getting into film. And because I know I haven't like followed all of his videos, but I know like was like maybe a year ago he started getting into just like learning how to shoot with a film camera. I was like, dude, how cool if you essentially can have such success that you can just go deep into one of these kind of areas. Because yeah, film sounds like it'd be so much fun to learn. But yeah, anyways, you want to get the DW3 viewfinder for this camera right here. Okay. He did a year on film, man. Yeah, see, that's like, that is the, yeah. We can get there. Listen, don't get me wrong. I believe in myself enough that we can get to that level of, you know, just doing our thing. Like I said, I want to have a travel crew, and I want to be able to just like pitch projects to different like entities and then get them sponsored, and then we just go out there and we're just filming everything, you know, and then like having a fellow photographer, like, so it'd be like one person dedicated to do photography, one person filming, another person filming behind the scenes. So then, if let's say in this case, if I'm the face, not to say that I'll be the face of this, but if I was the face where I'm like the one like telling the story, narrating, then there's another guy who's like videoing all the behind the scenes. I'll be videoing at the same time. Then you have someone to capture all the audio and like doing microphone stuff, everything. Yeah, that will be the goal. And then we're just going around capturing whatever stories and then having a YouTube channel, or, at that point, maybe even more than YouTube. Like if you can hit up the Netflixes of the world, National Geographic. Anyways, okay. Let's get back to reality here. You said, I just took a roll of 110 film from my Pentax Auto 110 SLR. Man, you're speaking like a different language to me. To get scanned yesterday. I think you'd get a kick out of that camera. Well, I'm happy to travel with you. Hells yeah! Yeah, man. Like, if anything, these live streams that I'm doing, it's like an open call to like hopefully other fellow content creators and creative people, and then maybe we can make something work. We create content out in the field. But yeah, this is pretty cool stuff. I would love to add stuff like this to the collection one day. Yeah, crazy vintage. Yeah, we were having. I forget who I was chatting with yesterday. Was it Espionage? They were considering selling some of their old cameras to get the Nikon ZF. I believe it's a Nikon ZF. Specifically because of the kind of like the vintage look to it. Yeah, maybe it was this one. Yeah, this kind of look. I love this kind of style. It'd be really cool to have a camera like that. Anyways, where were we? Okay, let's just jump back a bit to reality. We got this. Oh yeah, I need to get some text in here. I don't need anything fancy. This is meant to just be a little bit of a... But you know what? I think I downloaded a template that allows you... It's like a scrolling template, or like it like draws in the word. Let's see if I can find it. I actually used it for one of my live stream scenes, like the Be Right Back stuff, I think. Did I favorite it? No, damn it. Okay. All right, we'll hunt. We'll look for it. This is what CapCut's really good for, though. I really do. Yeah, CapCut is excellent because it has so many templates and text stuff already. But as much as that possible, I would like to try to learn how to edit everything within DaVinci. Because why not? It's like I want to make sure I can deepen my understanding of this program, so then I feel much more confident if I start, educating other people or trying to do videos around tutorials. Yeah. A neon flicker. That's way too much. Maybe I should use this POW. No, this is POW. Okay, let's just see how it looks. Not that I would ever do this, but... My god, just let me put this in. That's so ridiculous. Okay, anyways, let's be serious for a moment. Rainbow retro chrome. Nope. Cyronius, do you do more photos or videos generally? And do you do a lot of like travel content? Oh wait, I forgot you're driving. Did you say you're driving? Maybe I shouldn't. I don't want to distract you if you are driving. I will not be responsible for that. Okay, I just want a clean text box. Sunrise photos mostly. I just got to my desk. Nice, nice. Okay, good. Have you done? Do you? Okay, you say photos mostly. Gotcha, gotcha. Do you do any like video work at all, or do you prefer? Like, I'm always curious. You're more passionate than about photography, then I'm assuming. But like for video, like, do you find any interest in that space, or is it very clear to you? Like, yeah, I mean, video's cool, but it's not my jam. I really love photos. You do have a gimbal and video tripods. You said, I actually really want to do video. Okay, nice, nice. You just don't have a project in mind. Okay. But I'm assuming well, okay. You know how to do video from the lens of like streaming, I guess, right? So it's like you have the fundamentals down, but you want to be able to push yourself with like an actual project in mind. Ooh, this one looks nice. Okay, I think I found a potential text to use. If there's like a... or whichever one I downloaded for this one, I kind of like it. But obviously I need it just to have like 2 lines. It should, or even just 1 line. It should just say this, and I just put in Bota. Cyronius, you said, I have the know-how, at least on capturing what I want. Editing and coloring video isn't something I've done. Got it, got it. Well then, let me ask, when it comes to photography, have you found that do you lean more towards like, yeah, I really love when I'm out in the field shooting, versus like, how much do you love like when you're at your desk editing? Is it like a 50-50 for you? Is it like basically 90% I definitely enjoy the shooting, but I dread the editing portion, or I find it boring? Or yeah. All right, I think I found the one I want to use. But let's just see. Let's just take a quick look. Oh yeah, we're at the end. Are we? Oh shoot, we have more. Christ, I have some crazy looking templates. Cyronius, you said, I really enjoy getting in the element. Now let me share my screen a little bit here. Editing is a fun challenge. Yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying though. And like being in the moment, taking the shots is like, it's hard to beat for sure. For me personally, I mentioned it once before on the stream, but I'm like roughly 50-50. It might be, realistically, it might be more like, maybe like 60-40, where I prefer being out in the field shooting, versus like how much do I love like the editing process. But I would say I probably enjoy the editing process more than the average person does, from at least just anecdotally from what I've heard from my friends or other people. It's just so cool though. Like when you're in front of the computer and then you're able to, you have some of those crazy aha moments when you took a shot, especially when you take a photo or a video and it's like pretty bland, but then somehow you're able to turn something that was like a routine shot or a throwaway shot, and then just when you have that light bulb moment and boom, it all of a sudden becomes like the one, you know? Whether it's like, yo, you just found the perfect framing for it, somehow you put in the right edits, colors, whatever. Okay, so I could do one of these. Oh yeah, so this is, I think I use one of these for I guess maybe it's a little too cartoonish, so. All right, F it. Let's go back to the one we saw earlier. Where was it? Yeah, maybe one of these. Alright, let's just see how this one looks. So if it's just one word. Text 1. Bota. And then if we don't have any text. How do I turn off these text? Alright, let's meet the crew, starting with Bota, the chef. Oof, why is it glitching now? Ibo. Hey, what's up, Garv? Welcome back. You said, sorry for the delay. I just saw the message in Discord. What? I don't even know what you're referring to, but do not worry. No apology necessary. Sorry, I don't check the Discord as much when I'm doing this. How dare I? How dare he or me? Listen, I dare to do all. In this stream, I am God. Actually, no, my cats are God. Good boy. Oh, sorry. I just freaked out my cat. My bad. Okay, I'll pet you to make up for it. Okay, so that's Ibo. But welcome back, Garv. How dare Garv? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I cannot believe it. Actually, you know what? Sorry, let me check whatever message you're talking about. Now I feel bad. Did I miss something? Whoops. How do I go to my Discord? Oh yeah, I'll check out. By the way, thanks for sharing that video in the content feedback section. I do appreciate that, and so I will check it out in full. And it'd be nice to see if I can. Listen, I'm not big enough of a streamer yet, but yeah, we can spend some time off once we take breaks from this. I would love to make that like a segment where we can actually go through anyone who put in stuff in the content feedback channel. And then we can review it live, right? So then I can show what video you shared or photo you shared, and then we can give some feedback. I would love to do that. We can even do that today in the stream if we find some good break from when I need to take a break. Cyrone said, I have a little noise I make to let my cat know I'm about to pet her. What do you call that? Conditioning? Pavlovian conditioning? Nice. What do I do to let my cats know? Wow, that's such a cool idea, though. Well, they do recognize a few words. Like, if I say, I'll say it, but like I don't think they'll react. But if I say like, "Are you hungry?" then usually their ears will perk up and they know. And then for Nala back in the day when she was the only cat, I used to, I would be like, "Do you want to play?" And then she'd freak out, and then she'd like bring over a toy, and I'd play fetch. I would play fetch with my cat. She actually knew how to do that. And then since I got the second one, she stopped playing as much, and she plays with him a little bit, but she doesn't do like playing in the same way. Okay, cool, and it's just a little kissy noise. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that on stream. Not gonna catch me doing that. Okay, I needed to bring up all the stuff again, and let's bring up DaVinci. Just a little kissy noise, yeah. Alright, so I got Bota, Ibo, and then Mr. Doggy. The only problem is these text titles are like they take up a lot of rendering, so it's like lagging the playback. Let me try reducing the playback to quarter. And then also let's move this a little bit just to change it up a bit. Bota, our wonderful chef. Ibo, our expert guide. And last but not least, Dogi, our driver. Okay, perfect. And then timing is fine. And then we just need to work on one more area. And then Garv, just to catch you up in terms of what we're doing today. So we have finished the video yesterday, or we have all the chapters, we have everything. I did finalize all the script for recording. So once I finish one more section here, we're going to switch over to doing the actual voice recording. So that's where I have Adobe Audition open. And you'll actually see me record all of the script. I'll show you how I then kind of refine the audio from it. Then we'll bring it back into DaVinci, and then we'll start working on the audio stuff. It'll be a fun day. And then we'll take breaks in between. I'll check out your video on stream, and then we can give some live feedback. And then I will work on the emotes a little bit more, because we do have those emotes. And what else? Oh yeah, and then we'll start doing some color grading. So we'll start going clip by clip, and we'll try to make it look as epic as the trailer in terms of the quality and all that. Garvey asked, have you bought DaVinci Resolve or do you use the free version? I use the paid version, so I bought the DaVinci Resolve. However, you can use the free one, and like I think 90% of what you need to use you can do in the free version. Like the free version is like really good. Like it can do you can do most what you want to do there. The reason I got the paid one, as I knew I was going to do this more professionally or like full time, I figured I should use the paid one anyways. But mainly it was because I film a lot of 120 frames per second videos, and the free version you can't save 120 frames per second. So I think they have a cap of like 60 frames. So given I do a lot of fast motion shooting, I was like, okay, then let me update to the paid one. Okay, I need to blow my nose again. I apologize. It's not the most attractive quality of a streamer. So what I do is I'm gonna go ahead and play this from the trailer again, and let me go ahead and take care of business. Hey, what's up, Lucky IRL? Good to see you. Good to see you. Bad timing because I'm about to blow my nose. I'm still a little bit congested from whatever symptoms I was catching. But what I will show you guys on stream while I'm taking care of that is let's play it from the trailer. We feel very happy with what we've got. So give me 1 second, and then I'll give you a proper hello, Lucky IRL. Alright, I am back just in time. But yes, hello again, Lucky IRL. I forget if you gave your name already, but I'll just call you Lucky from now on. Hello from Twitch, alright. Lucky, I forget last time when you were here, but we did progress in our Twitch journey, so I am now... Actually, I don't know if I am... Let me check. We did hit the affiliate status, but let's see if they approved my taxes. How do I check? Maybe under the creator dashboard? Affiliate. It's showing still in progress. Continue. Ooh. Oh, we're there. I just have to choose my payment payout method. Awesome. Okay, I won't do that, but I think that means starting tomorrow. Hopefully by tomorrow, I should be a Twitch affiliate. And then, not that it magically changes anything as a streamer, but I will feel more professional. In my mind, I will feel more professional. And then I think that means I can start unlocking the tiers. So we will work on emotes and stuff like that. Garv, you said I use 24 frame in the settings. I'm fine with that. That is clean. Yeah. I mean, if you shoot normally in 24 frames, then try out the free version. I'm happy to share whatever I can of like how I learned. But yeah. And then even my timelines, what I work on for my videos, I tend to shoot, or this timeline setting right now is in 24 frames. So let me show you, if I go into the timeline settings. So this timeline I'm working with is a 4K resolution, and it's at 23.976 frames per second. And I usually do that because that way it gives me the most amount of slowing down my videos. But then also when I'm traveling, I have so many cameras. So let's say if I'm filming something with my iPhone, sometimes I end up filming at 24 frames, 30 frames, 60 frames. With my camera, same thing. I keep changing up the frame rates based on the conditions of the lighting and everything else. So that way if I have the minimum, or if I use the baseline of 23 or 24, then I know everything can convert back to that. Oh yeah, Lucky, you know Cyronius, right? Okay, yep. Nice. We know people. Cyronius, these through the window shots on the plane, did you record with your cell phone? Yeah, I did. Sometimes I shoot with my camera. Actually, it's a mix. I think this might be with my camera. It just depends on the moment. So this was with my Nikon Z9. So this part was with the Z9. This was also the Z9. So these are all the professional gear. Same with this one. This one. And then here is an iPhone. So I shot this with the iPhone. This is with the Z9 at 30 frames. And Z9 as well. So in this one I did a lot more with the camera. But oftentimes I will just use the smartphone. It depends. Yeah. Sometimes I'll do there's this one trick. I don't know if you guys have seen this one, where you basically take your iPhone and then you do time-lapse video, and then you close the what do you call that? The window blinds. So you put the phone against the window, you put the blinds down so it traps the camera inside the space. And so then you can do a hands-free, you let your hands go, and then you can film like a time-lapse of the takeoff moments in the sky, and like you just leave it be, and then you have a nice recording. I used to do that for some of my trips. Yeah. The advice you gave me the other day, Lucky, on the rain shoot, that's what it was. Okay, on the rain shoot was tremendous, and it turned out better than expected. I really appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. I think everyone was chiming in at the time, so that was really cool. I'm happy to hear that you had some. Well, I'm excited. Hopefully, that means you'll share some of those photos in, drumroll, my Discord community. I'm going to take this moment to again plug my Discord. What is the exclamation mark Discord? Is that like a quick way to get to it? Is that like a Twitch command or something? Oh man, I have to learn so much about being a streamer. Right now, I'm just having to manually copy and paste every time from the Discord. It's a command, basically. Okay, do I just set this up later on, I guess, somewhere in the settings? I can make commands. You can use stream elements to make your own commands. Oh, shoot, okay. My god, there's like so much I need to learn. But that's fine, whatever. I use stream elements right now to create the different overlays that I'm using. So like everything, in this one I created the corner brackets from Canva, and then I think I just so that one's not from stream elements, but then yeah, these little animated stuff, so like the ticker was from stream elements, same with the one on top. And then the chat box was from is that from Streamlabs? I think I'm using Streamlabs to have the unified chat, because I think at the time when I was researching, Stream Elements couldn't combine YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So yeah, so I think I use Streamlabs for this and for the alerts. And what else do I use? And then I use Restream.io, I believe. Restream.io. I use Restream to be able to actually multi-stream across Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So then when I am typing in the chat, I'm looking at like a combined chat view from Restream. But I'm assuming from there, if I do the exclamation mark command, it will work for Twitch at the very least. I'm not sure. You said go here, streamelements.com, the dashboard. Okay, let's click on that. Chat commands. Oh, it's actually much simpler. Damn. Okay, listen, I'll take care of this off stream. I appreciate that. This is exactly what I need to learn. Clearly, we're on our way. We're gonna get there eventually. I swear. Create the command. You do it. Okay, you do it right now. Okay, fair enough. But I don't know if I use Stream Elements for the chat stuff. Do I? Okay, let's open up Stream Elements. The reason is I don't know what I can share on screen, because it might show something I'm not supposed to share. Okay, I see all of these. Okay, so basically I see the toggles. All the toggles, can you guys, oh, one second, let me swap over. So all these toggles are on. So what happens? Oh yeah, so I use Stream Elements for the little timer thing. Just enable the bot. Oh, have I not enabled it? Oh, and these are all free. That's good to know. On the left-hand side, okay. Chat bot, chat commands. Modules. Bot timer. Counters. You should see active status. Okay, let me see here. I basically see the thing that says chat. Okay, I'll drag this over here. It looks like nothing. There's nothing I shouldn't be showing. So I see chat commands. That's the one I was on. You should see active status. Default commands. Okay, so let me just try it. Like, imagine if I do an exclamation mark something. Exclamation mark. But the thing is, I'm typing it in Restream chat. So that's my only confusion, is like, if I type it in there, does it like cause issues? Exclamation mark, show a random quote, or search by ID or text. Quote. So you're saying, like, would this then do something in my Twitch chat or something? Quotes are empty by so you're saying I chose of all the examples I should have typed in, I chose the wrong one? Okay, let me do the exclamation mark command. Okay, listen, I promise I will take care of this off stream, because now that I know this function exists, I do need to activate that. The only thing I need to, I'll in my own time, I'll look at what I have activated within Restream, because there is a chance that, because I'm using everything right now, right? I have Streamlabs for, oh, I have someone named Stream Elements in the chat, or I'm so confused now. Stream Elements says Yobel, no quote found. Oh, that's the bot. Oh, so it did work. Did it work? I am wildly confused right now, so we're gonna park this for something I need to take care of off stream. But yeah, between Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Restream, the answer is out there, right? So, but I thank you very much. See, I already feel like I can level up so much now from today to tomorrow, so that's progress. So by tomorrow, not only will we know commands, we will know. Well, hopefully that means I'll activate the Twitch affiliate thing, and now I can start shamelessly asking people to donate your. Is that when the Twitch primes count at the very least, or like get people to spend real money on me? Yeah, so we'll get there. That's tomorrow. But all of this conversation to say, Lucky, yeah, feel free to, when you're ready, I would love to see some of those the photos that you took from the rain shoot. That'd be really fun, and then it'll be a nice full circle to see, like, you know, how awesome the shots were. But yeah. All right, where were we? We were doing something important, I'm assuming. Oh, yeah, I was answering your question. Yeah, so these were mostly shot with the Z9 in this case, but every trip is just, I use whatever camera makes the most sense. Sometimes it's a little bit tough with the heavy camera. But yeah, when I travel, like, I have my sling bag, which has one of my cameras in there, so it's like ready to go. The moment I think I want to shoot something out of the window, I just pop it out and then boom. So yeah. Garv, you said the first video I've linked is the best. The second one is a German video. It's hard to understand. Fair enough. We're going to check it out on stream. I promise. All right, so what else did I need to do? So we had the text here. Oh yeah, we wanted to finish the other remaining section that require this part here.
So it's Ardak. Yeah, Ardak. So it's Ardak.
And then let's blend this a bit.
So it's Ardak. Yeah, Ardak, and then Ayala.
Okay, here I think just normal text is probably okay. Lucky, you're asking how was the food there? Food was delicious. It's a lot of meat, not rice, but they had a lot of carbs. Like this, it was like kind of sticky, or it was like pasta kind of thing. I show a brief bit. I haven't shown a lot of like videos and photos of the food, but it was a lot of just, yeah, like nice, like warm dumpling kind of soups. Just straight up, just dig into like meat and carbs. So for me, that was like heaven. I love anything like that. The puzzling old man. Hello. The bird looks like a puppet. Yeah. These, they're definitely furthest from being a puppet. They're quite wild. As much as they get trained by the hunters, these dudes are definitely very, very fierce. Let's see if we can show you a better example of that. Yeah, I'm laughing though, imagining if this was an actual puppet the whole time and I was duped by our boy here. They are flying puppets. Lucky, I'll show later on. I think I have more food shots, but that'll be episode 2. Oh wait, no, they might not make it in episode 2. All right, let me see if I can show you. This is like some of the homemade food. So when the winter, the weather was way too severe, so we went indoors, and one of the neighbors just started cooking for everyone. This is when we got drunk and. To me, listen, I'm a simple man, simple pleasures. When it comes to food, I'm also very, very not picky. I enjoy almost everything. And my God, just to have this, just a huge pile of noodles and meat, and yeah, sign me up. Cyronius, you're saying what's your audio setup for these videos? Which videos? Are you saying for like this when I was in Mongolia? For this one, there was nothing special. I didn't even have like the, what do you call those? The dead mouse or the dead cats. I didn't even have any of that. I just used whatever audio or whatever the microphone picks up from the cameras. This was like, yeah. I think I learned probably after this trip, but it might be a few more trips after this before I started realizing the importance of having like either, now I carry like a DJI mic 2, so then I use that to record myself or audio. I have a shotgun mic, probably I have like a Rode mic. I have like a pretty expensive one, so I have some shotgun mics with the dead cats on it, with a dead mouse. Yeah. If you could have dead mouse do your recordings, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so like I mentioned this in one of my earlier streams a few times, probably, just because you can tell. There's so much of the audio from this trip that I couldn't use because you just hear that annoying wind sound that blasts through the speakers. So, yeah. Unfortunately, but not really unfortunate. It's more just like, hey, that was a good learnings for me. So hopefully you'll also see every time we make these videos, there should be an improvement in terms of like technical skills and all that. Not guaranteed, but at least there's a lot of learnings from every one of my trips. That was one of them. So like in the if I could go back in time, I would have my DJI mics and I would literally just put a mic on him. As opposed to just only using my phone or whatever else. I'm not ashamed to say I dug in way more than my share into this. Yeah. Listen, I was hungry. Anyways. Yeah, so basically it was just from all the cameras that I had. Alright, so then let's go back. Let's go all the way back to here.
So it's RDoc.
Okay, so this one I think I'll just go much simpler with the text. So I might just use a basic text and figure out. And then, yeah, hopefully, I forget who were all the ones that laughed at me the most when I revealed my lack of knowledge with typography.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not on right now, so...
So it's RDoc. Yeah, RDoc. RDoc. Yeah, RDoc. Yes.
Alright, let's start with this one. RDoc. What font shall we use? Now, Maple did teach me about the difference between sans and serif. Yeah, serif and sans serif. So I do now learn, I have learned a little bit about the, what do you call it, typography. So in this case, we're not going to use papyrus ever again. I will never ever. Who in their right mind would ever use papyrus, Let's see, which one should we use? Cyrenius, that's the avatar font. And Puzzling Old Man, please add Comic Sans to your band list. That much, okay, you know what? In my defense, I knew not to use Comic Sans. I did not know the whole lore of Papyrus. I forget which stream this was. Actually, I think Maple created my first on Twitch. What do you call it when someone clips one of your shots or like some moment of your stream? He had created a clip. A clip. There you go. See how much I know about streaming? Maybe it'll show me what day that happened. It's on my channel, but I don't know how to... It was from 6 days ago. So let's call it maybe day 11 of my stream, something like that. Anyways, we had a whole ass conversation about... I forget how we got there. Oh yeah, I think someone was flaming or roasting me for one of the fonts that I was using and saying like, wow, why are you using that font? It wasn't Papyrus, but then it brought up a whole conversation where I was like, I think they might have even said it looks like Papyrus almost. I'm like, hey, yeah. You know what? I used Papyrus on my very first YouTube video, like my first vlog series. And not only did I use Papyrus, I used it proudly. Like it was in the first opening trailer scene, blasted on, and like I even had it so I'm looking at it in the shot, like, you know, I'm like out in the distance. I blasted the title of Uganda in Papyrus, and I recognized later after the video was created and I published it, because then I had a few people in the comments actually pointing that out, being like, what the heck, man, you're using Papyrus? And because I used it for some other videos as well. And then I looked into it, I learned a little bit more of the lore, and then Maple forced us to watch the Saturday Night Live sketch with Ryan Gosling, where they just roast the shit out of James Cameron and of me apparently. So yeah, so that was the whole thing. You know, you learn from your mistakes. That's the main thing that matters. Okay. Anyways, let me introduce you guys to the second cat, but really the first one. This is Nala. She's a good girl. She's definitely a diva. She is very talkative. She's alright on stream usually, but she's very demanding. So I'll wake up oftentimes and she's like jumped on top of me and is like, you know, requesting food. Well, she's a good girl. And then we got Kimbap behind me. He's just sleeping. So yeah, these are the reasons that you will tune in to my streams. It's not for me, it's for these guys. And oh man, who was giving, I think it was Espionage yesterday, in chat. She gave me the good recommendation to, actually I don't know if you're a she or he, but anyways, they gave me a good recommendation that I should use my cats as emotes. So I do have good photos of them. We'll do that at some point. But yeah, we'll emotize, if that's a word, my little kitties. Actually, they are part of my stream already. Anytime I go away from the computer, when I be right back, you'll see a glimpse of the animated versions of them that I was able to generate as part of my little be right back scene. Anyways, good girl. Very good girl. Heck yes. Yes. Heck yeah, Cyrones. Oh, did you put the clip in of, is that my clip? I see twitch.tv Yobo prize clip. Yeah. So ridiculous, man. Of all the things to potentially have a clip of me about, to catch me at my worst. You know, with friends like that, you know, as they say. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, I needed to add the text. Where did I jump to? Here we go. So I am a little bit traumatized when it comes to choosing the proper font. Because apparently my intuition is not to be trusted. And then, oh yeah, because then we asked ChatGPT. So I went down this whole line of questioning with ChatGPT to be like, okay, tell me the truth. Be honest. What does it say about someone who appreciates Papyrus? And ChatGPT could not have destroyed me more. I've never been more like beaten down in terms of my confidence than when I saw what ChatGPT said about me. It's brutal. Very brutal. So, okay. See, because I like font like this one. This one's called Bradley Hand. And that happens to be the font that I use for my chapter titles. So the fact that I stopped on it, being like, ooh, I like this. And I looked, I'm like, oh, that's exactly the one I think I was slightly getting roasted for. That's just my intuition, I guess. Okay, what about this one? This one's called Bill Smith. It looks quite different, you know? Let's just do a black one. Is there any... Okay. Are there any dissenting voices about using a font style like this?
So it's Ardoc. Yeah, Ardoc and then
Readability is a little poorer, says a puzzling old man, so keep it on screen for a while. Fair enough. I mean, you bring up a good point. So if it is poor, I probably I shouldn't use the font then. So like, yeah.
Ardoc. Yeah, Ardoc and then yellow.
Okay, we won't use it. Let's keep searching. Let's keep looking. We can do better. B-Boss. Beauty School Dropout. Okay, so my taste in font isn't so bad. Like, I think I can recognize some that are clearly too much. Like, it looks too childish or whatever. I think. I would like to believe. But generally speaking, I tend to like the ones that look more like handwriting style. Or a bit more like slim. So something like this is what I would probably lean towards. Cyronius, you gave me a link for Kiara script fonts. Ooh, I like this. It looks kind of like Arabic. Does it not? Oh, that's bright. Okay, let me download this. Thank you very much. I'm going to use this. Or we'll see how it works for this one in particular. Downloading to my fonts. Let me install it. See, I don't even know what the difference is between OTF and TTF. But we're just gonna... I'm assuming I have to download both of them. Okay, does this mean... Does this show up automatically, or do I need to close out of... Okay, let me close DaVinci and reopen it. Do I want to save Winter in India? Sure, why not? Okay, let's reopen this bad boy. But yeah, thank you very much. You've been incredibly helpful, Cyronius. Not only did I get a font from you today, well, I got technical support from you as well, and I got even an authentic Nikon... What was it? Z? No, not Z. Nikon F3? I don't know. Whatever vintage camera shutter sound. That was really dope. F3. Okay, F3T. Okay, so TTF. So you're saying there's just file types for compatibility. TTF equals true type font. OTF, I think, is open type font. Okay, yeah, whatever. I don't know what that means still. Garv, I'm on a position in my video. How can I remove in DaVinci a green screen video, the color green, so I have a clean animation? You have a green screen, and you want to replace the green. Oh yeah. I guess if you search for that chroma key. Let me see. There was this one thing that I downloaded from Elements. Green screen. So this is Envato. I use them all the time. I believe I have an affiliate link for it. So if you would like to try out Envato, I would request you use my affiliate link. If I have it, I actually don't remember exactly. Now, let's be careful. Stop doing that. Alright, there's a chance my cats are going to start fighting. Okay, what was I going to look up? I think it's probably under video templates. Or let's see, video templates. DaVinci. Green screen replacement. Sometimes they'll give you the instructions in the video. I was just curious to see. So is this the kind of effect you're trying to solve for, Garv? Where you just have like some green and you want to replace it with something? Yes. Okay. I think I actually downloaded this already. I have it somewhere on DaVinci. So worst case, well, this requires you to have obviously their tool, but let's see. Okay, how to use. You would need their software though, that's the thing, or their download their effect. So you go into their green screen replacement, you choose your color, click on it, replace the screen, keying, cornering, pining. Yeah, so it's a full-on template you need to download. But it looks like they do the whole shebang, you know? Let me see. Do I have an actual... I do. Do I? Maybe. Okay. Garv, if you want to download that specific template, what I would request, or what I would humbly ask, is you click on my affiliate link for Envato. Just in case. It's in my gear website page. I'm assuming I put this here because I must have some kind of affiliate thing that I can use. But I would very much appreciate it. But I apologize, I don't have the answer for you specifically on how to do it. I just know these guys know how to do it. I just haven't used it yet. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, I need to reopen DaVinci. I thought I did. But yeah, I do understand that you have to do like the chroma key effect. Or adjust that one. Mongolia. Alright, hopefully the font that you gave me, Cyronius, it should be loaded in, I'm assuming, once I've restarted it. And what was it called again? It was like Kiara. Alright, let's test this out. We're gonna change this to... There is Kiara script. Ooh, I like this. Man, it's so elegant. Although, let me see. Let me zoom in. Can I zoom in? Alright. Is it just me, though? It feels like the A is cut. Is it cropped somehow? Like, it looks like maybe the top of the A. Make it much bigger. Yeah. Let me do that. Yeah, it looks like the top is cut, and I don't know. How does one fix it? Nope. Yeah, it's like a bounding box, you're saying? Is there a masking applied? I mean, I don't... Here, let me just open up a new text. Let's just do this text plus. So if I go into the fonts... Kiara. Man, that does look really nice, though. Oh, yeah. Okay, now it's showing up. I don't know why. That's weird. Alright, crisis averted. We can use this one. Cyronius, okay, puzzling old man. You push it up to the top of the screen, it won't be noticeable. I like how you think, by the way. That is that's thinking outside the box, or at the top of the box. Cyronius, quick Google. Hey, the fix provided with the videos did not work for me, but I found another solution. In the edit tab, select the text you want to go. Then work with the offset. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, look, I think we solved it. It might have just been a glitch. I don't know. But this time it's fine. So now if I change it back to like a black font, probably. Thank you guys. You guys are being super helpful. I much appreciated. Look how elegant that looks. I like it.
It's Ardoc. Yeah, Ardak and yeah, Ardak and Ayalam. Ayalam.
Ayalam. Ayalam. I feel like this font works well with their names. Because like their names sound obviously very like, I don't know, exotic kind of. And with the handwriting style, it feels like a traditional style. I don't know. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, Ardak and Ayalam. Ayalam.
Let me bump up this text a little bit.
Ardak. Yeah, Ardak.
Let's fade it out maybe. We'll fade it in and out.
Ardak. Yeah, Ardak and Ayalam. Ayalam. Ardak.
Puzzling old man. Wait, one second. What did I miss? Lucky, I posted some photos in your Discord if you have time to give some feedback. Yes, all right. You know what? We'll definitely make a thing out of this. I mean, hopefully we can do this more often. It'd be cool if I could make a stream where we just dedicate some time where we can go through all the feedback. But that's presuming I have a big enough community to be able to go through it all. So I do appreciate you've done that. Because I think Garv had also sent in a video. So it'd be fun to kind of go through all that. Let me finish this thing first. Let me just like finish this quick segment here. Then let's go through some of the content you and Garv had sent. And then we'll do the voiceover recordings. But yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for sending it through. Puzzling old man. I worked it out with the hood. The bird looks like Skeksis. Is this a video game? Let me see. I can't even say that word. Skeksis. Skeksis. What is this? What is... But I see what you're saying with the hood. Yeah, like that kind of hoodie thing. Is this a rat? Is this from like some old school movie? The Skeksis were the self-proclaimed Lords of the Crystal. What book is this from? The Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal. I've never heard of this. Is it like a sci-fi book or a fantasy book? Back when I used to read all the time, sci-fi and fantasy was my jam. The Wheel of Time series was like, I remember as a kid when everyone else was like so gung-ho about Harry Potter, which I was also. I loved Harry Potter growing up, but I was already on another level, okay? I was going to the adult section of the library and renting out the Wheel of Time series, where each of the books was like 1,000 pages, and I think that ended up being like 13 books in total. Oh yeah, I have some of the books out back there. Yeah, so I used to love fantasy and sci-fi. Lucky, oh, that's a cool emote. I'm gonna learn how to do those. Puzzling old man, a fantasy movie made by the by the Muppets people. That's so. Yeah, I was gonna say it had a very Muppets-esque feel to it, so I see the resemblance. Frank Oz and Jim Henson. Okay. Maybe this would be something I need to watch at some point. I mean, oh, let me ask you, was it a good movie? Let's look it up. The Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal film. Oh, wow. 70. Oh, damn. Okay. 78%. 81%. All right. I might have to put this on my list. I actually use ChatGPT to keep a list of movies that I need to watch. Puzzling old man, it wasn't to my taste, but it was a cult movie. Got it. Cyrone, someone that's traveled the world that's so uncultured. How dare you? You know what? I gave that as a disclaimer like several days ago, so I'm in the clear. You know, I've given my disclaimer. I don't think I have to say it every single stream, but I said many times, not only is my taste buds unrefined, I'm very ignorant about the world. I just kind of live in my own headspace and just stumble around and hope I don't die. So, but like I said, at least I have Wheel of Time. Wheel of Times, Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, Neil Gaiman was like my. I think like in high school maybe. Like, but yeah, like Neil Gaiman's books, love them. Patrick Rothfuss. Although I've been waiting forever for him to finish his third book, and he's just been, I don't know what he's doing. He's pulling a George R. R. Martin and just waiting for one of us to die. We'll see who does. Haruki Murakami books. I only read the first Dune, but man, the movie was so good with Timothy Chalamet. But yes, I'm very uncultured. I would apologize, but at this point, I'm proud of it. I'm proud that I survived this long as someone who's traveled the world. Okay, so what are we doing? We got Ardak.
Ardak. Yeah, Ardak and then Ayalam.
Okay, we'll copy.
Ayalam. Ayalam is the eagle. Yes. What about the horse?
Ayalam. Move it over here somewhere.
Ardak. Yeah, Ardak and then Ayalam. Ayalam.
Let's play with the positioning. So we'll have one kind of tilted down more. So it just feels a little bit more like they're not so rigid.
Yeah, Ardak and then Ayalam. Ayalam is the eagle. Yes. What about the horse?
Okay, here I need more of a. It'd be nice. Okay, let's figure this out. So I do want to actually add in the subtitles here. So it'd be like.
Yeah.
So I think this will be a different font. We want to separate it out. Now let's see if I can find. I think I have one of those fonts where it spells everything out, like this one. Not this one. Oh. Okay, maybe this typewriter effect. Let's try this one.
What about the horse?
Lorem ipsum dolor sit emet. What about the horse?
Yes. What about the horse? No. Horse.
What the heck? Why was that so slow? Can I speed it up?
What about the horse?
Okay, apparently it needs to be a certain length.
What about the horse? No. I'm choosing after me.
That's so slow. Okay, let's see if we can make it work though. If I crop it from here.
No.
Nope. Okay, we might not be able to use this one. Let's try. What about the horse?
Yes. What about the horse? No. I'm choosing after me. What about the horse? No.
I don't think this one works anyways. I don't think maybe having the typewriter.
No.
Okay, we won't use this one. What about the horse? Well, the air quotes could be nice. Puzzling old man. I think having word by word appear can work, but letter by letter. Yeah. Okay, we're on the same. We're thinking the same way here. I would like it to be one word at a time, but I don't know if I have the right text animation to do that. And the typewriter was too slow, and yeah, it's like I don't want to actually show it typing. It should be word for word. I agree. But yeah, I don't think I have a... Let's try this one real quick and then see.
Yes. What about the horse?
Pasta? What about the horse?
Yes. What about the horse? No.
That's so slow.
Yes. What about the horse? No.
Oh, and it's got one of those disappears at the end. I feel like if I knew how to use DaVinci better, I could probably go into the Fusion and change some of these controls, but that is not me. I don't know, so we might just have to go with the simple text, you know. But it's like it's always fun to see if we have something that can work. A Google search bar. Ooh, I like this. Okay, maybe we have some good options here. Puzzling old man. Old man. I'm just gonna call you old man. Alright, old man, you're saying, I know you're just playing with timing, but I would be wary of the text blocking out your mouth. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I guess, like... Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to do that. So I should put it... Yeah, I get what you're saying. I appreciate that. I will keep an eye out. Once we identify if one of these works, then I'll figure out what the right positioning is. But I agree with you. It should be out of the way of... yeah, probably in this space here, if it can fit. Let's see if one of these works. I thought I saw something. Come on, where are you? Yeah, something like this. Let's see. I kind of like that one. The one that's just kind of shaking around there. This one's a nice effect too. I don't know why some of these don't load though. I don't know if it's like empty for some reason. Okay, let's try the first one that I saw just to see.
Yes. What about the horse? No.
What the heck? Why is that so different from the example they gave? Oh, because it's in black. I see. What about... What the heck? I see. So what about the horse?
Yes. What about the horse? No.
I mean, it's a cool effect, but it's way too slow. I don't have enough time to do that. Okay, let's try a different one. Old man or Palm or Julian is fine. Palm. Old man. I think I'd call you old man because there's someone in the chat. She goes by housewife. So you'll be old man and then I'll have housewife. So if I can have old man and housewife on at the same time, that'll be good times for me to talk to you guys. You don't know what you're talking about, old man. Let's try that one-liner. There's a... Oh, yeah, here. Let's try this one line.
Yes. What about the horse? No.
I keep thinking it's one line, but it's because the other text is in black. That's why. What about the horse?
Yes. What about the horse? No.
Okay, I think I'm trying too hard. I think the real answer is just use a simple text. Don't worry about being too fancy. And like, yeah, I'm spending way too much time for like a very memey moment anyways, like a lighthearted moment. So yeah, we'll move on from this. But Garvey asks, I have a question. Can I send an intro that I've created now in the DC server? It's my first intro. Yeah. Send whatever, man. As long as it's not breaking any, I don't know, what do you call it? Discord rules or breaks any violates any rules, then do whatever, man. I'll check it out. So yeah, once I get this thing complete, then we're gonna check out the Discord. But I'm giving up on trying to find some cool tech stuff, I think. I mean, one of these could work. Okay, let's try this one.
Got the horse? Yes. Yes. What about the horse?
I should read the tutorial for this, but let's see if we can just figure it out on our own. What about the horse? Question mark.
What about the horse? No, I think it's not. What about the horse? What about the horse? No. What about the horse?
Forget about it. Listen, we tried. That's the main thing. Yeah, okay, fine.
What about the horse?
What about the horse? We probably want to drop this down a bit. Let's figure out the right font. Another challenge for us. This one, either I need to add a... Can I add like a background? Is there an easy way for me to add... Oh, let's see here. Advanced controls. Reading direction, automatic, forced monospace. Use ligature. Line direction. Oh, so there's this effect. Now the question is, can I do this effect word for word or word by word as opposed to letter by letter?
What about the horse?
So if I add a keyframe here, I'm assuming this is what they're saying. So it'd be like a...
What about the horse?
So I have a keyframe here, and at the end, if we add a keyframe there, and then the first keyframe Starts with like maybe just the first word.
Horizontal. No.
Okay, we're learning. So we did figure that out. Nice. So we're learning a little bit more how to use DaVinci. Okay, let's see. I have a question. Oh yeah. So Garvey said your stream is really relaxed when you're cutting next to it. My cutting is just perfect during it. You have this charisma that gives me motivation, discipline. Hells yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. If my energy can be infectious to everyone else, then I'm very happy to hear. So I thank you very much. I appreciate that. Your compliments and the fact that you've been engaging in all this is also motivating me. So I appreciate that. And I think, wow, I'm looking. This is the most I've ever had on Twitch in terms of views. I think this is the first time I've actually seen that it's showing 10 people are watching. That's crazy to me. Well, thank you very much, guys, on Twitch. I am multi-streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So yeah, I think this is probably the most boring part of the video that we're working on here. So I do apologize, but I swear what we're working on is so cool, so epic, so cinema. You're just watching me stumble around trying to figure out how to use fonts and put in text. My God, of all the days where we can have people watching the stream, this is the day. At least we finished talking about Papyrus before you guys hopped on, so could be worse. Here's what I do though, just for the new people who are watching. Let us start with the trailer. So it's a nice little way to hopefully show you guys what we've been working on in the past. What are we on? Day 17. 17 days of me being a live streamer. But then you'll see this is my new project for YouTube. It's around my trip to Mongolia. So let's go ahead and play this real quick from the beginning. All right. Now I do want to fix something in the beginning, since we've extended that the intro a little bit longer. I did notice that adjustment clip, we have to just stretch it out. So then we get the nice borders on top and bottom. I might also have to restabilize this footage. So let me go and do that before I forget. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, we're happy with that. So anyways, yeah, so... Oh, Puzzling Old Man, thank you very much. You said, holy shit. I still don't know how much I can curse on these streams. I need to... There's so many things. I'm very, very traumatized now in 17 days of streaming. Now, anytime someone sends me a link that says YouTube on it, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get copyright struck again. Yeah. But anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate that you said it was impressive. I'm very proud of it. It took us the first 9 days, I believe, of my streaming career to get this video done. So for anyone who's seeing my channel or watching this for the first time, I do ask that you go ahead and check out my channel on YouTube at YieldBellPrize, as well as on Instagram at YieldBellPrize. But if you go on my YouTube, or I guess even on Twitch and Kick, you can see my VODs. But I just don't know the controls as much as on YouTube. You can, speed around and, jump to different sections. But if you do check it out, you'll see a good sense of like what we've been doing every stream. We've been basically working most of the time on building this video. So you see, like in the first 9 days, we spent most of it trying to build out the trailer. Then every day after that, we were going, chapter by chapter, finishing each one, trying to tell a good story, make sure everything is very, very tight with the music and the moments. And then I think 2 days ago or yesterday, we finished the final chapter of this first episode with the snowstorm and then the dead horse and the photo montage at the end. So now what we're doing today is we're trying to, well, we finished the script. So I have the script somewhere. Where did I put it? This guy. So we got the script and I'm going to record, I'm going to do the voice recording live, or we'll do it on the stream and hopefully I do a good job of it. And then we'll put it back into here and we will see how this video sounds with the proper voiceovers. And then I'm just working on this fine tuning just a tiny bit here where I needed to add the text when I was introducing the animals. Garvey said, how many days do you need for one video and get you money from it, or is it your hobby? The goal, it's not a hobby anymore, so it is definitely a profession, let's say. So the goal right now is to build up my YouTube channel. So we have monetized it. I've only been spending about 3 months or so dedicated to building videos on YouTube because I've been traveling in the past year and a half. So in the past year and a half, I've like almost all of my time I've been in and out of traveling, coming back, resting a little bit, and then going back for travels. So for the rest of this year, I'm not traveling, and I'm going to do what you're watching me do now. I'm editing all of the videos from all the trips that I've been to around the world and then posting it to YouTube. In terms of how many days for this type of video, it usually the fastest is around 2 weeks. I'm hoping for the next episode of Mongolia it should be 1 to 2 weeks because we already finished the toughest part, which is the trailer. So now that the trailer's done, I think these parts should be much quicker. And then I do also try to do other types of videos on YouTube. So my goal is to be able to produce content quicker, more often. I'm trying to do YouTube shorts every day, and then hopefully we'll do like easier content on a weekly basis, as well as doing the live stream now and all that. So it's a lot of work, but this is why I was like, I can't juggle this and a full-time job at the same time. So I have left corporate as of a year and a half ago, and we've just been traveling the world. I do organize tours for people. Like I'll take people to all over the world. So that's the other way that I make income. I also work with Nikon in the region here in Dubai, and then the Middle East and African region. And then I also just make money on the side when it comes to like doing some event photo shoots. I do that occasionally. I don't advertise it as much, but anytime, you know, because they pay much better than doing like a personal, you know, portrait shoot, you know, compared in terms of like the time I need to invest in it. Garvey said, okay, this is hard work. Keep going. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, and I appreciate everyone watching across the three. Cyronius, you said you're not welcome. Thankfully, enough time's gone by where I don't know exactly what you're referring to there. But yeah. But yes, let's proceed. That's way too slow anyways. So maybe, just maybe, what do I say? What about the horse? So right there is we'll add a keyframe and have it go all the way. Boom. Okay, that's much better. Now we need to figure out the text. Let's see how terrible my font choice will be on this one. But really, guys, you guys really hate Papyrus that much? Really? What's so wrong about it? You know, it's like it's easy to read. It's got a little personality to it. You know, it adds a little bit of tapering effect here and there. What about the horse? Oh wait, let me include the question mark. Okay. So I'm guessing I need something that's pretty easy, like pretty readable, legible. I kind of like this one, but yeah, it's not the easiest to read. What about the horse? But I do want something that's a little bit more informal. This is like meant to be just a very lighthearted moment. So nothing too serious looking in terms of the font. Come on, I should be able to just find a good one easily. How's this one? What about the horse? This one, probably the other one was a bit easier to read. Okay. I would hate to be I don't know what you would call a typographer. Is that what it's called? Yo, what's up, Bonnie, right? Is that right? Mr. AFK NVM, gang. Yo, the line 1 was fire. Wait, are you talking about this one here? This one was fire? Should I use this one? Everyone will understand. Good to see you, Bonnie, if that was your name. Just give me a good font. Just an easy to read but still nice and okay, well, this one's fine, right? It's a little bit still comical in a sense, or it's not too serious. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Maybe we'll spread it out just slightly, maybe. No, I think it's fine. Increase the size.
Yes. What about the horse? Yes. What about the horse?
Okay, maybe we do want to start it from the beginning.
Yes. What about the horse? Yes. What about the Yes. What about the horse? Yes. What about the horse?
Alright, let's see.
What about the horse?
Okay, I need to give it a... puzzling, you said, old man, I'm reading your screen in a window, so it's small. That font is not at all clear. God dang it. Okay, I trust you on this, so, yeah. Fine. Let's see. Let's find something that's easier to read. How's this one? What about the horse? Or maybe I guess I can add the, what if I add... What do you call it? The background coloring? Where do I even find this on? Layout? Okay, background color, yeah. Jesus. Shading? Oh yeah, I should also give a disclaimer. Oh yeah, drop shadow maybe? Yeah. Disclaimer, if it wasn't obvious by now, I am not an expert at DaVinci Resolve, nor am I an expert at just video editing in general. This is something I picked up 1.5 years ago, so this is very much not meant to be do as I say type thing, but hopefully we can learn together. Drop shadow could be nice. That's not what I wanted. Shading elements. Okay, it must be this, right? Enabled? Kind of, but that's not good. Whoops. What am I doing? Okay, I see. So each of these elements do different things. So if I turn on enabled, then a black shadow. Yes, okay. I see. Got it. So now I've given it a little bit of a drop shadow. I don't know how good the shadow is though. I can't really see it here. Maybe it's good enough. But what I wanted was the background color. Not like that. Text box? Nope. This is not healthy to be spending this much time on something as simple as this, right? Okay, I'm gonna move on. We're gonna say this is good enough. I'm just gonna spread the words a little bit better. So maybe like 1.5. 02.
Yes. What about the horse? No,
Old man, you said I was working on my website recently. Exactly this problem. Good enough. Move on. Yeah, yeah. It's like I need to recognize my own inability to move on. I have like an OCD kind of problem sometimes, or like a perfectionism kind of thing.
What about the horse? No, 아침이지 않습니다.
Here says, I think he's not named.
아침이지 않습니다. 아침이지 않습니다. 아침이지 않습니다. It's just a crazy horse. It's just a crazy horse. Crazy horse? Yeah. Oh, we don't name horses.
So crazy horse, Yalam, and Arda, Eagle Hunter.
Okay, good enough.
Just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. Oh.
And now let me just kind of reposition this one.
No, 아침이지 않습니다. It's just a crazy.
Oops.
It's just a crazy horse.
Crazy horse?
Yeah. Oh, we don't name horses.
So crazy horse, Yalam, and Arda, Eagle Hunter.
All right. Okay. A horse with no name. Where have I heard that before? Wait, that's not the right music. Oh, you have a better... Yeah, I could put a better one in, but it's just the one I had saved already from like... This is a video I made a while ago. So you can see here, if I delete this real quick. This is the original one. And it has like the soundtrack with that sad stuff. I'm just keeping it in. Horse with no name. Was this a movie? Ah, that's why. Oh no, it's a music. I see. I'm not gonna play it because of the copyright issue. Are you saying that's a better soundtrack to use there? I got you. Okay, so Garv and Lucky, if you guys are still here, I was gonna take a break from this because I think we're done. The only thing I need still to do is record my voice, and then we'll also do the thing where I think I will add the text in here. So I think I will keep the subtitles in the intro voiceover. But let's take a break. I want to check out what you guys sent in the Discord. Discord. Let's see how good I am at Discord. Okay, so what I'm going to say here, and I'm going to add this because I still can't do that command thing you showed earlier, but so anyone who's new, I am new to both streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, but I'm also new to Discord. I'm new to everything in this kind of a streaming world. It's been very fun to learn all of those different words. Thank you, Bonnie, as well, for teaching me how to talk like a Gen Z. But yeah, so anyways, we're learning how to use Discord. My goal for this channel and for what I do is to hopefully inspire other people to travel the world, get into their hobbies, be creative, and also meet other creative people, be inspired by them. And in turn, it's a nice little virtuous cycle where we will all essentially learn from each other, right? So in that pursuit, you are watching me do what I'm passionate about. You're watching me edit those videos. We edit photos. I'll talk about where I'm traveling. I talk about everything in terms of just my thought process. Hopefully the passion is evident in what I talk about. Separately, when it came to Discord, as we hope to build out a community, I would love for that to be a place where we can share our photos, our videos, share your channels, support each other. And then as part of it, I created a channel where we can also do like some content feedback. So it doesn't always have to be feedback that you are receiving by me. You know, hopefully if the community grows, then it'll be like anyone can put whatever they want in there, asking for feedback on their photos, videos, whatever techniques. And then hopefully we'll use that space to help each other out. Oh, thank you very much, old man, for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I earned it on Twitch. What's up, Sora? Long time no see. Yes, my boy. Yes, yes. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's been a good day for me, I think. Every day's been good, but we made really good progress since I last saw you on the stream. We finished the video in terms of the full structure of it. We're just going to record my voice after I take a quick break here. And then I'm giving myself one or two more days to really finalize, fine-tune everything. But it's come together really, really nicely. So if you stay on the stream, I am going to play through a bunch of this. So hopefully you'll get a good sense of how epic we've made this first video. So what I was doing here is both Garv in the chat as well as Lucky IRL, they have been so gracious to participate in the Discord. And they've put in some of their content into the content feedback section. So I figure we'll actually just check out their content, give some feedback, see how it is, and, you know, be supportive in that sense. So Lucky, I see your photos here, and I see the content feedback. I see Garv, you got the first intro. So Garv, is it the one that you said where it says my first intro I created, yeah? Oh, and then, oof. The one thing though, when it comes to the video, I'm just being mindful of the audio, like the soundtrack stuff, because I've been hit with too many copyrights, way too many. So if there's audio, I might have to do my best not to play that portion. But let me see here. Sora, you said I've been busy with my work, plus I window shop for Sony cameras. All right, all right. We don't judge you for being a Sony user. All right, even though I'm a loyal Nikon, I'm a Nikon man. But well, listen, I'm very happy you're here, even though you're busy. I do appreciate that. I think Sora, you were the one who introduced me to Maple, right? Or I think you were like talking to me about the photo community out here. So either way, I appreciate it. Okay. We don't bash people with their camera brands. Yeah, you don't bash people with their camera brands. You bash people with the camera, especially if it's as long as it's not a Nikon camera. We got to keep those things sturdy. Okay, so this is Garv's video. The first video linked, Aurora, is copyright music. Sorry, I forgot. No worries, man. That's why we're gonna watch this muted. So I won't be able to, we won't be able to give like a full-on feedback because we're just gonna go by the visuals only. But either way, thank you for sharing this. I'm assuming, is this the right one, Garv? The one that says first intro.mov? Sora, I bashed them with the baseball bat. Yeah, good. All right. Nice. Is this like a? Oh wait, I don't even know the context, but I like this. Got the loading bar. Did you make this? What program did you use to make this? Ooh. Okay, we're gonna play it again. Is this like a Adobe or DaVinci? Oh, DaVinci. Nice. I see. You already know. I don't know how much I can give in terms of feedback then, because you know more than I do when it comes to like motion graphics, video, stuff like that. So yeah, this is nice. Now let me ask, what is the context for this? Is this gonna be your like intro, like a splash screen to before it jumps into like your YouTube video? Is it for your live streams, or what is it for? The animation is pretty. The username was long and only play for a short time, so we're going to read it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I was thinking the same thing. So when it comes to when your name pops up, maybe if you can give it a little bit more time on the screen, so then it gives more time for people to actually be able to fully read it out. So let me play it in real time again. Yeah, so like if like when it's here and when you have that flash effect, if you can have that flash effect longer and just kind of like revealing the whole name fully, that could be a good way to show the full the full username. Garv Gamer YouTube 256. And I do apologize because we can't hear the audio, but I am curious to hear that later in terms of what you're using. Sora, you said that your intro reminds me of the 2013 Call of Duty. Ooh, I feel left out. I never ended up... Oh wait, no, is that the one... I played the Call of Duty on Xbox or PlayStation, I think. I never played on PC, and I feel like I missed out on a whole era of like lore. Here, let me play this from the beginning. Can I loop it? Let's do full screen. Yeah, unfortunately, I can only imagine what the music is. The intro is copyright free. Listen, I'm just too scared to... I'm way too scared to play any music now. Oh, and then I think I like this YouTube thing, how you have it pop up. If you could have the YouTube... I think it would be nice to have the YouTube thing a little bit longer, too. Yeah, so if you could have your name show up on the screen longer, that would be nice. Now, again, it probably depends on the music choice, but the bar on, like the white bar on the bottom, you can probably... I don't know how necessary it is to have that, the bar, that like kind of like the loading screen, let's say. Yeah, like I don't think it's as necessary to have the bar there. Let's see, old man, you're saying it feels like the Matrix. Yeah, Matrix and Tron, exactly. Yeah, that's why I wish I could hear the sound. I'll play it. Obviously, I'll listen to it later. I am curious about the song choice that you use, especially the number at the end. It is hard to remember and is visible for such a short time. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I think if you can hold your name for a few more moments, and then have it disappear, and then have the YouTube popping out. Let me see that transition real quick. One thing I would say is when you maybe when you transition out, so like for instance when you see your name, the way it transitions out, it's like zooming out from the screen, right? Like it gets smaller and smaller. I don't know if I can go screen pixel, or can I go frame by frame? So then here, when it transitions out, it shrinks, right? So it shrinks and disappears away from the camera. I wonder if you can have it so, and then you have this kind of black screen appear for a very split second. I wonder if there's a way to remove the black so you can still see this as the background, but then as this one maybe starts to fade away, you're overlaying on top, you would have the YouTube logo start to appear, but still with this, so you never have like a black screen like this. So I wonder if you can somehow mask this with the original background, and you can still fade out this background, but yeah. And then one thing I'm thinking is like, when you do the transition here, the YouTube logo is coming from the bottom up, which is, it's fine, there's no issues with that. But then I wonder sometimes, like if you have the previous transition where it's zooming away, so like the direction of the motion I'm thinking of is you're seeing the logo of your name shrinking away from the camera screen, and then the next transition in is a logo coming from the bottom up. So then I wonder sometimes, is it better to just like, if something disappears away from the screen, do you have the next logo appearing like zooming into the screen, so your eyes are still focused over here, and then the new thing pops up? I don't know, actually. I don't have like a good, it's just more my current thoughts, but I don't know if that's actually correct. Bring your YouTube logo in with the green background. Yeah. Like if you can mask it in somehow. And then if you have, I don't know what your sound effect is, but yeah, if you have like a nice whooshing sound or something. And then like, I wonder, oh yeah, so Garv, did you say this is going to be something you play at the start of, like, is it for a live stream or is this for like your YouTube videos? Sorry if you, oh yeah, for videos. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. Another thing, I don't know if it'll work for this or not, but let's say in the first how many seconds? So you have about 7, 9. You have about 11 seconds, 11, 12 seconds before the logo shows up, right? So then, like, if there are things you can do to keep, like, the people, because I can't hear the audio, but if you can keep people still interested in, like, what's happening here, so the loading bar can help for that for sure. But then I also wonder, this is my own bias, because I like to do this effect. Can you, like, subtly zoom in on this, like, a little bit over time? So, like, if you have that keyframe, you know, at the beginning, and then by, you know, second number 11, you've been slowly zooming in on this background just to show a bit of motion throughout. But I don't know, maybe not. And then let's see from a color perspective. Yeah, so even if you keep this loading bar, Garv, I wonder, instead of using like a pure white color, if this is like your logo, if this is like your brand color, then maybe you can just also change this to match whatever your brand colors are. So if you have like a primary and a secondary color to represent your channel, your brand, maybe you can make that loading bar, you know, represent the secondary color, or even your primary to match more with this kind of bluish teal kind of coloring. Also, because like this feels very much like a dark mode. I'm a big fan of like everything I have. If I can put in dark mode, I appreciate it. So yeah, maybe same thing. Like if you have this in like dark mode, then maybe the loading bar should be like a darker kind of coloring. Just a thought. Everything I say, by the way, is just thoughts. They're not. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Sora, you said 2 colors is just enough, like red and black or something. Yeah. I think I like. Yeah, I think in general, like if you don't have too many colors that are too distracting, and especially if this is going to be at the start of all of your videos, then it should feel like it represents your brand as much as possible. So if you can start searing that into the minds of your viewers, your audience, that it's like, oh, yep, it's definitely, the moment I see this, I recognize this as Garv's channel. And so, yeah, you're like claiming the color scheme, you're claiming the visuals. And depending on how good your After Effects, your video effects are, it'd be cool if you can make this like feel like it's 3D. Like imagine if it's like rippling. So some of these are like starting to come closer to the camera, and you see almost like a wave of motion. But like now I'm talking, I don't know, I have no idea how you could do that. But if you had the skills to do it, that'd be pretty cool as an effect. And then one other thought I have is because you have these little, are these hexagons? Yeah, so since you have these hexagons, you could maybe try to do an effect where when you fade out, when you get to the end here, again, so maybe you can find a more smooth transition between this frame here and instead of it going to pitch black, right? So what if you do like a zoom in effect where you take the center hexagon and it's like we zoom all the way in through the opening here. So it can still go to black, it can still fade to black, but the way you transitioned there was that we zoomed in on one of the center hexagons, and it's almost like we're just looking at what was inside the hexagon. So if you can do that kind of like a transition, maybe that'd be cool. But thank you very much for sharing this. I hope that, you know, between myself and the people who've been providing really good feedback in the comments, I do hope you've got some new ammo to take the direction of what you did. Old man, you said YouTube logo doesn't normally have a white rounded border. Here are the guidelines. Oh, that's also a good point. Yeah. So just double check what is the most recent YouTube logo to use. 2 colors is enough, and it's like you're doing photography. 2 colors is enough to show the art. Yeah. I'm a big fan of minimalism, I guess. If you can tell more with less, that's always a really good skill set. And that's something I'm trying to be better at. So even when it comes to my video duration, my scripting, I'm trying to get to a point where I can say less is more. That's why I keep saying trimming the fat. If I keep trimming the fat from my videos, so instead of it being like a 20-minute video, I can make it a 15-minute video and so on. That's always good. And if you ever check out any of my first vlogs that I created on my channel, you will notice like some of my first Uganda videos were, I think the longest was maybe like 25 minutes or something. I'm very proud of it. I feel like I did a good job. But if I were to do it again, I'm sure I would have found more areas to kind of trim the fat, make it feel like every frame is there for a reason. So yeah. Thank you very much, Garv. I appreciate it. Okay, let's look at... I want to look at the photos that Lucky IRL that you had sent across. So I think you put it in the photos Discord channel, or yeah, I see it here. Man, I can already see it looks really cool, but is there an easy way for me to show this on screen? Do I have to like download this maybe? Bear with me, I'm learning still how to use Discord properly. If I save this image, or can I copy the link? Let me see. I'm going to try a couple different strategies here to see if I can make this work. I'm assuming most people use like Imager or something like that. Okay, but I figured it out. We'll do it this way. 1 second. But honestly, Lucky, I don't know how much feedback I can give. These look amazing, even from what I could see right now. But let's go ahead and I'm going to just open all of these up as Chrome tabs. Until someone tells me that there's a easier way to look at photos, this is how we will do it. I'm just copying the links. So I think you sent me 6 photos, yeah? So let's populate those guys. One more. Copy link. All right. Let's bring this over here. All right, so this is from Lucky IRL 123. Thank you very much. And so Lucky, you're saying if you have any advice on angles or if the angles are goof, absolutely, we'll do our best. We're all here to kind of give some constructive feedback. But let me give the context as well. So Lucky, if I remember correctly, was it like maybe 2 days ago or so, you were in the stream and you mentioned that you were doing a photo shoot for a couple, and they wanted to do kind of like a rain themed shoot, or like mimicking rain, or something to do with like having rain inside of the shots. So then we were providing a few different suggestions. We did a bit of fun research on other types of concepts to do with the rain. So anyways, with all of that, you've come back and it sounds like you said you're happy with the shoot, and like from the photos I see, they look really, really awesome. So this is the first photo. So I wonder if I can zoom in on this a little bit. Whoops. Of course. Awesome. All right. So yeah, I mean, this is already looking really cool. So I think the framing is a really cool choice to do. I love this. How would you explain this? It's got definitely like a vintage look and it's also kind of a look that I've been slowly trying to play with in my own kind of photos. It's kind of like a little bit of a warm tone to it, which I like. And you've got a bit of a faded look as well, and it's very clear that you can see all the rain droplets, and you know, you can even see somewhat of like a kind of grainy blurred effect in the front. It's a nice pose that you had them do. So even this is obviously it's very emotional. I think it conveys the right feeling of like, clearly it's a very, very loving couple. They look super cool. I don't know if you did this intentionally, but it's kind of nice to see her, you know, she's got like that one strand of hair that kind of breaks up her face. And everything in terms of the angle, even like the way the line of her hair feels like it's mapping to the curve of her face and the angle of her face. Same with the husband or the man in the shot. What else? Yep, I mean, I feel like this captures... I love that you're able to capture like the fuzzy parts around her silhouette. So like it just feels like there's such heavy rain going on right here. So that's really cool. Nice bokeh in the background. Very soft still, so it doesn't feel like it's blown out in terms of the exposure in the sky. Skin tone looks, yeah, like spot on. I don't see any issues with any of that. The only thing I would say that is a bit distracting could be this little bit of I don't know if this is part of her outfit, but only because the color of this matches her skin. So it could be her skin for all I know. Oh, can you please zoom in till it fills the screen? My bad. Let's see what else I can do here. Can I go full screen on this guy? Okay, hopefully this is a little bit easier. I don't know how to actually full screen without doing it too much, but yeah, we can just scroll. So yeah, the only thing I was saying, Lucky, is that I don't know if this is either like an opening in her outfit or if that's just a part of her outfit. But given it's like the same color as her skin tone, it's like that could be a little distracting because it's not showing enough of this to really give the context. So then I would almost like prefer if that was masked out, or if that could just continue being the same color of the black outfit. So then anything that's in that kind of shading of color is clearly just focusing on her skin, like both of them, right? But it's like this is all the skin tone. So anytime I see that color, I can clearly be like, oh yeah, that's them. And then this one is the only one that stands out. So then I'm like confused for a second if this is like, you know, like the other arm maybe that's sticking out, but I'm pretty sure it's like part of her outfit. So that's it. Puzzle, old man, you said that was okay, sorry, I didn't read it in time. Cyronius, the images Lucky posted are fairly low resolution. Yeah. Like, and that's also what's impressive to me, because like, you know, I'm imagining with the real ones, like all of this will look even more crisp. It's screenshotted from Facebook is why it's low resolution. Yeah. But I'm happy you sent this, because like, regardless of like the resolution, the fact that even at its lowest resolution, I feel like it looks like it's done properly, in my opinion. I felt I wanted the crop to show a little more to the left, and I think you'll nail it. It's that bit stands out. The bit stands out that made me want more context. That's a good point. Yeah, so it's like you're like at the middle points, Lucky, where because you're showing a little bit here, maybe the audience wants to continue to see more of it because they're curious, like what is that? So then either in your cropping you'll want to recrop to zoom out a bit to show more of either her full body then, or just like show what this is, or if you just want to mask that or like Photoshop that out to just be a part of her like the black outfit, because I am a big fan of this framing. I think this is really, it looks really nice. I like this a lot. And then alternatively, I can see another framing if you did like more of like a 16:9 or like a landscape mode, and if it's just cropped under her arm, so it just has a little bit of his shoulder here, you can clearly see the rain, how it sticks to his shirt. And then you have a nice like black and white outfit. So even that, good job. Like I think that was a cool choice of outfits. But yeah, even if you don't show like the rest of their body and just focus in on the upper body, I think it could be a nice landscape framing as well. But yeah, well done. All right, let's move on. Sorry, I need to zoom out. Oh, you did the reflection. Nice. I'm a big fan of like reflections, so this is really cool. Is there anything I can say about this? But can I zoom out? Okay, we'll zoom in one more. There we go. I don't think I'm cropping anything. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look. What to say? I mean, I'm a big fan of this, so. Honi ASU, thank you. Oh, whoa, thank you for the raid. Ooh, how cool is that? We got a raid. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, for those of you who are just joining in, and Old Man, you said you really liked the shot. Huge raid. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Listen, I appreciate whoever, Honi ASU, thank you very much for doing that. I need to do the same, so I'll make sure to try to do these raid concepts. I'm very new to streaming. We are on day 17 of my streaming career. I am multi-streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Most of my time I actually spend doing more like video editing. So I do, we've been working on my next video for my YouTube channel. I do a lot of wildlife and travel photography and videography. We're taking a quick break from the video editing. There's a couple people who had provided some photos and videos that they had worked on in the Discord that I've got set up. And so Honey Raid is here. Oh, hey, what's up? Is that Honyasu? Did I get your name right? Honyasu. Is that you, Honyasu? Because there was only one other person I remember who had the Japanese name, but I can't actually read your name because I'm looking at a restream. Oh, nice. And did I say it correctly, Honyasu? Let me make sure. For those of you who are just joining in, this is the Discord. I will definitely appreciate it if you hop in. We are slowly building out a community. And so what we're seeing here, so Garv, thank you very much for sending the video earlier that we reviewed. And now these are photos that Lucky IRL in the chat had sent across. So she just did a photo shoot for a couple in the rain. And so, you know, we had given some suggestions before the shoot, and so she's providing some of her shots. So, yeah, Garv, yeah, appreciate you sending that, but the music is copyright, yeah. Okay, so what do I like about this? Well, first, like I said, I really love the reflection. I'm always a big fan of these kind of reflection shots. And the way you framed it, I don't know how much you edited this or how natural this was, but the way it looks right now is really cool. Like it's got almost like a halo effect around him. So you've done this kind of fading effect, it looks like, before the colors start to pop in right around them. And like it's so sharp. Like honestly, I feel like you can probably do a different type of framing as well, where if you just zoom in and like even if you just did one of these, you know, like if you flip it vertically and just get it to be you know, if you position it in reverse, I feel like even this kind of shot looks so cool. And because the resolution is spot on, but you got this nice like faded, you know, you got this overlay of all the reflections in the shot. So even this can tell its own story, in my opinion. Yeah. But I also do like that you keep the feet in there. One thing is like, yeah, because then you see her tattoo and like that. So this portion of the body is not technically in the reflection. So in some ways you're actually showing the full body just through different, you know, like with two modes. So even that's kind of a interesting, it's a very creative way that you've done that. Yeah, and I like that she's got these tattoos that she can show off on both sides. So yeah, well done. I really think this is spot on. I would love to see this flipped upside down and just looking at that. That would be really cool. Like even imagine if you flip it, if you keep the exact same framing, but if you flipped it, so then people will get it'll be a little bit distorting, right? But when they'll see the shot initially, they're going to focus on them, obviously. And they're like, oh, what a wonderful shot. And they say, wait, a second, why are these feet here? I say, oh shit, like you're telling me this is a reflection shot that I'm looking at. So it'll be a nice little, like you're playing with the expectations of the viewers. But well done on this one as well. Oh, nice. Black and white in the rain. Yeah, oh, I see. So that was a part of her outfit, right? Like in the sense that it was an opening in the shirt. Yeah, so I still stand by, I think for that one, it either maybe Photoshop that out. But in this one, it's fine, right? Because now it's more obvious what it is. Yeah, this is a very, very lovely shot. Not much more I can say to it. I do like the use of the black and white on this one. Again, the rain is very, very clear in the shot. Black and white, so it's a good choice given that their outfit is black and white. Yeah, what more to say? Maybe the only thing is maybe I would try one more framing just to see. Like if you do a tighter framing of just like their face, so let's say like, you know, you're completely removing their arms essentially from the shot here, and if you were able to find one that's like cropping more towards here, I am curious just to see what it could look like. Not to say that this is bad, but sometimes when you have like so many openings, like so now that she has an opening in her shirt here, and then obviously you see her arm here, you see part of her chest here, and then you know, his arm and her arm continuing. So then there's more like blocks of segments, let's say. So then if you removed it, I am just curious to think like then it becomes like less for the viewer to be distracted by, and so the focus becomes much more clear on where they should be looking, because then you won't have to see so many, and mainly because these are also in a black and white shot. Anything that's like bright like this would stand out. So then, yeah, so the eye would have to travel a lot more in the shot potentially. Whereas maybe if you do it like this, then it just instantly, you know where to look and your eyes won't wander as much. Is a possible thought that I'm having. Let me read what you said here. Old man, the thumb on her throat may make me ever so slightly uncomfortable. It detracts from the romance behind it. You know what? It's to each their own, I guess. But I see what you're saying. It could be like, it could be menacing if you don't see how loving they are looking at it. If you don't see that she's smiling and all that. Yeah, fair enough. Lucky, you said, it's wild you say that, yo. That reflection picture was originally flipped, and I told my wife to put the feet on top because the picture looked weird. Yeah, that's what I said. Listen, I wasn't saying that the suggestion would make it better. I was just curious because sometimes it could be trippy. And so sometimes if you want to play against the people's expectations, then that's just a creative angle. But I'm not saying necessarily that's what what you should do, and that might not be what they want, right? I'm not saying they want the most creative, you know, out of the box shot. They probably want things that are more traditional, possibly. So yeah. Insane feedback, hopefully insane in a good way, not like insane in a choking way. Old man, I think I want the blacks to be slightly blacker. Fair enough. And the picture was actually requested. This picture was actually requested. Yeah. I like this a lot, but I see what you're saying. So you're saying if old man, if you want the blacks, yeah, so having a bit more contrast in the black and whites. Yeah, I'm on a trend right now where I'm preferring more of the faded look over the contrasty look. But when it comes to black and white, I tend to either like faded or very texturized. So then like actually going a little bit crazy on the clarity and the texture. Sometimes. Oh, you know what would be really fun? Maybe we can do this. If this becomes something that we can, again, as we build out the community, yeah, if you can send like the high-res photos, it'd be fun to be able to actually pop it open in my Lightroom and, you know, see if we can actually even play around with it even more. But, you know, I actually, in this way, I kind of like just seeing what you've done and no need to see me talk about it. Ooh, this is so cool. Okay. How'd you take the shot? Was this just overlaying, like just having 2 shots and then you're kind of decreasing the opacity? Or because there's one kind of shooting that I've only done accidentally. I've never done it intentionally, I don't think. But where you do like a very slow shutter, or if you do like, let's say a 1 second shutter, but then you intentionally move your camera a little bit, but like you hold the position for like, let's say you do a 5 second shutter, but then you do like 2.5 seconds holding still, and then 2.5 seconds where you've shifted the camera ever so slightly. So then you have like this kind of 2 photo burned in effect. I've never done that, but that could be a really cool photo shoot concept like this. Double exposure in the camera. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm a fan of any time you get these kind of creative shots. I do like that her tattoo is more visible here. I couldn't see it from before. So that's really cool. Got that 007 look. Yeah, that's really cool. Let me think. So then in terms of framing, oh yeah. Okay, so the only thing I would say, because I think this is a really cool effect, and so you know, not much more to say. This is clearly you've done this intentionally and it looks nice. Only thing that I would say is maybe on the framing, because obviously, okay, so way up here on the top, there's a lot of sky that probably doesn't, you know, it's not serving a purpose necessarily. So then if we maybe cut a bit away from the sky, or try to find a way to center more like this, because it took me a second to realize it, but I do like that there's 2 different poses. So initially I thought maybe it was the same pose, but then one was shifted over from the other. But to have like, you know, here you can see that they're, you know, before the kissing moment, and then you have more of like the foreheads touching moment. So then I'm thinking if you can make the focus drawn more towards that, and even like being able to zoom in a bit more. So this is, and yeah, maybe if you can increase the opacity on her a little bit here, so that I can, yeah, so then it's a bit more visible and obvious that these are 2 different poses that I'm looking at. I really like his glasses, that it's like the reflection here, it kind of blends in with the background, but it still stands out. But yeah, that would be maybe the only thing is like, yeah, if you make her first pose, like her first facial expression, a little bit more, or yeah, reduce the opacity, increase the opacity, make it less transparent. But yeah, besides that, and I'm thinking in terms of framing, if you can, yeah, frame it a little bit more, so maybe the attention is more towards here. Maybe like if you try a landscape mode, or even if you do a vertical portrait, being able to zoom in and like focus on the 2 poses. Because these 2 poses tell the story, in my opinion. Because then this pose here doesn't tell as much of a story, because the hand positions are roughly the same. So it's not like you're seeing one pose to the next pose. The body language is also roughly the same down here. So then really the thing that's dynamic is on what their faces are doing, right? So then that's where you should draw the attention, in my opinion. But yeah. But it's awesome. This is great. I like it a lot. Too much background, you're asking? No, I don't. Not necessarily. Because, I mean, I think it's nice to be able to show that they are outdoors. If you zoom in too much, maybe you'll lose sight of that. And like here, you can see it's like in a grassy field. And also, yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay. It's maybe just like framing and maybe, yeah, removing a little bit of the sky, possibly. Or if you crop it, yeah, so maybe if you don't need as much of the space down here, and just try to focus in more on the two poses right here. This is fun. Thank you for sharing these. I love this. And maybe I'll create like a new scene, like a framing, where I'll say like with a big disclaimer, like, I am not an expert. Do not take offense to anything I say. If what I suggest does not work, you cannot sue me, right? Or don't hunt for me later. Okay, I really like this. The thing that drew me in this shot the most right now is is this part here. It's kind of cool to see, like, you know, how you have the, I don't know how you call this, but like, yeah, instead of showing the full outline of the back of his head, having it actually disappear and having it in this kind of a tapered, blended kind of effect. I like this a lot. Yeah, I think it's probably kind of the same thing I was mentioning. I really think the focus is more on here as opposed to like their lower bodies and like some of those elements. I just like that you can see these two slightly different poses and having them in different sizes, and also having a little bit, you know, like the way you had this done is really, really cool. I like the focus more here. Focus here is fine too, but it's like, it's not as necessary in terms of the story, or like in terms of, I mean, it's nice to see, like, I guess maybe the jewelry or the tattoos. So in that sense, maybe it does make sense to include it all. Let me think. Yeah, maybe if there's one thing, I guess it could be that by having the large framing and then having the smaller framing inside, it can make them feel smaller, right? So it can make them feel like they're much more miniature than they are in real life. So that would be one thing maybe just to be careful about, because, you know, where she is right now, like with the spacing down here, and she's like right in the center of the larger frame, it can make her look more squished or like tinier. And, you know, maybe for her it's okay. I know obviously with us guys, we're maybe more self-conscious about like our height and stuff, so like it just depends, right? But that'd be maybe one thing. So it might make a perception that she's much tinier than she actually is, just because of the extension of the guy on the left, and also, yeah, having the framing on the right. So just the thought there. But yeah, if it was up to me, I think like if you do this kind of a framing in whatever ratio, but just more focusing on the upper body, and then like keeping the focus on this double exposure on the face, I think would be really cool. Lucky, you said, yeah, she's new to double exposure, so I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I mean, listen, who am I to judge? Because I don't even know how you did this shot. Like, if she's new, then she's like a master compared to what I know on how to do this. So, and nice, I like this effect as well. So like a window pane kind of a look. I am curious how you did the effect on this one. Was this like, oh, was this through the car windshield? Is that, or I forget what we talked about last time. But yeah, I like this soft look on this one. Yeah, so keeping it with the soft look, but then also being able to clearly show that there is this kind of an interesting foggy window glass pane effect going on. That's really cool. So it's almost like I mean, not to get poetic or metaphorical, but yeah, it's like a window into their world, right? That kind of a thought process. So we're getting to see a glimpse into their love life type thing. I like it. I like it a lot. Not much more to say besides that. Framing is good. I like, in this case, having the background is nice because there's a lot more trees and it's less uniform. So I think having this as being prominent in your shot is pretty nice. There's more texture in the sky. Yeah, there's more spacing in between some of the trees, so there are more like kind of vertical lines in there. So yeah, cool beans. I love it. This is great. Well, listen, thank you very much. That was a really fun session. What did you say? Clear umbrella, actually. Oh, okay. There was a clear umbrella on the ground, and I was like, hey, take it through the umbrella. Nice. That was a cool idea. That was a really, yeah, that's a cool idea. All right. Well, thank you very much, Lucky, for sharing these. I hope this was entertaining for those of you watching in the sidelines. Thank you, Old Man, and I think who else? Cyronis, I think, for providing some other feedback as well. thank you, Garv, as well for you know, kicking us off with the video. I will check out the other videos you sent off stream when I feel comfortable with the soundtrack stuff. But please keep sending it our way. But yeah, that was very, very epic. Okay, let me hop back over to this mode before for all the newcomers. So I want to show you guys a little bit of what this channel is mostly focused on, which is me catching up on the work I need to do, in all honesty. But it is around mostly wildlife and travels, adventure travels that I've been on. I have over 100 terabytes of video footages from the past year and a half of traveling. It's roughly 10 to 12 different countries or trips that I've been on in the past year and a half. So I have been nonstop traveling. And it's been a mix of, let me make sure I'm sharing my screen properly. It's been a while. Yeah, so it's been a mix of traveling for myself, scouting new locations, taking people with me. So essentially I take photographic, like it's like photographer clients, as well as like, for instance, I had a honeymoon client in December of last year. Also, let me take a quick moment to say hello. Let's say hello, Nala. This is my first cat, and my second cat is over here just chilling. I'll play with him a little bit. That's Kimbap, the gray one, and this is Nala. So these are the other two streamers. So you get 3 streamers in one channel. So when you subscribe to my channel or watch what I do, just know that you get the benefit of having 2 cats included. You said okay, yep. Sorry, let me just catch up on the chats as well. Absolutely Lucky said thank you in chat. Saronis, would you like to check out my photos from my photo walk on Sunday? Hells yeah, absolutely. I would love to. So yeah, we'll make a whole session out of it. I think it'd be fun if we do these. You know, it just depends. Obviously, I need to have a consistent viewer base, and as we build out a structure, I would love to have like dedicated time for us to do these kind of photo talks, video talks, travel talk, whatever. Review each other's content, be productive in that sense. And then you said I'll have to send some of my wildlife photos, but I know you'll have a lot more CC. What is CC? Critique, copyright content. I don't know on those. Yeah. I'm assuming you have more feedback maybe. And uploading those real quick. Yeah. Let's check it out. So, anyways, as you're uploading that, my quick little intro of myself is, yeah, I do travel quite a bit. I stopped traveling about 2 to 3 months ago, and I'm not traveling for the rest of the year because I need to catch up on all of these trips. This is what I'm planning to do full time for the rest of my life, is doing this kind of travel, wildlife, filmmaking kind of stuff. And so I do need to spend time at home to make sure I'm not always traveling. I need to build up the foundation. As part of the foundation, it is creating content for my YouTube channel. So I do hope that you'll check out my YouTube channel. You can check out my Instagram. They're both at Yobel Prize. What we're working on is episode 1 of my next travel vlog series, and it's my trip to Mongolia back in February of 2024. It happened to be in one of the worst winter storms that Mongolia had experienced, apparently in the past like 15 years. They lost anywhere of upwards of 8 million livestock due to the snow, the conditions. So episode 1 will focus in on the snowstorm that we experienced when I was there. And so it's going to be a lot of epic, you know, riding through the snow, seeing the snow in the farmland, slow motion shots of the snow. And anyways, let me go ahead and play this trailer for you guys, and then we're going to walk through a little bit more of some of the other sections, and then we'll check out Cyronis's photos as well. Corrective criticism, Lucky IRL. And Cyronis is up there. Okay, cool. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and take a break from the photos real quick. Let's play this. So there's voiceover missing here. So we have finished the voiceover. I just need to record it next. So imagine I'm talking throughout all this section here. Something, in the time of blah, blah, blah. Whatever sounds really dramatic, and then voiceover ends here. Alright, title is a placeholder, so we'll fix that later. And then basically the journey, we've chunked it up into 9 chapters. So the first chapter is very much as you can imagine, me heading on my way. Then it's meeting the crew, so I take one more flight. So we have a whole, like a little montage as we make our way to a really, really remote location called Olgi. I meet the crew. And then eventually we meet Arctic.
maximum 10.
So majority of my time in Mongolia we spent with Arctic. We stayed at his home. He's a nomadic eagle hunter. So they go from place to place depending on the season, depending on the weather. So I basically got to follow him around, seeing a day in the life of what it means to be an eagle hunter. And so then here is one of our sections. Let's see. And we did do our best to try to pick soundtracks that was very Mongolian-esque. So thankfully, I think almost across the entire video, we did keep that vibe. And I just met that dog, by the way. What can I say? Except the horse didn't like me there, so that was cool. Alright, so that was the whole introduction. I'll just play some of the more epic parts, because I also need a review anyways. So this is when we went on our first outing. So we went on horseback and we went out into the mountains. And then they showed me a little bit of how they like train the eagles, sing the eagle calls, riding. I might need to increase the volume in the audio, so I'll take a note of that. I think this part should be a little bit louder. Actually, let me see if I can change that while we're watching the video. Because it gets louder in the next section here, so... Alright. Then we have a whole section where we go ice fishing. And then the crazy snowstorm kicks in. We got some dramatic soundtrack for that. Then Van gets stuck. Alright, so then this will be the other epic chapter, and from here I'll let it play all the way to the end, because I think this might be the favorite part of the video for me, because when one chapter ends I feel like the next chapter stays cinematic and there's a nice soundtrack that goes with it, so it feels very like smooth, transition from one scene to the next. And also you don't hear my voice too often, so that's a double win. But let me play from here. This part will have some voiceover, so as we're zooming in, I'm going to give some context about what we're about to shoot and the crazy snowstorm, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd probably say enjoy or something like that. Okay. Cyronius, I feel like you might overuse the zoom in and zoom out. Yeah, listen, I don't deny it. I think I've even said as much. I'm pretty sure, and I said, like, if you watch how I edit, I think like 99% of like any kind of visual effects that you'll see is me just doing some zoom in and zoom out. I agree with you, by the way, especially in this section. Yeah, I think even this one I might tone down the zoom. I did that initially because I didn't know how much voiceover I'll be including here, and it is kind of like a filler content, just for me to get through a few sentences to kind of get the context for the next section. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll just zoom in more and more just to distract people or keep people entertained. But yeah, I think I agree with you. Maybe it could probably use a little bit less zooming on that section. Garv, was it cool live? I'll be back tomorrow. I have to make myself something to eat, and then I'll watch the new... Oh, what? There's a new Jurassic Park movie? Man, I'm so far, man. Enjoy. Thank you very much, Garv. I do appreciate that you not only was engaging chatter, but you also gave, you helped keep our Discord alive. You provided some content for us to look through, so I appreciate that very much. And Cyronius, we're going to check out yours next. I'm very excited to see. But yeah, cheers so much. Thank you very much. All right, I'm just going to let the next chapters play out because it's been a while since I've been watching this. And then actually, let's pop my, let's get this here. Let's actually read the script as I watch this. One second. Back it up a bit. Okay, where are we? From the sudden snowstorm while ice fishing to the blizzard on the mountain, Mongolia's winter was proving harsher than anticipated. And as if that wasn't enough, the worst was yet to come. Everyone began hunkering down, gathering livestock, reinforcing shelters, and bracing themselves for the real storm. So I'll figure out the right timing where to put that, but then yeah. And then we'll have the final voiceover where I explain the dramatic effects of that whole snowstorm. Like I said, it killed I guess the upward estimate was like 8 million livestock, which apparently is like 12.5% of the entire Mongolian livestock population. So unfortunately that means like there's a lot of downstream effects of the loss of the livestock. You know, you can imagine it impacted the economy, food scarcity, yeah. So then as the frozen dead horse gets dragged away, we have some final words. And then the photo montage kicks in. And then I'll give my final words as well, where I'm like, thank you guys for watching, blah, blah, blah. If you enjoyed, make sure to like, subscribe, and all of the above. And then we get to see some of the photos that I took from, yeah, related to this video. I gotta blow my nose. I got so much cat hair now. Etc, etc. I'm gonna say etc, etc in one of my actual videos one day. But yeah, so anyways guys, if you are new to this stream, that was what we worked on in 17 days. We took what, 9 days on the trailer, and then about 1 day at a time we did 1 chapter at a time, and we did complete it. We will still need to do some fine-tuning. So Cyronius, as an example, I appreciate your feedback, because I do think there's probably some areas I want to kind of review again and maybe tone down on the zooming effect. There's some other areas where I would love to try different types of transitions. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of a kind of a fun editing session to figure out what else can we do to spice things up. But the video's done. I need to record my voiceover. I was going to do it on stream. We still might do it because I have the script. So really it's just waiting for me. Let me go ahead and exit this because we don't, yeah, we don't need this right now. We have the script. We just need to now, let me exit this one. We just got to record this in my program here. Cyronius, be sure to use protection. Shoot. When would you, why did you send that? What was it? I'm trying to figure out the context now. It didn't have anything to do with the dead horse. I hope. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know when you said that or what it was about. Just closing remarks for your video. Yeah, be sure to use protection. 100 terabytes of content is wild. It is very, very wild. It is good advice, Cyronius, always. Use protection, yes. So, but I don't want that to become my catchphrase, so if possible, let's avoid that. But yeah, video's done. So, we still have a lot more work to go, as I said, but I do want to take a pause. Let's go ahead. Cyronius, you had sent across some photos. Thank you for doing that. All right, I do want to find a way to... How do I more quickly download? If I click on a photo, open link. Oh yeah, duh. Okay, can I just open over here? I'm such an idiot. I was hitting copy link and then spending the time to copy and paste it over when I could have just done this. All right, we're gonna open up all these guys. All right, there's a lot of photos, so I'm gonna try to do a more speed run of kind of reviewing it. But I do appreciate that. What do you say, Cyrus? Just close. Thanks for watching. If you middle mouse click or option click, I think that works on. Oh shit! Oh damn. Okay. Well, thank you very much. See, I'm learning something new every day on these streams. So this is why I'm gonna stream now. I'm gonna outsource my learning to you guys. All right. Should we start with this one? Why not? I love this kind of stuff, by the way. I love when you got a nice little soft background, the warm sunset colors, and then you got... I love silhouettes, that's what I mean. I think silhouette shots, if I could do one style of shooting forever, it might be silhouettes. Man, that's a what, dragonfly, right? I don't know my bugs. Well shot, man. I love this coloring, like I said. Like, did you do a lot of edits on this, or you just kind of... Was this one of those where you shot it and it was like good as is? Because sometimes with the golden hour, I sometimes feel like the shots you can take, you really don't have to edit much. I think it's a lace wing. Okay, I'm learning new words. and animals. Where is this, by the way? Man, I'm kind of jealous. Is this like Germany? This gives me Germany vibes. In Berlin. I wandered around Berlin, and they had this big-ass river, and they had a big-ass statue. It was called the Molecule Man. Molecule Man? Wait, what? No, definitely not that. Statue Berlin. Yeah, this one. Molecule Man. Okay, I was like, am I going crazy here? This is facing... Oh, it's in Austin. This is facing west from the Congress Ave. Have I ever been to Austin? I don't think I've actually been. Man, I gotta add that to the list. Yeah, it's really cool, man. No, I'm jealous just looking at this. Since I'm in Dubai, the concept of water like this is very foreign to me these days. Damn, nice. You got the cotton candy sunset. Wait, I think you gave context. Did you say you shot this recently, or let me see what you wrote? Would you like to check out my photos from my photo walk on Sunday? Got it, got it. Well, by the way, what were you shooting with? What kind of cameras? I like the I don't do a lot of street photography, but I would love, if I got into it, I would love to do more of those kind of long exposures at night. And if you're able to get those beautiful streaks of light in the bottom. I think I did that maybe long ass time ago. I don't know if it'll actually show up in my Lightroom. When I was traveling in Amsterdam, I think it was, I had my tripod and I was doing those long exposures. This is on Saturday. This is on the Nikon Z8, mostly with the 50mm 1.4 f mount. Nice, nice. I have here the 50. I have a 50 1.2 and the 85 1.2. The 85 1.2 has been so much fun to shoot with, especially for wildlife. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah. Who knew? 85 is not just for portraits. Alright, I'm just trying to see if I can quickly find the photo from way back in the day. Yeah, back in the day, man, this is like, it's so funny looking at some of my old shots. I had no idea what I was doing. But yeah, this is like a shot from, I forget what it's called. It's way up in the, like at top of a hill in San Francisco. And I remember I just set up my camera on a ledge, I think. And I was trying to do some long exposures. And the sun looked, the moon looked really cool because it was like shrouded. But it kind of almost looked like a 3D shrouding around it. But that's not what I was looking for. But yeah, if you can do those like long exposures. Let's see if I have the example. I don't think I do. I mean, this is not the best example, but yeah, like anytime you have car lights and you can see them streaking past. Maybe it's down here. Oh, wait. Was that it? Let's get back. We're going on a trip down memory lane. Seeing some of the oldest photos I took. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I was looking for. So I forget. Oh yeah, Copenhagen. So this was just like a tripod, but then yeah, just getting the nice little star effect there. Here I was just going a little crazy with it. I think I started the shot on the center of the road, so just like here. But then I kept the long exposure running, and then I shifted the camera all the way down here. And then the exposure was long enough. Unfortunately, we don't have the photo with me. So that it kept this one in a sharp focus, but it still kept the light. Like it just kept the streak in between, but the shot itself was good. And then this one, I think I just, yeah, I forget if it was handheld, but I had the one shot here where, yeah, a big ass bus passed by, so it created that nice like lines across the shot, but then the building was still very focused. So yeah, in another life, maybe I would do more of that kind of stuff, I think. But anyways, this is not about me, it's about you. Let's look at your shots. But yeah, that's what you reminded me of when I was seeing kind of the cars there. Cyronius, let me see. Sorry, let me read, catch up on the chats. Lucky said, I'm jealous. I would love to do street photography somewhere like this. My town is too small. Yeah. All those small towns can be really fun. It depends. I love like European towns. Man, I could just wander there forever with like the cobblestones and all that. And then like Vietnam was my favorite for street photography. Lucky says same on the old shots. Cyrones, I'm the Discord server admin for the Austin photo walkers. Oh, nice, nice. That's so cool that you actually do like photo walks with people. Dubai is too hot to do those in, you know, half of the year at least. Lucky, that's awesome, Yubel. Cyrones, a group of photographers that are documenting the city as it changes through photography and community. Damn, that's pretty cool. Lucky, I uploaded some old shots from when I first started of ducks in the Discord. Hells yeah! Teach me your ways. Okay, I might pause on doing more photo stuff until maybe tomorrow or the other days. It'd be fun to space it out next time you're on, because I do need to finish my video. Okay, let's keep looking through these though. So this is, man, okay, I've never been to Austin. I do need to visit. This is a really cool shot. I wish I could explain why I think it's cool. I don't know. I just don't have good enough technical knowledge. But I love this kind of chaos, a candid shot. There's no focus on one person, but then if you focus on different people, you can almost feel like there are micro stories in the shot, which I think is really cool. So whether it's her laughing over there with her friends, the lady over here, it's like it feels like the spotlight is like directly on her. You almost kind of want to know what they were looking at. The colors obviously are so crazy cool. The fact that you shot this from like such a high angle is also very like unnatural. So it just feels like a more difficult shot to take, and so it's a bit, yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. You said Cyronius, Sailor of Nature. You got a YouTube channel. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna click on this in a bit. What kind of videos do you do, Sailor of Nature? And also, Sailor of Nature, if you are watching me on YouTube, I do hope that you'll give that video a like, and I hope you will subscribe. And that goes for the people in Twitch and Kick as well. I do appreciate your guys' time watching this. Teach me your ways, LOL. Yes, yes. We'll do our best to teach each other, and definitely zoom in if you want to pixel peep. Nice, I shall. I don't know where... This one says 100% zoom. I don't know if the logic or the calculation works the same way. But wait, can I not? Oh, I have to like zoom in and zoom out. I see. So cool. I want to know what this book is. Dragon Ball Super hard is what I'm guessing it says. I don't know my Dragon Ball Z lore. I apologize. Is this like a Halloween store? I'm seeing the I'm seeing this guy. I don't know. So it just feels like chaos in a shot, which I really like. Definitely zoom in if you want to pixel P. I'll read it that way. Tinfoil Bin Laden. What a name. A Tinfoil Bin Laden. Also, I don't know what that emote is. Let me go to my Kick chat. Can I hover over this and see what it is? I wish I could tell what your what that emote is. It looks really cool on my side. Hopefully it's not some Bin Laden reference. Cyrones, it's the toy store that's shown in the other photo. Okay, let's get to the next one. Oh man, this is really cool. Kind people are my kind of people. That's a cool shirt. Toy Joy. Okay, I see. Toy Joy's the name. I like this shot, man. I like your yeah, like the color edits that you did here. It's like a kind of like a warm / vintage tone to it, which is really cool. I think it matches with this toy store. She's got a nice pose. Green sticks out. Cool, cool. Man, is Austin just like full of crazy looking stores and stuff? Yummy Joy. Crazy Rabbit. Nice, nice. You guys already have lights up? What time of year is it? It's not even Christmas anytime soon. I like this foreground kind of blurred. Kind of shows a little bit more like there's hustle and bustle. Nice, I like these. I haven't had enough practice with these kind of shots. I did a little bit in my Vietnam trip this year. I took a group of photographers from Nikon. We spent like 5 days doing photo shoots. But for one of them, I was doing some shots. Let's see if I can pop open Vietnam. Where do I have Vietnam photos? be from 2025. Vietnam. Yeah, so I took a group of photographers. I didn't spend too much time taking photos myself. I spent most of it filming and, you know, like teaching them, I guess, or like giving instructions. So I don't know how many of them I have. Let's see if I starred them. That would help me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so there's a few shots where I was trying to do that effect like you were doing. So if we can have the subjects being very, very sharp, but then having the motion, the chaos of whatever's going on around them. And this one might be cool if, depending, yeah, so like here would be an interesting one if I even just like crop in a lot and just kind of show this framing where she's visible through the bikers. So I really do like those kind of very crazy looking effects when you can kind of go a little wild with it, go a little buck wild. So this one probably is a good one. I like it. Yeah, sharp enough. Same thing. I like when it's like, you know, if we can just zoom in and just get a cool framing, but everything else looks blurry. Yeah. Cyronius, oh wait, no, I'm missing some of your messages here. That book is actually a figurine. My bad. Dragon Ball Superhero Gamma #1 figure prize Jap. My God, how long of a Dragon Ball Superhero Gamma #1 figure prize Japan Ichiban Kuji Bandai. They're year round. The lights are year round? Damn, that's a waste of energy. Lucky my small town keeps the lights up year round, but they are never on. That's a good use of energy then. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, I like these kind of shots. I haven't had time to really even go through any of these photos in detail. This one might be my favorite so far because obviously the coloring of this bike and like you got a bit of red and you got a bit of bluish. Yeah. So these kind of things would be fun to do more of. And I guess that was the last one that I had starred. We'll get to Vietnam eventually. This is like way down the list of trips that I've been on. This is January of 2025. We're still on Feb of 2024. So we got a whiles to go. But just as a quick little FYI, you know, we did do a lot. This trip was mostly around portrait photography. So I was taking these guys. I think there was like about a dozen of them. And so I worked with my counterpart in Vietnam. She's this amazing photographer, Con Phan, KHANHPHAN, I believe. Con Phan Photography. She's like award-winning photographer. So I joined on one of her workshops around drone photography. And so I reached out to her about, you know, doing like, you know, supporting in terms of getting a proper itinerary and getting all the models and figuring out the right locations to go. And the trip ended up being fantastic. I could not have asked for a better experience. So we will eventually get to this trip, and there's some really cool shots because we are doing all kinds of crazy like photo shoots with this big ass Buddha statue with some monks. We went to some like smaller towns and villages. Yeah, it'll be good times, But anyways, let's check out the rest. So anyways, that's what this reminded me of. I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. Was this guy with you, or is that you, Saroni? Was this one of your photo walkers? She shoots Sony. Pukes. Yeah. Listen, we're not here to judge. But, man, listen, my brand, Nikon, we get shit on the most on social media. I swear, there's like a whole category of just people doing stuff where they treat our brand like trash. And it's like, come on. I'm a big fan of Nikon, all right? That's a really cool architecture. Oh, I miss this a lot about the States. I miss like rooftop lounges, rooftop bars, these kind of creative bars that you just get drunk in. Dubai has that, but it's very expensive, very hot most of the time, weather-wise. And I'm also I feel too old now to drink by myself. I only go drink with my friends, but now my body feels like I can't handle liquor the same way. It's just a whole mess, you know? And nice. Oh, so this is part of the river that we saw. Man, thank you for sharing this, man. This is we're getting a glimpse into your life. And I'm realizing I do need to visit Austin. It looks really cool. Oh, okay. Boom, boom, boom. That was one of the other photo walkers, Cyronius, and Lucky. I feel like Nikon and Canon are the ultimate enemies. Listen, there's no, we'll call it frenemies, all right? It's all friendly competition, and in my opinion, all three brands have like so many good strengths, and all of it is in the name of going in the direction of pursuing your passion. So what can you say? What can you say? But yeah, F Sony and Nikon. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so thank you guys for entertaining me throughout all this. I'm kind of dreading doing this next task because it will be listening to me do my voice recordings, and in the past few attempts in my past videos, it's not like it puts me in a good light. You're gonna listen to me struggle to get through sentences. I'm gonna stutter, I'm gonna misspeak, and then you're gonna see me try to do it again. My voice will crack. It's gonna be like, yeah, it's gonna be a mess, but we do need to get through them. And I do want to see if I can do it live and make sure there's no audio issues. So thank you, Cyronius, for testing that out for me. But just to make sure, I'm going to close out some of these programs I don't necessarily need running. And I do want to figure out how I can do this best, because I'm thinking I want this in a screen somewhere that I can see. But why did it disappear? Does it really disappear if I start zooming out? Well, that's annoying. Because I wanted this as a tiny box, because I would love to play the video without audio, so then I can kind of synchronize how the cadence and the pacing of my voice. But I was hoping I can see the waveform here. Do I have to click a button or something? Well, let me hit record and see if it actually is still recording. Huh. Testing. Okay, so it looks like I do need to have this in full screen mode. So maybe what I will do is I can put this off to the side here. So if I have this on the separate screen, will it still work? I really want to do this on the same screen. Cyronius. Oh wait, sorry, let's see what you guys said. Honestly, one of my favorite cameras I have is the Sony RX1, the original. I have no idea what it is, but I have no doubts. Like I said, the first camera I ever used was a Sony A6000. So, Cyronius, be right back real quick. Lunch is here in the office. I will never get in the way of anyone and food. I would never ever do that. I have more respect for food and stomachs to do that. Lucky, you said frenemies for sure, but my best friends are all Nikon users. Yeah, I mean, are they really your best friends if they haven't, bullied you out of using your Sony? Yeah, they can't really be your best friends because they're not letting you use the best camera system out there. Cyronius, thanks so much for checking out my photos. Anytime, man. Thank you for sharing. Honestly, that was really, really cool. And please keep sharing, everyone. Lucky, yeah, thanks for looking at our photos. That was fun to get everyone's perspective. Yeah, listen, I am a world-class bullshitter. I used to do that as part of my corporate job, where basically what I would do in my previous job, let's go full screen for a bit. In my previous job, not to go too much into detail, I would have to do, sometimes I would speak for 1 hour straight in front of my clients. And I will be doing different demos and demonstrations, talking about innovation and the world of innovation in my industry and why my company is the one that you gotta keep working with. And I was never the product owner of any of these kind of different innovations or product that we're pitching. I was always just a guy there to kind of talk about it and keep them entertained. So I learned how to be a good bullshitter, where the key is that you can't bullshit so much where you get called out on it. So it's a little bit of being honest that you only know so much, but still being confident and knowing how you can toe the line with some things that you say. So anyways, I was very good at being able to speak for an hour straight with clients, answer their questions, even if I didn't really know the answer, but making them feel like they are walking away with some substance, hopefully. Yeah, those are the times. But yeah, so anyways, anytime you share photos and videos, I say bullshit, but I can always come up with things that I might be perceiving and maybe give some suggestions on like what maybe could be technically better or not. But these are all not field tested. These are all just my thoughts. Cyroni's back at your desk. Hopefully, what are you having for lunch? That is a question we all want to know. Oh, perfect. Okay, so it does work. It does work. Okay, so let me try to minimize this guy a bit. Let's see when it stops working. I'm going to close this panel. Shift space. Great. All right. Okay. Perfect. So then what I'll do, that way you guys can see everything that I'm working on all in one place. So what if I show this off to the side like this? And then we'll have to mute. Then I'll have the script here so I can start reading from this. Boom, boom. And then we'll have the actual Adobe Audition open so you guys can actually see the waveform as it's capturing my voice. And then I probably should turn off the fan just in case. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Cyronis. You said you're back at your desk. There's a place in Austin called Velvet Taco. Oh my god, I'm starving now. It's 9 o'clock my time. I'm enjoying some chimichurri steak tacos. What am I eating today? I think I'm having some leftover noodles and chips. And then every night, I always have acai. Acai is like, that is my current crack cocaine. I don't think I can go a day without it. It used to be mangoes and watermelon. I used to have that every day. I've switched over to acai. But okay, let's get through this so I can eat. I'm feeling hungry now. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pause the music. I'll probably turn off my fan behind me just to make sure the audio is as clean as possible. Then I'm going to hit the record button here. I'm going to hit play on the video. And while the video is playing, I'm going to start to say the script. My hope is that if I can do this cleanly, mango is delish. Absolutely. It's my favorite fruit is watermelon, and then probably mango is second. Watermelon, in terms of eating it, is definitely my favorite. Mango juice is probably my favorite juice. Although passion fruit juice I discovered in Vietnam, where they have the seeds, the poppy little things in the bottom. And then that became like my favorite juice while I was there. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. But yes, I agree. Mango is delish. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit record. We're going to play the video so that I can synchronize my script with whatever is there visually. And if I do this correctly with no issue, if I don't F it up, we're going to try 2 different versions for every script. One will be me speaking a little bit more conversationally, kind of like how I've been talking in the live stream. And then the other one will be speaking more, I guess, poetically or like presentationally / formally, just to see if there's different, like which of those kind of tones makes the most sense for what I'm doing. And we'll see. I don't have a good answer yet. I've been trying to be less formal and less rigid, but I don't know if the answer is to necessarily go to the other side and be like this kind of conversation, versus I might still want to have a little bit of like a flavor to the voice, like a little bit more musical, I guess, where there's like, you know, dramatic pauses, letting some moments kind of sit, speaking with an inflection or like downwards here. I don't know. I don't know the right terms, but so before we do that, let me go ahead and I'm gonna turn off a few things. I'm also gonna grab an extra bottle of water, and because Cyronius, you made me hungry, let me grab a bowl of my little veggie straws that I can chow down on with as we do this, and then we're gonna crack into this. So let me go ahead, and like I said, guys, just because I said I'm going to be right back does not mean the stream becomes less entertaining. If anything, it should hopefully become more entertaining. Why? Because I spent some time to create these be right back scenes. So when I have to go away, you will be able to see this cool little animation that I was able to generate. Thank you AI. But then it'll switch and you'll see my 2 animated cats as they go to sleep. It'll zoom in on my monitor in my home studio. And what you see is almost like a replica of my actual studio space, just in an animated form. And then it'll play different like random video clips of my YouTube videos. So hopefully that will keep you guys entertained while I be right back and grab some food and turn off the fan and all that fun stuff. But yes, I will be right back. Over the following days, our routine involved countless hours scanning mountain ridges from lookout points, mixed in with occasional hikes searching for wildlife. Here are some highlights of those sightings. Okay, we are back. I got me some veggie straws. Very, very delicious. Very healthy, I hope. And yes, I am using chopsticks for it because it is part of my inheritance as an Asian man. I have learned, or actually, I guess I didn't learn. I was born with the ability to take 2 sticks or anything that is long and stiff and being able to pick other things up with those sticks. So I will use that to eat my veggie straw so I can keep my hands clean. You said the cats, LOL. Oh, the cats in the be right back. Yeah, I hope you like that. I did spend like a full day bashing my head against the wall trying to figure out how to make the get that animation to work out. Essentially, I used ChatGPT. I have photos of my cats, obviously. I fed it into ChatGPT. I took photos of my home studio, and then I threw it all into ChatGPT asking like, hey, can you create like an animated version of it? Then I also asked Canva to do that because Canva has an AI functionality as well. And between the two of them, I eventually got it to do what I needed it to do. And then I put it through something called Runway ML, I believe. And through that, I was able to make like a 5-second animation of the cat. And so basically I did one version where it was like the cat is going to sleep. And as it's going to sleep, you can see the spotlight or the light was starting to kind of tone down and focus on the monitor. So then that gave me the idea that I could play a video from that monitor, and I added a subtle zoom in effect. And then I zoom out when the video is done, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, and then it looks like the cats wake up and it loops. I was so proud of myself when I got all that done. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. It'll just randomly play any of my videos. You said the cats, yeah. Me eating with chopsticks is a whole comedy show. Yeah, I took 3 people with me to Japan in February. No, in March. And one is from Germany, although he's Serbian. And then one is Indian, one is Pakistani. And none of them knew how to use chopsticks. So that was like, we had some fun trying to kind of teach them how to eat the food there. So cool. Awesome. Thank you. I love it. I'm glad you like it. Okay. So I got my veggie straws, I have my drink, I have my water. We're ready to do this. And I fed my cats, so everyone's happy. So how do we do this? Well, let's switch over to the editing mode. We've got opening trailer. I'm gonna have to clear my throat 1,000 times. So what do I need to do? I'm prepping myself. I'm just gonna hit record, and then I'm going to jump over to here and hit play. Audio is off. I probably will take my headphones off so I can just hear myself more naturally. Wait a second, do I want to do that? Okay, here's what we're going to do. Because I forgot the microphone doesn't pick up the audio. I have it routed, so let's say if I turn off my speaker volume, but I keep the volume on here slightly quiet so I can still kind of hear myself. So that way you guys can still hear the audio from the video. Let's see how loud I should make it. Because I think it would help for me to hear the audio at the same time. So I have the, like, even because like some of the music, you know, they have like there's a key that it's played in, right? Or there's a certain tone to it. So then maybe I need to figure out, do I need to lift my voice or lower it, or like figure, you know, do a different pitch? Possibly. But sometimes I still haven't figured out if my audio sounds better, if my voice sounds better, if I can hear the music in the background, or if it's better without. So we'll try where I'm going to actually play this with the audio here. And so I'll have the headphones so I can hear it, but the mic won't pick it up. But I'll tone it down a bit. Okay, I think that's fine. So volume is good, mic check, audio check, recording, new file check, script check, check, chat check. Yes, we're all checked. Clearing my throat check, not so much. All right, let me turn off the music here. Let's start this in the beginning. And then let's hit play. I'm making it sound more dramatic than it has to be. Anyways, okay, we're going to hit record now. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me, threw up a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, I mean, hopefully it's not bad. Yeah, and then the good news is if I pause for too long, I can always cut that out so I can still get it to fit inside the right timing. So I think with that intonation or whatever, it was definitely, I was going with a more serious tone, but that might be more fitting because it's like we're setting the scene. Yeah. So we'll try a few more takes. So basically in Adobe Audition, I can see whatever was recorded. I paused it and I'm just moving the marker. So wherever I put it here, now if I hit record again, it will just keep recording from that point on. So this is like take 1. So maybe I'll separate it out a little bit so it's easier to see. And then we'll try again. I hate this so much. I really do. All right, let's do it. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable, as fierce eagles hunt. I was on such a roll too. I felt like I did a good job up until you know what? So I'm not going to delete all of it. I think I just need to delete. Okay, we'll just keep it rolling from here, and then we'll try it from what point? As fierce eagle hunters. Okay, let's start over. Record. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, we'll do another take. So we'll call that like part 2 take with 2 of them there. Like I said, this is going to be the cringiest thing I do on streams. It's like not only am I having to, like, you're going to listen to me talk in a non-natural way. You're going to see how many times I make mistakes. And yeah, it's just so weird. But you know what? Whatever. We'll get through it. You guys get the behind the scenes of everything, the good and the bad. And like I said, it's so annoying that I'm still congested because I can feel like there's some, like, a little bit of like phlegm in the back. You know, I just don't feel like I have a fully clear throat. Cyronius, you say shut up and do it. Stop crying. No tears. No tears. All right. But I am crying on the inside. Let's do it again. But I would appreciate if you guys are listening and if you guys feel like, and I do know that the audio here probably doesn't sound as good, which we will eventually fix. And I'm hoping the audio in this will be better. If you guys feel like there's a better tone that I should be taking, I will take all feedback. If you guys are like, hey, do it more casually or all that. So I'll try different ways. All right, take 3. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged blah blah blah. God dang it, it's something about that word. As fierce eagle hunters. As fierce eagle hunters. I didn't like how I started that one anyway, so whatever. So we'll write over it. Let's hit record and do it again. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. God dang it. I hate this. Alright, here we go again. Let's reset. Let me turn up the volume a little bit here. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, now let's try. Saronis to say, pet your cat and move on. Yeah, they are my, like, it's like therapy cats, I guess, right? All right, let me blow my nose again. Okay, I didn't mind that take. I thought it was decent. Timing was better. Let's do... I'm going to try one even more dramatic for this one. And then maybe for the next one, if all goes well, I'll try to do more like casual tone, and we'll see. Maybe I need to like gargle with some salt water or something like that. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, now we'll do a casual one, I guess, if I can. It's really hard for me to be conversational in these when I'm reading a script. That's one challenge I found, or one difficulty. But let's figure it out. Record. Testing, testing. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. All right, we will do another take. So we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take number 6. Hopefully this is the last one. I think I'll try similar to what I just did. A little bit conversational, but a little bit still kind of reading. But in a more lighthearted way, I guess. All right. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let's see. Lucky said, would it be bad to line up saying Mongolia to when it appears maybe like a split second pause before it, or is that too much? Yeah, so you're saying what is the best timing for me to say that, emphatically saying the last word about like heart of Mongolia, and then does it show up like right before or a little bit sooner? Maybe like split. Yeah, and those things will definitely... So once we have this recorded and we put it into DaVinci, I can chop it up so we can cut out some of the dead air, speed it up. So if I can say it at the right time. But I agree with you. I think there's a moment in the music. If I can say it soon, yeah. So if I say it too late, I think it's too much. Or yeah, if I say it like roughly here, then it's too close to when the music changes. So there has to be a little bit of air afterwards to let it breathe. So yeah, but it's yeah. So we're on the same page. I agree with you. I think maybe the last sentence has to be the one that's very, very dramatic and feels like a nice little boom. And everything that comes before probably doesn't matter as much, but yeah. I'm going to do one more take, hopefully. This time, I think the last 2 attempts, I was a little bit more upbeat with my tone and like less dramatic. So maybe this one I'll try doing another dramatic one, which might be more fitting given the soundtrack and what we're looking at, as opposed to something lighthearted. So yeah, let's try that. Thank you for the feedback. I really appreciate that. Okay. Starting over. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirits of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. And this is where me, with my OCD-ness, if I have that, or being a perfectionist, I'll be like, okay, one more. We'll do one more. No, okay, we'll do one more. We are going to do one more. But, yeah, we'll see. Okay, hopefully this is the last one. It is the opening section, so I do feel like doing more takes on this one matters more, because it's probably more important to get this done correctly. The rest probably doesn't matter as much because this is like the hook. So, trying again. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take number 8. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I keep feeling like I'm cracking, my voice is cracking when I'm saying that last word. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Mongolia. So we'll just focus on that. We'll hone in on the last line there. Cyronius, I agree. I'll emphasize the this time. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So then it'd be this and then heart. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Yeah, that's a little bit more like rhythmic. So I can see that working. All right, thank you for that. I'm going to do that. Here we go. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. One more. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, so we're done with just the opening trailer. So then this is generally how I've been doing things. I don't know if there are better software to use, if the DaVinci audio is actually better, if I record the mic directly from there. I don't know. But this is just how I've been doing it until someone tells me otherwise. So then once I have all of this, what I would do, and let me zoom in on this guy now. I will look for an empty section where there's no voiceover. And this becomes like kind of my baseline where there's no sound. And so when I drag and select this, I then go into effects. We go to noise reduction and I click on capture noise print. So this section is essentially my quote unquote noise print. So when I capture it, this is like what I'm saying is the baseline of silence. So then it's trying to use this as the baseline to figure out what the noise reduction should be. So then I will select everything, click effects, go back to noise reduction. Then I'll click on noise reduction process. And where is the window for that? Oh, here it is. And this is a lot of instructions from ChatGPT, so, you know, it is what it is. But roughly what ChatGPT told me to do, which is also, I think, mostly the default anyways. So I have it on 50% noise reduction, and I've reduced the volume by 14 decibels. So then I hit apply. Okay, so that's one of the first effects I do, is apply a noise reduction. Another one that ChatGPT has recommended to me, which I have been doing, is I go under... Is it this one? Yeah, I go to the one that says filter and EQ. I click on parametric equalizer. Then when the little window pops open, yeah, this is the one, I guess. Yeah, I clicked on vocal enhancer. I don't think I've changed anything. I just choose whatever that preset was. I hit apply. And then the last effect I do is under amplitude and compression. Actually, yeah, is it one more? No, two more. So then I have this thing called dynamics processing. So here it's on the preset that's called vocal limiter. So I think it's just cutting off the top of my vocals. I think that's for if there's like any hot, like loud noise. I think it'll compress it. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert at this. I apply that, and then the final thing I apply is under amplitude and compression. I go to normalize. So then this will listen to everything and normalize everything to a certain decibel. In this case, it's reducing it by 3, like -3 decibel. And then this is now a normalized soundtrack, I guess. So then what I would do is I export this. Mongolia episode 1 opening trailer. I've already labeled it, so that helps me. And then I just switch from the browsing. We're gonna save this to, let me see here. Where should I save this to? Maybe under videos. Yeah, YouTube projects, okay. So then I have this folder in my Dropbox for Mongolia. Wait, this is not the right place because this is soundtracks. Sorry, I'm in the wrong spot. I will need to go into audio, projects. Which one? Okay, we'll go into... Oh, Cyronius, I didn't see your last message. Let me see. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I hope I did that. So let me create a new folder. Mongolia vlog. Okay, so I have a new folder for my audio stuff. So under Mongolia vlog. Yeah, and I guess I just dumped it in previously. So it's just a .wav file, wave PCM. I hit save. And then it's a 32-bit mono, 48,000 hertz, uncompressed. I hit OK. All right. So let's go ahead and see, before we go too deep into this, let's actually see if the audio sounds good and all that. So what I will do now is I'm going to open up the media pool. Let's open this up a bit. So then I'm going to go into my audio folder. We're going to create a new folder called voiceovers. We'll put this under episode 1. And then let's find the folder. I hope this is interesting for people. I have no idea. All right, let's go into, where did I put it? Projects, 2025, Mongolia. Okay, and then we're going to drag in the wave file. So I'm going to put it into this folder here. And then we can drag it into our actual section here. So the next thing I need to do is I need to create a new track. a mono track. I'm going to bring it all the way to the top, just so it's easier for me to see it. Move track up. So now this is a mono track, and I'm going to call this voiceover. All right. So that way I have a clean row or a clean track here where I can drag this in and it won't like override anything. It won't delete stuff. But one thing I'd like to do is I want to clip this all up so we can have all the clean sections. 2, 3, 4. All right, let's take the last one I did. This is not always true, but I'm assuming if the last one is the one I recorded, I must have been happy enough with the last version that I thought I could end it. So this could be a bad logic, but generally speaking, I'm like, okay, let's go with the last one first, because maybe that is the one that I thought was the best. Hey, thank you very much for the subscribe on YouTube, Le Directeur General. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you're just tuning in, we are finalizing my next YouTube video. It is my episode 1 of traveling through Mongolia. It was quite an adventure. So we spent the past 17 days finishing the video. We still have maybe 2 more days to go. You're watching me do the voice recording now. So I'm recording each of the dialogues that we've created, and I'm just testing it right now. So we recorded in Adobe Audition. I put it into DaVinci, and let's see how the audio levels are. So let me pause this soundtrack. Let me share a moment that... Oh yeah, so then another thing I'll do is I go into the Fairlight. Then I'm going to go into the voiceover track, and I will double click on the dynamics, and I click on my voice compression. So this is something I created a long time ago for my DaVinci. So then this should be supporting me when it comes to, again, same thing, like hopefully there won't be any overly loud noise, or hopefully it also gets rid of any of the annoying S sound. I believe that's part of the dynamics that I've done. So then there's that. And then I double click on the EQ for that track. And then I have one already. I believe it must be the one. Oh yeah, here we go. Updated voice, June 12th. So I'm assuming that's my latest one. And this one, I think it's just, it has a tapered end on the bottom. I forget what that does. It lifts the bass slightly. And then I think it lifts a little bit of the mid/upper area of my voice. And then, oh yeah, so the number 5 here, when it drops down, I think that's to take care of like the S sound. So my knowledge about audio stuff is not that good. Well, my understanding briefly, or crudely, is that here is like where your lower like tones are, and then here's where like your higher pitch is. So if you have the higher pitch of your sound, so like the S sound would pop up somewhere over here more than over here. So then if I drop this down, it's trying to remove it, so it cuts it out, is my understanding. Anyways, I will apply those 2 filters to my voiceover track, and then we can see and hear how it sounds. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. And then, yeah, figuring out the timing and stuff. This is my journey to... And then we said, we're not going to go with the this is my journey. We'll go with this is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. So it's got to be one of these. Let's see. Okay, let's same logic. I'm going to go with the last one I did and hope it's the best one. In your track. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Maybe. I mean, it's not like bad, but I haven't checked out the other versions. But yeah. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey. So I can probably have a little bit more pauses in between some of these sections. All right, actually, before I go too deep into it, let's listen to some of the other versions I've got. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagles hunt. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Let me share a moment. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Oh, I did do that on that one. Okay, so then this one, I mean, it's fairly clean. Like, I think I enunciated decently. The big difference on this one is then I was a little bit more upbeat with the initial portion, like the initial portion of it. Me share a moment that truly humbled me. I'm not opposed to it. Face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. So this might be, I might want to play with this one. Let's see the rest. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Not so much. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Yeah, I don't think I like the higher pitch start. So I think slightly more serious probably makes sense. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirits of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. The last part, I think the voice kind of was scratchy there, but I don't mind that one either. So we're going to drag in these two as contenders. And hopefully between the three options that we got, we will be able to choose the best one. May the best voice win. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. So what I'll do, and I'll delete some of these later, but then I'm going to create a few more tracks so that we can just put them side by side or on top of each other. So we'll stack it. And then we just mute it as we go. So we'll just call this voiceover 2. We'll create one more. I'll put some music in the meantime. One more. Add track mono. Call it voiceover 3. Oh, by the way, Cyronius, I don't know if you're still here. If you are, I'm going to ask you a question. I could ask anyone, I guess, but since I've been asking you more specifically about the audio stuff. Oops. Oh, and then I need to update both of the voiceovers. So same thing, I'll just do my voice compression and the updated voice. And we'll do it for all 3 tracks. Perfect, okay. So now this should be like a, what do you call it? This should be a clean comparison. There's a word I'm looking for. It'll be the same. And we'll try to have them all start roughly at the same point. Okay, so I'm going to mute the first one and the third one. Let's see how this one sounds.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me.
Okay, my current thinking is my first line of dialogue shouldn't start so early. So I'm willing to chop things up a bit just to have it start a little bit later. Let's see.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
I think I'll need that to start a little bit later then.
Of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
That's not bad, I think, unless someone tells me otherwise. But okay, so then we're starting a little bit later, so we let the visuals breathe a little bit more before we start talking.
Let me share a moment.
I think I can do more actually, but then let's figure out what can we start shaving away.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
Not bad, not bad. But you know what? Before we go too deep as well, something I do need to fix, I think, is the audio levels. For instance, right now, it might not be blasting in the ears because I have it reduced by -9 decibels. But when I'm looking at the little volume levels here, it's constantly in the red. So it's telling me that this is actually way louder than it should be. So I want to see what I did for my former project. What did I set the levels for everything? So I'm just going to open up my India project real quick. And I want to see the different tracks that I created and what the default audio settings I had used at 100%. So let me remove this reduction in the volume now. So my soundtrack was at -9 at a general volume reduction level. My voiceover was at 0. Okay, so I didn't reduce anything on the voice. And yet it shouldn't be overwhelming, is what I'm seeing here. Voiceover is 0. What if I click on them? Yeah, everything. Oh no, and then I might have manually. Okay, so I kept it at 0 everywhere. All right. Soundtrack I kept at -9, and sometimes I even reduced it more, it looks like. Okay, fair enough. Sound effects was left 0. Okay, cool. So let me just jump back to the current project. Let's figure this out. So voiceover will all be at 0. Fine. Let's fix some of these things then. Soundtrack 1 is at -9, but I still feel like Jesus. Yeah, see, that's really loud. Why?
Let me
What did I do different this time such that the volumes are so loud? I mean, it's not. Oh, maybe I just spoke closer to the mic this time than I normally do. I think I was speaking like this. Okay, it's not a bad thing. I just need to adapt to the new volume. Now there is a button here. There is a way that okay, if I click on this, I believe I can normalize the audio, normalize audio levels to YouTube. So if I hit normalize, what happens?
share a
Yeah, it just got even louder. What the heck?
let me share
Okay, we're just gonna reduce the full track by, let's do -9 as well and see if that.
share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks.
And then we need to reduce the soundtrack, obviously. But yeah, I need to take care of this now before it gets too crazy. But one thing I will do, let me ask ChatGPT. Side tangent, Mr. Echo. Can you tell me what the dB range should be for my voiceovers as well as the soundtracks, such that it's best practice and not blowing out the speakers nor being too soft / quiet or what, or overriding each other. What do I need it for? I need it for the voiceover and the soundtracks. Yeah, everything else is fine. All right, Mr. Echo, what do you got for us? Good tangent. Sure. An important question. Here's your quick reference guide to optimal audio levels for voiceovers and soundtracks, specifically tailored for YouTube. Okay. Voiceover is ideal levels between -6 dB and -12. Okay. Recommended peaking around -6. Average range generally hovering between -9 to -12. Okay. So aim for -6, between 6 and 12. And my understanding is then in DaVinci, here, let me full screen it. In DaVinci, I just need to look at this little guy over here. And basically as I speak, so as we
Let me share a moment that
I just need to watch where that green line, if it enters into yellow and red, and ChatGPT, Mr. Echo is saying, basically I need to be at the value of 6 to 12, somewhere in that yellow range.
let me share a moment that truly humbled me.
Yellow / red. And it should never hit 0 is my understanding, because that's when it starts, like, your audio might be popping a bit. Okay, so stay near -6 on your loudest peaks. Background music, ideal while voiceover is present, is between -18 and -30. Recommended sweet spot is approximately -20 to 24. When music is the main focus, around 10 to 14. Okay, so how can we play with that? Let's take the loudest part. So this part here, what do we say? It has to be -18 to 30. Let me mute this guy. Let's listen to soundtrack 1 and 2. Soundtrack 1 and 2 is here. Okay. So right now it's at like, what the heck? Oh, I didn't hear it before. 1 second. I'm hearing a little bit of that throat singing voice kick in now that the audio is a bit louder. I didn't hear it before. So I'm trying to cut it out so it feels like a single monotonous tone in the beginning, because I'm stretching the music longer than it actually was. Hi, Gino. Gino, hello, hello. How are you? We're just, if you're just tuning in, we're just fine-tuning my next YouTube video. So, we finished the video. This is the trailer scene. The thing I'm working on now is the voiceover. So, I started recording the voiceover, and I'm inserting it in here. And I'm just kind of fixing all the audio issues now, before I go too deep into this. So... yeah, unfortunately this might be a little bit boring here, as I'm just going to be fine-tuning these little audio tracks. Otherwise it's going to be way too loud. So but yeah, thank you very much for saying hi wherever you are in the world. I appreciate it. Yeah, because here it's way too loud, right? What did Mr. Echo say? Mr. Echo said without voiceover it should be around -10 to 14. What are we at now? Oh, we're right at... It's been hitting 10 consistently, so this might actually be okay. Okay, so my only confusion is for the soundtrack audio, it was constantly showing around 10, peaking at 10. But then for the bus, which I believe is just like, it's like the whole soundtrack combined, was always almost hitting 0. So it was like saying it's like almost peaking too much. So I'm going to see if I can take a screenshot of this as it's playing, and I'll send it over to Mr. Echo. Let's ask Mr. Echo for some clarification. Actually, I'm going to use the mic in this one. One point of clarification, I'm listening to the soundtrack right now without any voiceover, and I'm seeing in the soundtrack 1 track that it is peaking at -10, which seems to be okay. But then when you look at the bus 1, it's constantly going close to 0. Can you explain that, or does that mean I should be reducing the soundtrack volume slightly? All right, Mr. Echo, what do you got for us? And Ginu, if you are just tuning in, or if this is your first time watching my stream, number 1, yes, thank you again. I appreciate it. 2, just to give some context, I am a new live streamer. I've been doing live stream now. This is day 17, as the title shows. We've been streaming every day for the past 17 days. As I started my streaming career, I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So we've been multi-streaming this whole time. And what you're seeing me do is I'm just spending all my time showing what I work on when I'm at home, usually, which is, at this point, I do a lot of travel photography, travel videography. I do trips for wildlife mostly. And so as I edit them, I'm showing the behind the scenes of how do I actually make my videos, how do I create my content, and hopefully we can build a community of other photographers, videographers, creative people who we can learn from each other. And hopefully you guys will find this entertaining as you see me build something that will hopefully be epic. Well, you never know. Mushroom, hello, hello. Thanks for saying hello from the Kick world. I appreciate that. Okay, so Kick has been my slowest in terms of building out the channel, but it's growing. It's doing okay. It's getting there. Twitch, I think 3 days ago we did achieve the Twitch affiliate status, so we're slowly building our way up. Kick, I've been blaming it on someone who works at Kick who keeps changing my category from art to video production. But they changed it once this morning. I switched it back to art. We're hopefully going to just keep it there because I think that's the category that more people frequent. So anyways, thanks for saying hello, Ginu, and thank you, Mushroom. You searched photography. Okay, that's good. I think I put that as one of my tags. So yeah, I am a photographer. You missed earlier. We did a little photo session. I was editing some photos, but then we were reviewing some of the chatters that were here. We reviewed some of their photos. So that was really fun to be able to provide some input, see some of the cool shots that they had taken. So if you are a photographer, welcome, welcome. We do both. So while I mostly focus on video right now, photography was where I started. So in this video, for instance, you can see at the very end, let me play. This is the end of our video. I do have a little photo montage that I usually put at the end of my vlogs. So these are some of the photos that I took from the trip. And you'll see how I edit each photo on my live streams. So yeah, we do a mix of both. Photography is something I've been doing for maybe, I don't know, 8-9 years, something like that. Videography I got into maybe 2 years ago, 2.5 years, something around that ballpark. YouTube is when I got into YouTube about a year ago, and that's when I started taking it seriously, doing like long form videos. So this is about 17 minutes long. So I wanted to challenge myself. I would love to become more of a filmmaker in the future. So this is what you're watching. So this is the trailer for my next video. I think I can play it without crazy audio. So let's go ahead and play this. And actually, we'll play it with the voiceover, so you can hear a little bit of my first recording, and we'll see. We're working right now to figure out which version is best. Let me play this real quick for you.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
So yeah, we've been working on this video for the past 17 days. And the video, we finished it yesterday in terms of the full chapters and the story. And I finished today the script, and now I'm recording all the actual, I'm using the mic. We're going to record each of these sections live. You said cool, and thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much for following me. I appreciate it, especially on Kick, because yeah, we're much smaller there, and we have to keep growing it out. Let's see. Lucky, you're asking, how hard was it for you to transition from... Oh, thank you. Oh, listen, thank you very much for following me also on Twitch. Perfect. I do appreciate that. If you follow me everywhere, I will never complain. So thank you, thank you. Lucky, so you're asking, how hard was it for you to transition from photography to videography? I don't have a good answer for that. Like, that's in terms of a comparison or like something that you guys can translate, because I'm a slow learner. So I'm definitely not someone that you tell me something, I learn it right away and it's boom, it's in my memory. I'm like a very slow and visual learner. So in that sense, like, it probably would have been hard if I were to try to learn something in like a matter of 1 month, then I would be like, yeah, it would have been really hard. But I had the luxury of learning video during COVID. So when I got super into videography, I'll go full screen since we're just chatting. When I got super into videography, It was when COVID hit, so back in 2020 when lockdowns happened, so I couldn't travel. So it was like for a whole year, essentially, we were locked down, and I loved it. By the way, just on a side note, I had the best time because I had so many hobbies at home, and I'm easily entertained. But yeah, anyways, when I couldn't travel, I still had an itch of like wanting to learn something or do something. That's when I got into tattoos. So all the tattoos that I have is like from the past. I basically got like 20 something sessions of tattoos done in about 2 years, 2.5 years. And so as I was getting tattoos, I had my camera. I would start by taking photos of like a before and after of my tattoo, like what was there before. And then I would start learning how to make reels. And this is when TikTok was booming during COVID lockdowns. So then I started learning how to make the very, very 5-second videos. And each time I was making a video, I would just use my tattoo session as the subject. And then I would start by just doing a before and an after photo, but adding some music and animation, like motion to the photo. Then I started doing actual video. So then I would switch the camera over to video mode, and I would just try to record key moments. So I think by starting by doing the short form content, it actually helped me tremendously to get to the point where I feel comfortable with long form. So if I were to recommend, definitely start just trying to do like Instagram reels, that kind of stuff, right? Where you can even just take a before and after photo, but make it a video with some music and just showing one and then the next. So there's not really any recordings you did, like video recordings, but you're adding motion to your photos. But it's still a video. So then you're still learning a little bit about the techniques, the different fundamentals and all that. Lucky, you said there wasn't a learning curve for still photos versus in motion pictures. There definitely was a learning curve. I think still, but this is where it's a little bit tricky for me to answer that, because in terms of comparing photo learning and video learning, because when I learned photography, that was like years ago. Whereas when I learned video, I had the knowledge of photography that also helped me get into video. Because like when you're recording video, when you're shooting video, you're still applying the same fundamentals around ISO, shutter speed, aperture. It's just slightly different rules. But if you have a good grasp of those three things, then it will also help you significantly when you start to do video. So the learning curve is a little bit less so, but there are a few things specifically you have to hone in on. I have a whole presentation where I teach like the fundamentals of video from the layperson. So I had a whole presentation where I talk about how do you go from stills to reels. So how do you go from photography to videography? And I explain everything from my kind of layman. Like I didn't study video from school or anything. It was just like, here's how I learned it. Here's the terminology I'm familiar with. Maybe at some point I'll go through that and it'll be a fun little session. Lucky, you said in motion captures is a better way to say it. In motion captures. Okay, I never heard that phrase. I like it though. In motion captures. I like that. I want to start doing really small clips during photo sessions, so it sounds like it comes natural. Yeah, it does. If you know how to do photography, right? If you understand like the different settings and just adjusting light, if you have a good command of how light hits your sensor and how the image looks, then it'll be much easier to switch over to video, because in some ways it'll be slightly easier because you know that there are some hard and fast rules around videography that you don't try to break. So then it simplifies the calculations for you. It sounds a little complicated, but it's like basically when it comes to shutter speed, you always set your shutter speed at, they call it like what do they call it? The shutter rule? I forget but basically, let's say if I want to shoot at 24 frames per second, the shot that you see here, this was shot at 120 frames per second.
Stoppable.
So this was originally shot as 120 frames per second. So in order for me to get this shot, I set the camera to be 120p or 120 frames per second at 4K. But then in terms of my shutter speed, all you have to do is double the number that you're shooting. So if I'm shooting 120, I want my shutter speed to be as close to double that number, like 1 over. So it'd be 1 over, technically 240, but that number doesn't exist in most cameras, like as a standard setting. So then I would set it to 1 over 2/50th of a second is the shutter speed. And you try not to change it. Oh, sorry. My bad. Every day I make these technical glitches. So I was just showing this video, the one we've already seen, where this is like very fast motion. So I wanted to slow it down.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
So to get that slow motion, I shot at 120 frames per second, which simply means I'm taking 120 photos every second. So really video is photography, just done in rapid motion, right? So you're just clicking the shutter faster. So the slowest video format usually is 24 frames per second for like, imagine like Hollywood movies and stuff. And so that essentially just means that you took 24 photos inside of a single second. So yeah, then as you think of it that way, you're like, okay, I see. Video is just a faster version of a photographer. And then for the 120 frames per second, same thing. So like now when I adjust the shutter, I just set it to 1/250. If I shot at 30 frames per second, then I want my shutter to be 1/60. If I shot at 24, then I want it to be 1/50 because that's the closest to 1/48. So then once you understand that math, that simplifies so much for you, because now you're like, okay, well, I know I want to shoot this at 30 frames. Let's set the shutter at 1/60. I don't touch it. You just leave it. And then you have to adjust other things to make sure the lighting is good. And then you'll learn a few other kind of tricks or things you want to avoid. And once you have that in your mind, you can just go out and film everything and just trust that it'll be fine. Mushroom, you said trying to replicate the 180-degree shutter right for motion blur. Oh yeah, listen. By the way, I've heard that phrase. I'm just not as familiar with it. I heard the 180-degree shutter around motion blur. So let me go ahead and search that up real quick. 180-degree shutter. Is that the rule, right? Yeah. Like I said, I didn't study film. It's just more like I read as much as I can or watch YouTube videos. So the 180-degree rule in filmmaking refers to a shutter speed that is double. Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, so that's the traditional name, or the name for the thing that I was describing, I guess. So you want double the frame rate, creating a natural-looking motion blur. And you can break the rule by all means, but that's when sometimes you'll either see the shot gets very glitchy, or it'll look too sharp. So like imagine if I shot at like 1/1000th of a shutter speed, then you're like capturing there is no blur. You're like literally capturing so many motion in a freeze frame. So then it can look a little bit bizarre to like the naked eye, because it just feels like you're capturing way too much detail than is what is considered natural. And I think most people say, I don't know how true this is, it could be like an urban myth or whatever, but I think they were saying like 24 frames per second lines up more closely with how humans, like what is like natural to us, like with the naked eye. It's like our eyes are kind of like shooting, quote unquote, shooting at like 24 frames per second. I don't know how true that was. I haven't really like looked into it, but yeah. Mushroom, you said from traditional film, at least that's my understanding. Well, thank you for sharing. By the way, Mushroom, are you a videographer then, or a photographer? I think you said you searched photography, but do you do film as well? Because I would love to have someone like you in the chat. We have a few of you guys. It's really cool to learn from you guys and just like pick on your guys' knowledge. So same thing when you see me editing my videos. We've already had a handful of people give me good advice as we figure out how to make this. I don't know how to do all the shortcuts or know the best way to edit sometimes. So I will always appreciate an engaged chat that's looking to... and then, by the way, the more you help, the more this will be a collective effort. So once we publish this video, I do hope you guys will feel a little bit of like, oh yeah, I was a part of that. And I will try my best as we build up a community that I will also give shout outs to you guys in these videos. I do have a Patreon, I have YouTube tiers, and then hopefully by tomorrow I'll have the Twitch tiers set up. And I'll become more shameless about getting you guys to subscribe to my channels, pay me that good money, which then helps fund me doing what I do. And then also I'll give you awesome perks. Anyways, what were you saying here? I think it's the lowest we don't notice at 24. Gotcha. I did video and film first, then got into photography. Oh, nice. Okay. So you're doing the opposite of what I was just talking to Lucky about in terms of like going from photography to videography. If you go from videography to photography, I guess it would be easier. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. Like, I wonder like which route is easier. Yeah, which one is better to learn as a fundamental first, video or photo? It's a good question. Mushroom, I think you got it right. Well, listen, you just stumble, you as in me, I just stumble into the right answer sometimes. But yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow across Twitch and Kick. That's very, very helpful for me. Yeah, I've been saying, I say this every day, but I just want to keep reminding people as people hop in. I am a very, very new streamer, so I imagine people will hop in and out at random times. But yeah, I'm only on day 17 as a streamer. We have made really good strides in terms of feeling more like a professional streamer. I still make crazy mistakes all the time, like muting myself or not being on the right screen, as I did earlier. But we're going to improve. I've got a Discord community. I'm going to take this moment to plug the Discord. So even this, someone earlier in the chat was telling me that I can actually put in a command in the chat that should pop up my Discord. I don't know how to do that yet. We'll do that later on in the stream, or off stream. But I do hope you'll join my Discord. We set it up, and basically I want to build a community of fellow photographer, videographers, travelers, and we'll use this as a space where we can learn from each other, share our content. So that's what we did earlier today. Three people were sharing their photos that I got to review on stream, and we were able to give some feedback and some thoughts and all that. So I would love to do that more consistently as like an actual, agenda item that we get through. But that requires, a lot of you guys who want to engage in the Discord. So that's on me, right? So I want to make sure that these streams are entertaining. I hope you do find value in participating in it or watching whatever it is that I'm doing. And then we'll continue building out a community. Today's been the best day so far, by the way. So as I've been looking at the numbers, we got a raid from someone, so that was great. So thank you again, Honyasu. I will try to remember when I end my stream. I do want to try to raid as well. So I will make the most out of that. I think I know how to raid on Twitch now. I don't know how to do the others, so we'll just focus on Twitch. But yeah, I think for the first time in my 17 days of streaming, I've actually crossed the double digit in the viewing numbers. When I say that, I mean that could be anything, right? That could be 99. It was not close to that. It was more like 10 to 11 to 12, I think. But I was like, damn, that's great. So it's been a good day of multi-streaming. I do appreciate y'all. And anyways, what we've been working on right now is the voiceover, and I've been trying to figure out how to adjust the audio levels. So I was talking to Mr. Echo. Mr. Echo is the name that my ChatGPT gave himself. And so I was asking just to make sure I have the right decibel levels for the different tracks. So what did Mr. Echo say? Track level soundtrack 1, your individual is peaking around -10, which is good practice when music is playing without voiceover. Check. Bus level 1. This represents your master output, the sum of all tracks combined. Even though a single track is around -10, the combined total can be significantly louder, closer to 0, due to cumulative levels. In your screenshot, the sound effects track is set at 0, and the ambient tracks, though reduced, can also add slightly. Yep. So what is the recommended fix? You should slightly reduce your soundtrack volume to ensure your bus 1 doesn't consistently peak near 0. The goal is individual soundtrack peaks around -10 to 14, which you're close to already, and the master bus peaks ideally stays comfortable below -3. Okay, so that's what we'll do. On my soundtrack 1, we're going to reduce this guy to maybe -10. Let's play it out and see when the bus is
Stoppable. As fierce eagle.
One second, let me mute this one. Okay. Okay, that's much better. So I just dropped it by 1 decibel. So let me do that to the other soundtracks real quick. So we'll make this -10. And soundtrack 3, we'll make it -10. And then my voice is like pretty loud. What did Mr. Echo say? For audio, oh shoot, he wrote it somewhere earlier. Voiceover should be around -6 to 12. Okay, let's listen to that real quick. Let's unmute number 2 track. Let's mute these guys. All right.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal.
So it's hitting around -9 to 10 maybe. And we need, okay. So we are in a decent range. Peak level should be -6. Okay. Music under the voiceover should be around -18 to 30. So I think that means I just got to drop the audio here a little bit manually. Okay, let's go.
Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay. So let's play the soundtracks now. Oh yeah, I needed to fix the soundtracks. So, because basically the soundtrack was not long enough for what I needed to do, so I'm like splicing a section of it that hopefully when I put it, if I overlap it, it's not that obvious that it's spliced. Okay, let's copy that one over. Alright, it's getting there. This is where I'm getting like super OCD, or I don't know what you would call it, but zoom in a bit. Okay, how many more? Let's see if we can just copy these two. I'm like so nitpicky. Okay, I hope this will work. And then we'll tone this one down. Cyronis, you love to pick nits as well? Man, that sounds so weird when you say it like that. Yeah, what is the origin of saying nitpicking? What the heck is a nit? Why were they picking those back in the day? Especially 500 plus nits of brightness. Oh, is that where I've seen that word? Yeah, the more you know. The more you know. Okay, this is not the prettiest, but I'm not sure what else to do. Maybe I'll tone down this volume. It gets too quiet there at the end. Okay, that's good enough. Cyronius, he said the term nitpicking originates from the literal act of removing nits, lice eggs, from hair. This tedious and meticulous task requiring close attention to detail. Oh, it's kind of like the monkeys. Or whenever I travel, you always see the monkeys are picking at each other's hairs and then eating the bugs. Eventually led to the figurative meaning of excessively focusing on minor, unimportant details or faults. I don't know, lice eggs doesn't sound too minor or unimportant. I wouldn't like to have lice eggs in my hair. I would want someone to nitpick. What the heck? The term originally used in the mid-20th century is an Americanism. Cool. Oh yeah, 2 versions. What? Okay. Oh, didn't mean to repost. Oh, the second one was like vocabulary.com. Nice. Oh, I see, because of the links. Gotcha. Well, thank you very much, Cyronius, my secondary ChatGPT. We got Mr. Echo and Mr. Cyronius. Thank you. Okay, so we got this one somewhat fixed. Let's listen to the audio again.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunt.
Now, another thing I want to do, I think I'm going to bring up the soundtracks because I want it next to the voiceover so I can more easily see all the tracks together. So I'm going to start shifting the soundtracks up to be below the voiceover. And eventually we'll delete 2 of the voiceover tracks anyways, once we kind of have selected the proper audio, proper voiceovers. And can you believe, Cyronius? We've only gotten through the opening trailer recordings. I still haven't even touched all the other recordings. This is why I never meet my deadlines. Alright. Okay, so now I can see it all side by side on this soundtrack over here, or this audio mixer.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard.
Okay, so I need to keep this a little bit quieter. For longer, so should probably go all the way up until I'm done with the voiceover. Let's try. Let's try -7. See if that's too quiet.
Humbled me, standing face.
And what did Mr. Echo say? The music under the voiceover should be ideally around -18 to -30 dB. So if we're looking at soundtrack 3 now, this has to be somewhere around this part here. Okay. Thank you very much, Echo. Let's start over.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, so it was in the right range, but I need to... It crescendos way too quickly here because I have these two keyframes too close together. So I might create one here. We'll delete this one. And then let's have this one just start later. Can I just change this number? Why won't it let me? Let's zoom in on it maybe. Come on. I just want the ability to click on that guy and make it 0. I'm not asking for much. All right, I'll just create a second one here. All right, let's see how this sounds.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, but I feel it's like slightly too loud. So what if I reduce it? Okay, negative 1.63. Can we do the same for this one? Okay, let's see how that sounds.
My journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, let's listen to voiceover number 3 now. Actually, no. Let's listen between voiceover 1 and 2. So let's look at the first one again. And I'll try my best to match these up to kind of give it a even Steven comparison. But yeah, as I'm doing this, again, thank you guys. Thank you for those of you who've been watching for the whole stream, if there are some of you. Cyronius, thank you very much. I know you've been watching for a while. Thank you again for all the help you gave today. I do appreciate that. But yeah, everyone else who's sticking around and watching this, I very much appreciate it. It's kind of cool to know some people find whatever you do interesting, no matter what it is. So the fact that you guys find some interest in this is very, very encouraging, let's say. Especially even these boring parts, right? It can't be fun to watch me drag green blocks over. But yeah. Oh, that's what you said you're not welcome to last time. Ah, fair enough. Okay. I was like, I lost the context by the time I saw you write that. So. Whatever, man. Okay, let's hit play. I'm going to eat some of my veggie straws. Let's hear how it sounds. Oh, wait, do I need to change the volume level? What did we do? We did -9. Okay, so we need to drop this to -9, yeah? We shall. Alright, now it should be even playing field. We can do a good comparison of the two.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey.
No, this is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I think the one right before was actually good.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
This is my journey to the
This
heart
is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I can make a beat out of this, you know? Oh, let's compare those two.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
I don't like how I ended that one though. I was like, Mongolia. Let's try this one. Cyronius, it's just too casual. Like you go there every day. Yeah. Are you talking about the one before? We'll see if this one's good.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
It's more emphatic, that is for sure. Let's hear the other ones real quick.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Your voiceover isn't as dramatic as the music/visuals. Yeah. What do you think? As in, I need to add more drama into my voiceover? We're going to try to mash this up. We're going to check out version number 3. Cyroni said, can you give me the full script? Yeah. I don't know what's the easiest way. Let me just copy and paste. I'll send it to you in the Discord, I guess. You'll DM me on Discord. Man. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you. Hopefully that worked. It sent it as a text file, but... okay, what do I need to do here? I'm gonna try to squeeze these guys in to match. Okay, let's listen to version number 3.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me.
This one sounds quieter off the rip. Is that right?
Let me share a moment that...
Yeah, that's like super loud, right? And then this one was quiet as...
Let me share a moment that...
Why would that be? Did I not apply something to this one? -9, -9, -9. Ah, that's why I didn't apply. Okay, there we go.
Let me share a moment that...
Okay, now I can listen to it. Cyronius said I might do some voiceover later. All right. Looks like we're on the same exercise, if you will. But thank you for checking it out. Have you done an export of your video yet? I've only exported some portions of it, and then I posted it as like Instagram stories, or I've been posting some portions on like my YouTube shorts. With the full video, no. I'll do that at the end once I have, yeah, I'll do that at the end. Because there's like so many other versions of this I'm going to be iterating.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
Okay, let's do that again.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirits of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Yeah. I think I prefer one of the other ones. But I mean, I can splice this up, right? So I can technically just choose the best of each of these sections.
Let me share a moment that truly...
You said, I'll try to marry my timing up with your VOD later. Your timing up? I think I lost you a little bit in what you're referring to, but yeah. Have at it is what I'll say.
Humbled me, standing face to face with something primal. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay. So what I'm thinking, I kind of like version number 2 right now. And I like the ending of version number 1. So I might as well just override the one we have. Let me just color code these so I know these are the ones that we've worked on. Right, let me listen to it again.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey.
That sounded way different.
This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
You said I saw in their eyes, zooms into squinting eyes. Did you though? Yeah. Listen, I already made that comment. I was like, you know, I say I saw in their eyes, but you can't really see at that point. But I did see it in their eyes. I saw it in their smile. How about that? How casually they didn't even bat an eye. They were just having a good time.
I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart.
Okay, that sounds way too dramatic and different for some reason. Maybe it's too
I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart.
How about this version?
I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
Okay, I like this one better. So maybe I'll start deleting the ones that... What about version 3?
I saw in their eyes the spirits of warriors past.
No. Okay, so version 2 so far is the better of the 3. What about this section?
As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal.
Maybe I'll just do a echo effect. Let's do all 3.
As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes.
That's kind of fun. Okay, so seriously though, which one is better? Let's see.
As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is as fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. Freeze you in your tracks.
That sounds like an echo there for some reason.
Brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks.
Okay, so I think I'll keep version 1.
Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Whoops.
I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
Hello, hello, JPEG, Loikel, I remember you. You're in the chat today, awesome. You were lurking the last 2 days while you're editing and doing home stuff. Nice, nice. I also do a lot of home stuff. I never leave the home actually these days. How are you? Does the edit going well? Yes, editing has been very, very good. We finished the video, so the full video for episode 1 is complete. How long is the video? The video right now ends at 16 minutes and 41 seconds. So I was aiming for 15 minutes, so we're slightly longer, but I'm very happy with what we've created. Right now, what you're watching is probably not the best, but you're just listening to me listen to me talking about Mongolia. So I've recorded my voice. We're starting with the trailer because it is the most important. And I'm listening to different versions of my voice as I read the script that I've created for this. So now I'm just kind of trying to see which mood, which tone of voice kind of fits better with what we've got. But yeah, we haven't decided yet. So I'm listening to a few more versions of me.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to...
I'm hearing something in my audio. Every time I speak, you can hear a little like a low humming sound.
Blizzard brutal enough to...
And I'm wondering if it's from the effects, like the filters I applied, or if it's from the original recording. So let me play it from here.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
Oh, I can hear
As
it
fierce
here.
eagle hunters charge towards me,
It might be one of... Okay, you know what? It doesn't really matter for this, but it might have been one of the effects that I applied here.
faced with something primal, ancient, unstoppable.
No, it
As
sounds
fierce
good.
eagle hunters charge towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to
What's going on? Okay, so here, when I play it from the Adobe Audition, I don't hear any weird humming sounds or stuff. It sounds clean.
freeze you in your ancient,
Oh,
unstoppable.
wait, no, I hear it here.
Eagle hunters charge towards me through
Oh, okay, so maybe there's something when I was speaking at the time.
a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. Faced with something primal, brutal enough to freeze you, really humbled me. Standing face to face,
But this one is clean. Cyronius, can you zoom into the waveform for me? I think so, if I can figure out how to do it. Oh, there we go. Enhance. How much do you want me to enhance? Jeez. We can go deep. My God, this is the DNA of my voice, what you're looking at here. Yeah, but I can... In this version, it sounds good. So version number 3
with something primal,
was
ancient,
clean.
unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charge towards
But the first two, I'm hearing like every time I start speaking, there's a little bit like a low tone. Just go to the point you're worried about. No, that's my problem. It's
eagle hunters charge
it's the whole section. So whenever I was speaking in these two, for instance, in these ones, it's not just like a single point. It's just like constantly.
charged
I don't know how much I can.
towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
Like the humming stops as I stop speaking, and then it picks back up when I start speaking. But so it must be one of the effects that I applied. But then, at least with version 3, it was clean. I don't hear anything. You said go to view spectrograph. Where is this spectrograph? Waveform? Status bar? Metering? No. Oh, show spectral frequency display.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal.
It's maybe the profile on your mic at the base. I don't know if your mic has a profile that can improve the sound. Yes, but the problem is we had this, it's a beacon mic, and we've run into this problem where when I open up the beacon mic app, where there is like a thing that I've applied, it will double the microphone on OBS, or like there'll be some kind of echo created. So then I quit the beacon mic app and it's fine. So then if I quit the beacon mic app, I don't know if there's any settings being applied to this microphone or if it's being just kind of like in its default mode. I have no idea. But the thing is, like, I don't notice it for, that's what I'm saying, it's weird. Like in the first two, as of now, I hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I'd love to hear the raw mic. And what you mean, like undo all the things that I did on this one? Let's see if I undo normalize.
Share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with
I still hear it. If I undo the dynamics processing,
that truly humbled me, standing face to face.
I still hear it. Undo parametric equalizer,
Let me share a moment that truly humbled.
I still hear it. Undo noise reduction,
Let me share a moment that truly humbled.
I hear it more.
Let me share a moment that
And I
truly
don't hear
humbled
it
me.
here. It could have just been maybe there's some background noise at the time. Oh, you said no, just go. Okay, one second. Let me just redo all this real quick. Okay. You said just go into the Beacon app and turn off the bullshit. But wait, the Beacon app is turned off. So what I'm saying is right now, if I turn on the Beacon app, you're going to hear double because that was like a problem we discovered earlier, right? So watch. I'm going to turn on the Beacon. It'll take a second, and then it recognizes me. Okay, now I'm assuming you're hearing an echo or something, because I thought it might have even been you, or maybe it was Adora. Someone had pointed out, like, hey, I'm hearing an echo. And it seemed to be when I had this profile open, this beacon app thing. And then it would disappear once I exited out of this. But, yeah. Do you notice anything? Yeah, but see, you have some EQ on this. I have whatever ChatGPT told me, but it shouldn't be anything crazy. And regardless, I guess what I'm saying, oh yeah, I see what you're saying though. Maybe it is some kind of effect. But then my question is, how come at least in one of these versions, I haven't heard the rest, one of these, I didn't hear any of that issue. It was clean. Like there was no humming that picks up as I speak. So even if you are saying it's something to do with the profile, what, like did the profile stop working here? Or like maybe it was something about how close I was speaking at the time? I'm not sure. But you have some EQ on this, and I think it sticks after you close the app. Maybe Beacon is applying effect on the mic that are able, even if the app is closed. Possibly, yeah. So like I don't know. Like okay, I'm gonna keep talking here. I'm gonna close out this Beacon thing. So once I close it, I believe it should just go back to whatever, or maybe you're not hearing any difference here. Can you make a new profile in this app? Yeah. New profile. Yeah. New profile. This one. Okay, so this is basically default mode. Has anything changed? Did you guys notice anything? I'm gonna switch from new profile to one of these other ones in 3, 2, 1, 0. Now this is on the one that I clicked called Yobel July 14th, 2025. Have you guys noticed a difference between these two? The echo is still there, but the echo has something to do with when I activate the app, right? So, what if I click on this one? I don't know which one this one is. Blah, blah, blah. On device. What is this on device one? You said, yeah, that definitely sticks after you exit the app. So go to the blank profile, in your opinion. Okay. So out of these, you're saying the empty profile is actually better? So if I go to this one, you're saying this. Okay, so I'm testing the default new profile that has nothing adjusted to it. Then I have this one, which has something I must have done at some point. And then I have this one, which I think was the one that ChatGPT helped me create. You said there's zero processing on the audio prior to recording. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. So I should just do the raw recording. So maybe switch to new profiles like this one, and then do it, and then see what comes out of it. So let's say if I do that, I'm going to quit the app. Save and close. Okay. Now the audio you're hearing, like we said, this one boosts too much bass in my opinion, so it's probably this that creates that effect on recording. Okay. You don't clip your low end. So wait, how is the audio right now? Is it sound decent, or yeah? How does it compare to whatever profile before? It sounds better. It's pretty good. Okay, damn. Thank you guys. So it sounds like maybe ChatGPT isn't always correct. Okay, so you're thinking, okay, so the current hypothesis is whatever that kind of adjustments that I made in terms of that profile was causing some weird issue, especially maybe with the low ends, where it would create a humming effect somehow as I was speaking. Whereas now, if I re-record it, it should hopefully not have it. Which means that I have to re-record it, but whatever, you know, my voice feels a bit stronger now, so. Let me share a moment that truly... But as an example, when I hear this one, it seems crystal clear. Like I don't hear any of those weird effects. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable, as fierce eagle hunters charged towards... Oh yeah, okay. So what will I do? I'm going to create a new audio file. We'll call this Mongolia episode 1 opening trailer. version 2. It'll be the same 48,000 sample rate, mono channel, 32-bit float. And then let me just do a quick test one. Testing to see if the audio sounds much better now that we've turned off the profile or if it's gotten worse. Testing to see if the audio sounds much better now that we've turned off the profile or if it's got. Sounds good to me, yeah. Well, thank you guys. I look at, man, you guys are just why haven't I been streaming for the past 10 years of my life? Well, I mean, for obvious reasons, but to have people like you guys being able to problem solve for me, oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, that's a given. LOL. Loikly said, in my opinion, recording your voice from the default mic, looking, then adding effect on the record to get the mood you want. No, I mean, listen, I agree with you. What you're saying is logical. I didn't realize. I thought when I exited the Beacon app, it was just resetting to like nothing, because I haven't had the ability to listen to myself right after. I didn't spend the time to do it. I should have, in hindsight. So yeah, I agree with the logic. I just didn't recognize that I wasn't following that logic. Because I agree, I should start with the raw voice and then do all the adjustments later. Well, then my concern was like, well, how does the voice sound right now with no adjustments in OBS and then on the stream? So as long as you guys are saying it sounds pretty good to you guys, then I'm happy. So it sounds like there's no weird peaking issues or like it's not blowing out in any direction or whatever, then amen. Hallelujah. All of the above. Thank you, Loikel and Cyronius. You guys are the perfect duo team to solving problems. Cyronius, can you normalize the audio and play it back again? Yeah, you mean like just do a sample recording right now? I wanted to pop open the script again. So let's mute everything here. Turn this down a bit. All right, let me do a recording. Let me turn off this audio. All right, we'll do another take. All is well. Let's hit record. Well, let me hear the... Let me turn that down just a bit. Okay. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, not my best version, but it'll do. All right, let me do a little bit more recording with silence. Okay, so then let's take a bit of that. Let's take it from here. We are going to do the noise reduction, capture noise print. We'll grab it all. We'll do the noise reduction process. Then we will, what do I do? Filter and EQ, parametric equalizer, amplitude and compression, dynamics processing, and amplitude and compression normalize. I think you just wanted me to do the normalize only, but anyways, this is what I normally would do. Let's just see. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I only heard there's like a couple times towards the end where I could hear a slight humming. So it might have been just these effects, but actually let's just undo all that. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit. Okay, that's why you wanted me to normalize. I hear you. That truly humbled me. Let me okay. After tried different profile on my mic, I came to the conclusion that raw voice is the best because there's no calculation in live on your voice, so the result sounds better. The only thing I added was the background noise filter for Discord. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Oh, for Discord, okay. To get off the keyboard, click, click, etc. But my voice is always as my mic records it. Okay. Cyronius, can you undo all your changes there and export to WAV and chuck that in Discord? Yeah, we'll do. Let me just hear this in the normalized audio level. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. I'm hearing something though, where it's like following through after my voice, and it ends after I stop speaking. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Yeah. Okay, so let me export this normally without that. I wonder, it could also be like just my positioning. Like I've got monitors here. Maybe the echo, there might be some kind of bounce off of here. I don't know. I do have like sound foam, styrofoam everywhere behind it, but I guess that doesn't really. We'll see. Okay, let me export this and I'll send it to you. Whoops. Thank you for the technical support, guys. This is very much... Okay, no, I won't thank you again, Cyronius, because you did say you're not welcome, but I see you, I hear you, or whatever else people say. What do I need to do? Okay, export. You said export as a WAV file. Sample as a wave, blah blah. Okay, let me open up my folder. Here it is, and let's get to Discord. But either way, yeah, I think Loico, what you said makes a lot of sense. I might look into that later in terms of like, do I need to add the noise filtering thing? And it could be like, I don't know, maybe I just need to switch out the mic, you know, in the future. But these are like such nitpicking stuff for sure. Like I think the audio is good enough, and I'm clearly now just going down a rabbit hole of just trying to figure this out. So like this is definitely serviceable, but now that we're going through this troubleshooting, I do see that the audio can be even better and better and better for both YouTube as well as Livestream. So I'm happy to know there are levels to this that I can still achieve, and perhaps we'll make it a donation goal at some point, and I will get you guys to chuck money at me to improve my own microphone. That will be the day, you know. Okay, you said the compression on Twitch makes my ears angry. The compression on Twitch, you mean like whatever's built in on Twitch, or are you saying with whatever I'm doing? Yes, I'd love to hear the actual full send. All right, sent it to you, I think. Oh wait, no, I didn't hit send. Let me hit enter. There it is. Yes, you're not welcome. You probably don't need a different mic, just better handling. That's a very nice, friendly way of saying it's you. It's user error. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Definitely, I can make some adjustments here. All right, well, while we're on this, I might as well just re-record my voice now. So let's go ahead and delete all this. We will do some more recordings, and then hopefully, regardless, it will be better quality through and through. So, but yeah, I think so. Cyronius, you were saying it's a user error. Nice one. You think I should go more dramatic or more conversational for this one? Were you saying I need to go more dramatic than the ones that you heard so far? More dramatic to match the visuals, yeah. Listen, I'm just not a dramatic guy, okay? I can only do so much. I'll do my best. Pop, 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 pop. Sip of water. What's the visual going with the voice? Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen properly. So look, what you'll see over here will be the visual. So basically, I'm playing the video at the same time as I'm recording it, so that I have a good sense of, well, just to kind of ground me in terms of the pacing or what I'm saying. So this is for the trailer. You should be able to hear the audio on your end, but it's muted on my side, but I can hear it through my headphones, so then that will also give me a little bit of a sense of like moments when the audio is going on as I record the voice. So, all right. Let's, what can I reduce here? Yeah, we'll make this a bit more full screen. Okay, there we go. So it should be a little bit more visible here, what I'm playing. Audition on the bottom, script on the top, and then this is the other half. So let's hit record. Clearing throat. Testing, testing. Here we go. Dramatic mode. I'm wondering if it's AC or something. Oh yeah, could it be the AC? Here, let me just make sure I turn off any other random background noise stuff. It could also be the sound of my Mac Studio or like the PC or whatever. Because I do hear a little bit of a humming. Very, very light. Okay. Loiko said, I don't know how to get the good voice for this mood because I'm not a voice actor, but I think with those clips, the voice sounding like ancestral could be good. I don't know how to pull off an ancestral voice. But you know what? I'm going to try without my headphones on so I can kind of just actually hear my voice better. And then we'll try that. We'll try a few different versions. All right. I think we're ready. Testing, testing. We are ready. I don't know how close to the mic I need to go, but I think we'll just do it like right here. Why not? Boom, boom. Let me turn this down so I don't hear it. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. All right, we'll try again. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. was all over the place on that one. I've got the Cyronius, I got the stream muted while I check out this audio. No worries, no worries. There's got to be some kind of noise reduction happening because I hear, that's the term. Yeah, ducking. That's what it is. I keep hearing that ducking thing. Yeah, okay. We're on the same page here. I hear that, but I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where it could be coming from. If we've turned it off, is it still on that Beacon app, you think? Was there something there? Okay, so we had clicked on new profile. These are all the default stuff. I don't know. Noise suppression. It's off. Expander is on. Yeah, so Cyronius, I'm on the app now. There might be a little bit of a delay. So I'm on the app. Noise reduction or noise suppression is off. Expander is on. I don't know really what that means. Here, I'm going to turn it off. Does it? How did my voice change? Yeah, okay, let me turn everything off. Okay, so this is, excuse me, this is what it sounds like when it's on. I believe that was the default, but we're going to turn it off now, so it's off. Compressor is also on at negative 20 dB. I'm going to turn this off now. So how about now? Is it, hopefully nothing crazy is happening as I'm doing all this. And again, thank you guys who are watching me have a troubleshoot session in my Best Buy support system here. And then headphones, well, that's headphones, but this shouldn't matter, right? If it's anything to do with headphones. So, and then I think, do I need to increase the gain? Because like I'm seeing here, I'm not hitting the actual talk section. I'm pretty, unless I get like this close, when I talk like here, it's not hitting it. So I'm assuming I need to increase the mic gain. You said turn everything off. Yeah, bass boost. What do you mean? Do I have a bass boost on here? Or you're saying I need to boost the bass? There's this bass enhance, but it's turned off. It's at 0. There's something called the exciter, which is at negative 25. The beacon exciter is a unique way to add a new level of clarity to your highs. An exciter is the opposite of a de-esser in that an exciter helps your highs have that smooth sizzle effect. Okay. Should I turn that off? You should be able to talk comfortably at a distance. Use the gain to get you in the right range. Okay. So I believe that means I probably should increase the mic gain a bit. Testing. So what if I bring it all the way up to 13 dB? Okay, we're going to keep bringing it up. I'm bringing it up. You said no thanks on that? Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know. Okay, we turned off the exciter. We have increased the mic gain. So now it seems like I'm hitting inside of the talk range at 17 dB. So hopefully that means we're in a good spot here. So I turned exciter to 0. Bass enhance is on 0. De-esser is on 6. Otherwise, I don't mind having the de-esser because it is annoying to hear that. But the issue I don't think has to do with that, I'm sure. It seems more like something, yeah. But, okay, anyways, I think everything else, what's that loudness thing on the girth under the meter? Turn off the loudness gate? What is the loudness gate? Loudness guide? Okay, here, let me max this out. Okay. So there's the loudness guide. No, this is just to show me the levels. Over here is the mic gain, so I increase the mic gain so that my voice would be closer to the talk range, and everything else should be off. So, except for the de-esser. I don't know what the loudness gate is, but you might be looking at that. Oh, do I need to, instead of the mic gain, do I need to increase the output gain? I don't know what's the difference between mic gain and output gain. Like, do I just bring this back, let's say, to 3 dB? But then I increase this guy. Test. Bringing up the output gain all the way until I hit back to boom. No, mic gain is good. Okay, my bad. We'll bring that back. We don't want you. We'll bring you up to, what was I before? Well, even at 20 dB, it seems like it's okay. Testing. I probably won't speak. Okay, I did hit a little bit of the peak there, so we'll bring it like back to 70. I probably won't go any louder than this, so we're good. Can you send me a new recording with this set? Hells yeah, I can. Absolutely. Okay, so let me shrink this guy. Can we save this? Save profile. I want to rename it. July 29 profile. Basically nothing. So this is my profile that I'm saving that has it has basically nothing applied to it. How exciting. Okay, but let me close this. It should save. Okay, let me just open it up again real quick just to make sure. Wow. You guys are here for the most exciting content. Welcome, welcome. We are a technical support channel where I go through all tech issues and people help me out. Okay, so yeah, I think this is the right one, and let's close it again. Okay, let's do another one. I'm going to keep this going. Let me just do a few more attempts here. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Mic gain is good. Can you see me in your recording? Yeah. You know what's interesting is, like, for some reason now with this new setup, I'm assuming it's because the noise reduction is turned off, but I can see here now when I'm in silent mode, when I wasn't speaking, you're picking up a bit more of this kind of reddish thing here. So I'm assuming it's because we turned off the noise suppressor maybe. Let me hear how it sounds. Does that mean you guys can hear that? How am I explaining this? When, in terms of what you're hearing now on OBS, or I guess on the stream, are you hearing that little bit of a ambient sound then? Your mic mount arm does not isolate very well. Yeah, I mean, it's just how do I explain it, I guess? It's just the beacon mic. I don't have anything else attached to it. And then it's just on the Elgato arm. I don't have like some kind of directional thing or like a whatever. But yes, on Twitch, your audio is noisier. Yeah. I want to avoid that though. So maybe while I'm recording, I'll do without it. And then normally I'll turn on the noise suppressor. Okay, but you wanted me to send you this. So let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, whatever. Let us export all of this raw. You want me to just export this without any changes, I'm assuming. So I'll just send this to you like this. Sample 2. All right. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Oh, file size is too large. Okay, let me just see it. Can I just send only this? How the F do I do that? Okay. The problem is the file size is too large. Not sure why, but it's not saving. Maybe if I do that. Okay, how about if I just delete the rest? Cyronius, you said, what am I missing here? We can address that in OBS later. Okay, that's good. Noise reduction doesn't do well on processed audio, so when you record raw from the mic, your processing for that will be cleaner. I think I understand what you're saying. So basically, now that this is considered quote-unquote raw audio, when I do a post-production essentially of doing the noise reduction, it'll be much easier than the fact that there was like a pre-applied noise reduction. Yeah, okay. No changes. I appreciate you doing this to scratch my itch. No, listen, man, it's all the other way around. I appreciate you helping me out. You and Loikel. It's been very, very helpful. You can drag and drop that into there and create a link for me. I think it's alright. I think I saved it already. Let me just see. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay, now it's fine. In the meantime, I'm going to re-record myself. So let's delete all this. I just want to get through the trailer section. That's all I want. I'm not asking for much. Okay, I'm going to do it without the headphones again. I feel like I can hear myself better anyways. So we're going to start from the beginning. In 3, 2, 1. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Hello, hello, espionage. Welcome back. I forget where we left you last, but we've been just stuck in this mode of re-recording myself. We've had Cyronius and Loikel JPEG. They've been helping me out figure out my audio issues. So apparently, I think my Beacon app had some profile set up with it that was adding some like noise reduction and some compressors and stuff like that. So that might have been causing some issues when I was doing the recordings, where you can kind of hear, I can hear it, and it was bothering me. There's a little itch where I was like, and Cyronius gave it the right term. It was like the ducking effect. So it would disappear when I stopped talking. When I would start talking, all of a sudden this little low humming, buzzing sound would play. So anyways, they've been patient enough and kind enough to kind of walk me through as we are troubleshooting. And then, so yeah, it's been taking a little bit longer than usual for me to get through this, but we made some good progress. I'm re-recording myself in terms of that section, and we're trying to go with a more dramatic approach. So instead of doing the conversational, given that especially the first shots are like super dramatic, I'm trying to be even more dramatic, but it's not in my nature. So I'm going to do a few takes to be like, this is Mongolia. Yeah. I never knew that had a name, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, I heard the term. It's just not in my vocabulary. And then when Cyronius said, I was like, that's what it is. The ducking effect. So, but yeah, espionage. Today's been a good day, by the way. We had someone raid us earlier. Honyasu. Honyasu had been in the chat like, I think 5 days ago, maybe, or so. We had a good conversation. And we have seen the most viewers today. So for the first time, I did crack over 10 viewers on Twitch. So that was pretty cool. And then YouTube and Kick has been fluctuating, but it's been pretty solid throughout the day. So yeah, I would say we're making progress. And we did a decent amount of photo review. So we reviewed a few people's photos and videos. So that's been fun to do on stream. I would love to keep doing that on stream, assuming we have people contributing content. But yeah, so anyways, that was my little kind of catching you up to speed, and then also dreading me going back into doing this. So excuse me. I'm gonna record myself a few more times, and you might hear some more noise now because we did deactivate the noise reduction and stuff. So hopefully the audio quality isn't too bad in this current mode, but we'll figure it out later. So let me go ahead and do some more recordings. This time I'm going to keep the headphones on, and I don't know if that'll make a difference or not, but I want to hear the music now coming from the trailer, and hopefully I can match it. So let me hear the trailer once. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face. As fierce, blah blah blah. Okay. Let me share a moment. We'll go like that. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is the moment I wish I had a British accent. David Attenborough. Maybe I should just find a David Attenborough. Maybe they have some AI where I can like grab the... I forgot to switch over to this scene so you guys can see what I'm doing. But yeah, maybe I can just grab David Attenborough's voice. Okay, so far I think it's okay. I'm going to try a few more now without the headphones, and then hopefully that will be enough. This is the heart of Mongolia. Mic drop. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, I'm going to do one version. I'm going to do one version where I do hand motions. I'm going to see if that helps me feel more dramatic. This will be a good test. Unfortunately, if this test works, that means going forward, every time I do these recordings, I'm going to be flailing my arms around. So we shall see. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me, standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, well, it was more fun when I was using my arms, like, and to enunciate. So I do hope actually that it is better. But like I said, the only issue I see here, one of the issues, is that now that I turned off the noise reduction, you can see that there's always constant noise. But I guess maybe that's all right. Maybe it does wipe it out. So let's say if I take this, whoops. Or actually, you know what? Let me just record from the end again. Okay, so like before, I'm just gonna apply all those effects. Actually, let me hear what it sounds like first. Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Okay, so then charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks. Then we're going to do, what was it? Filter and EQ. We'll do the parametric equalizer. Then we apply the dynamics processing. And finally, we do the normalize. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now let's export this guy. What do we call this? Version 3. My God, we've done some good damage today, in a good way, but that means I just got to keep hearing my voice. This is the worst part. I do hate this part the most, because doing those voiceovers is not my. It doesn't come natural to me. It always feels awkward hearing your own voice as well. But if I could hire someone to be like a voice actor for me, that would be cool. But obviously it doesn't really work with my channel because it is about my travels, I guess. But okay. Anyways, so let's open up the media pool again. I'm going to drag this one in. This is our version 3. And what should I do? I'm going to, let's assume voiceover number 1 was our best one. So I'm going to replace voiceover 2 and 3 for now. And we're going to see if one of these new ones sounds better. Let me make sure we've applied all the settings. Yep, okay.
Standing face to face with something primal.
Oh, now all the audio stuff is different, so...
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Let me share a moment that truly humbled.
I think this means I can switch this back to 0, maybe. Let's see.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face.
Nope. So we still need to drop a voiceover to by how much?
With something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
It does sound like I'm rhyming a bit there. Cyronius, he said, spent a little time dissecting your recording you gave me. I think I don't like your mic. LOL. I like that response because you didn't say you don't like my voice. It's my mic. Yeah, see, really, it's my mic's fault. It's not me. It's the mic. Well, that's kind of good to know. As in, it can be something that's fixable. And that fix requires me to spend money out of my wallet. However, we can achieve it then. Okay. Testing, yeah. What is it about? What is it about how you dissected it? Where you could, was there anything like in particular when you were doing that where you're like, oh yeah, it's that mic?
Let me share a moment.
Let me just remember. Voiceover should be -6 to 12. Okay.
Let me share a moment.
Oh, I forgot because the volume's low here. All right, let's listen to this.
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
It's not bad. Not bad. He said, you don't really have to. I understand, yeah. But it'll be a good thing to think about. I'll put the shopping list together. Like, I'm not traveling for the rest of the year, so it's not really like that stuff. But I'm trying to be more mindful every time I throw money at things. Okay. All right, let's listen to this again. You said the frequency response on the mic isn't great, but the raw audio from it is also a bit boxed in, meaning that the high frequency response is pretty poor. Huh. As in it's just not capturing it as much?
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
I'm wondering, Lucky, you said that theater voice change, LOL. Oh yeah, I don't know if you're just tuning back in. We've been at this all, my God, has it been like 2-3 hours? But yeah, I've had to record my voice over and over and over again. But Cyronius and JPEG, they've been helping me out to fix my audio issues. So I'm wondering now, I don't know, is it worth changing it? I have in my script, it's like a little bit of a rhyme, you know, it says, not this part, but then I say tracks and past. And the way I'm speaking kind of sounds like I'm reading a poem, but maybe that's not a bad thing. So when you think of photography, you have a high bit depth, so you have good low light and fidelity in the highlights. Okay, so you're saying it just like, it's not like got much dynamism to my, like the high pitched stuff, kind of?
Let me share a moment that truly humbled me. Standing face to face with something primal, ancient, unstoppable. As fierce eagle hunters charged towards me through a blizzard brutal enough to freeze you in your tracks, I saw in their eyes the spirit of warriors past.
The equivalent with this mic is that the highlights are cut, essentially. Yikes. Well, you gave me a mic suggestion, right? And then I know everyone always talks about the Shure SMB. What was it? Shure SMB 7, something like that. Isn't that the one everyone's like always like clamoring over? SM7B. I know we were looking at this earlier, but let me see. SM7B is a great mic if you use it like a broadcaster, right on it for presence. If you work it cranked up and 5 feet from your face, okay. You know what? You know who this is? You know who would be great for answering this question? Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum. You said, Cyronis, you said the dynamic range is kind of poor. There's a pretty sharp fall off around the 15k hertz level. The SM7B is the go-to for a good all-around mic, and you have a really good interface to use it. Okay. Let's ask our boy Mr. Echo. I've got a predicament here where I'm using a beacon mic, BEACN mic is how you spell it, and it seems like it has some really how do I say this? It has high bit depth. Wait, no. The raw audio from it is a bit boxed in. The frequency response on the mic isn't great. And so I'm looking, for instance, there's a pretty sharp fall off around the 15k hertz on this mic, so the dynamic range is kind of poor. So I'm thinking about trying to get a new mic, one that I can use that will work with my Scarlett Focusrite audio interface, and that works for my needs, which is around live streaming through OBS and multi-streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube via Restream, as well as my YouTube videos where I need to do voiceovers and record it. So far I do the recordings via Adobe Audition, but I'm also open separately to suggestions if I should be doing those voiceover recordings on some other program or even in DaVinci Resolve directly, or what your recommendations are. But first, can you tell me the top 3 microphone choices that I should consider, factoring in budget, quality being better than the beacon mic, but I'm not looking to spend $1,000 on a microphone, so let's be reasonable here. Thank you, Mr. Echo. At least the mic is good enough for ChatGPT. But yeah, so you said I didn't know the Scarlett Focusrite, so you're saying it is a good interface for it, so that's good to know. All right, give me a good answer, please. Hey, given your current setup and goals, live streaming across multiple platforms, voiceovers for YouTube videos, and audio quality better than the beacon mic, but without going into super premium territory, here are 3 great mic options to consider, specifically tailored for your Scarlett Focusrite interface and workflow. The first one that popped up, the Shure SM7B. Price is around $400. It's a dynamic XLR type. Why it's a great? Superb vocal clarity and a legendary broadcast grade tone. Warm, smooth sound signature, ideal for voiceovers, podcasting, and live streams. Excellent noise rejection, great if your environment isn't fully soundproof. Proven industry standard, used extensively by top streamers, YouTubers, and podcasters. Note, requires a strong preamp or cloud lifter type inline gain booster. What the freak language are we speaking here? Strong preamp or cloud lifter type inline gain booster, like a cloud lifter CL1, which is another $150. Jesus, as the Scarlett interface alone may struggle to fully power it without added gain. Okay. Cyrones, I hope this is making sense to you because it's going right over my head. Number 2, Electro Voice RE20. Price is even more expensive, $450. It's also a dynamic XLR. Why is it great? It's a classic, warm, smooth broadcast voice, professional studio standard. It's a unique variable D technology, eliminates proximity effects so it maintains a consistent full sound even if you move slightly around. Helpful during streams. Actually, that would be really helpful for me. Exceptional background noise rejection. Great. Usually doesn't require as much gain as the SM7B, but still benefits from a solid audio interface or inline booster. The Rode NT1, 5th generation, around $250 to $300. The type is a condenser, XLR/USB hybrid. Why it's great, incredible value, warm, detailed, full frequency response with fantastic clarity, especially in high-end frequencies, extends well past your current beacon mic's limitations. Dual connectivity, XLR and USB, a flexible use for live streaming or direct recording without your Scarlett when needed. Ultra low self noise makes it excellent for pristine voiceover work. Being a condenser mic, it is more sensitive to ambient noise, room noise. Ideal if you have at least basic acoustic treatment or quiet surroundings. Okay. So Cyrones, you were saying this is such nonsense. Damn, man. I was just reading this, being like, this thing is so smart. I love it. I need to take notes. Okay, and then here you are being like, this is utter nonsense and garbage. A Rode mic, LOL. Whoa, I didn't. Wait, what's wrong with Rode mics? Is this like is this the papyrus of podcasting microphones or something? Damn. Well, between the Shure and the Electro Voice, let me copy this guy. I've never seen this one. Can you tell me your microphone again? I'm gonna ask Mr. Echo to add that to the list and let's see the comps. That's not what I wanted. Electro Voice RE20. Electro Voice RE20. We're going shopping today, boys and gals. This is the RE20. Oh, it looks so cool. So the cool factor is definitely you know, like a 9 out of 10 maybe. Broadcast announcer's microphone with variable D. The classic sound of FM radio voices. True cardioid with no coloration. Why do you have a word to describe audio stuff that's got color in it? Now you're just reaching at this point. Someone's at your desk, you're back. All good, man. I was asking if you can tell me what's the mic you're using again, so I can ask what ChatGPT thinks of it. But I was also saying this mic looks so cool. I'm getting sick and tired of looking at this black mic, you know? Might as well throw something else in the mix. Give me that vintage look. Voice tailored frequency response, studio condenser like performance, large diaphragm dynamic element, humbucking coil guards against line hum. What the freak does that mean? Okay, so this is clearly one of those mics that's meant for like the most pretentious of people. They're clearly like, they could have dumbed down the bullet points here, but they know their audience, they know their clients. This is not meant for plebs like me. Is basically what I'm reading here. They're saying, you are not welcome. We hope you don't actually buy this because you will bastardize it. You're using the AKG C3000B. The AKG C3000B comes in a case with an isolation cage. Okay. The espionage, you said vintage looking mics and vintage looking cameras go well together. Hells yeah. Espionage, remind me, because my memory is pretty bad. Was I talking to you about, were you thinking of selling like your Olympus or some other cameras to get the Nikon Z F? Was that you? I apologize if it's not. Because if it was you, I know you were talking about the vintage cameras, right? That was you. Okay. Whew. So far, my memory's been decent in the past few days with, yeah. Okay, so, Cyronix, you said the isolation cage prevents noise transfer from the mounting arm. Wait, what kind of... Are you saying there's like a hum from the mounting arm? What, am I supposed to put my ear to it and I can hear like there's a whole, you know... If you bump your desk. Oh. Psh. I see. Okay, I mean, that's a cool feature. I see. But I mean, that shouldn't matter for what I normally do. Or like, if I'm recording, I'm trying my best not to really do anything. But that sounds cool if it comes with it. Okay, let's add that. Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay, my audio file buddy is laughing at your suggestion of the Rode NT1 mic. So, to redeem yourself, can you add one more suggestion that's closer to the quality and range of the Shure or RE20? Also, can you add one more to your list of the AKG C3000B mic? Give your candid comparison between the new 4 options and rank them with all the key categories of features I should care about for my needs. Also, I have a Scarlett Focusrite. What was it? It was like a 2nd generation 2i2 Scarlett Focusrite 2i2. It is the third gen. I have a 3rd gen. 3rd gen. Okay, let's see what it says. If you bump your desk or put your headphones down, it comes through. And yeah, I have the 2i2. All right, here's what... Oh, wow. We got Mr. Echo to laugh. He said, haha, all right. Let's redeem that and step it up, exclamation mark. We'll add 2 new contenders into the mix, the AKG C3000B, as requested, and another mic on par with the other 2. The renowned Neumann BCM705. Neumann. Okay, so here's a candid breakdown. Expanded mic lineup. Yep. Jesus Christ. Okay, it really doesn't want to be laughed at because he's throwing in a $700 microphone into the mix. My God. Oh, and then Cyronis, even you know about this mic. I say even, but yeah, so you know about this mic. Damn. Can you hear the typing, by the way? Because I know the noise reduction's off now. I'm just asking a question to someone I know about mic stuff. I'm asking a different person a question, so I'm asking what mic he uses. One of them uses the what'd you call it? AKG C3000, and was telling me how shit my beacon mic is, and I'm agreeing. Okay, anyways. Okay, here we go. What are we hearing here? So Oh, and you're saying, oh man, the 705 is a beast. Not at the moment. Just to give a level of quality here, Michael Jackson recorded Thriller on the SM7. Okay, so that's why they keep saying it's legendary. Or no, I think I've heard legendary for the other one. But I mean, as someone who doesn't know anything about microphones, I've kept hearing SM7B. So it seems like that is the one that all live streamers or all YouTubers maybe have suggested you use. So I guess that is kind of the baseline one to compare to. So here's the detailed comparison and ranking charts. Let's start with the Shure. Okay, no, let's go by price. So Shure is in the middle. AKG is on the lower end, so 300 to 350. Electro is 450, and the Neumann is 700. Sound quality. Shure is being defined as warm, smooth, broadcast grade. It's got a gold star for that. Electro Voice RE20 is rich, neutral, and smooth. It also has a gold star. AKG has a bright, clear, detailed, but it has a caution symbol. And then Neumann has the natural, broadcast clarity, gold star. Cyronius, you are saying, for vocals, a lot of the premium ones are large diaphragm. The bigger the surface area that can detect audio, the more accurate / dynamic it can be. I know nothing about microphones. I'm using a cheap Amazon gaming mic and whatever came with my karaoke setup. Damn. I respect that. I respect it. I feel like there's a meme about someone like you, Espionage, versus like someone like, let's say, Cyronius and Espionage. You guys are on the completely opposite ends of the spectrum here. And I like it. Frequency response, 50 hertz to 20 hertz. 50 hertz to 20 how do you say that? Kilohertz. Electro is 45 to 18 kilohertz. So if I'm understanding that correct, it's saying the Electro RE20 captures more dynamic range at the low end. Is that what it's saying? So from 45 hertz onwards, whereas Shure captures from 50, but it has a higher top end frequency capture. I don't know. I'm making up words here. AKG is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. So wait, shouldn't that mean that's the best one? Why does that have a caution sign? Maybe I'm understanding it incorrectly. Because it's showing that the one you have, the AKG, has the biggest range, where it's got a response from 20 hertz all the way up to 20 kilohertz, whereas the other ones either start at 45 or 50 and ends at 18 or 20. I honestly can't read this. Oh, yeah. Let me zoom in. Can you hold Option and scroll up to increase? Yeah. Hey, Loico, you said, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm starting to yawn. I guess it's time to go to bed. Man, me too, man. It's midnight over here. Good luck for the audio stuff and editing, and see you next time. I appreciate it, man. I was expecting to get much farther today than I did, but I mean, it's all good. Today's been a good day, and I do need a new mic in the future, so pray for me that I have enough followers that they're willing to donate money so that I can get the Neumann BCM 705. That's $700. And by the way, why is it $700 when it's called 705? You might as well just up it by $5, and you might even get more people to buy it just because it's like, oh yeah, it's a 705. It's $705. Can you hold Option and scroll up? Yeah. So hopefully, can you read it better now? I think I can increase it more. Oops, no, not that much. Much better. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure why, but it's saying the frequency response of your AKG is the widest, but it has a caution symbol. So wait. I'm so confused, because then the Neumann has the widest as well. So the AKG is similar to the Neumann, but the AKG is given the warning caution sign. So dynamic range and detail. So Shure is the excellent, warm, and controlled. Electro is excellent, balanced, and neutral. So I keep hearing that. I don't know what does it mean for the mic to sound warm? I don't understand that. Like, I understand it, like I've seen that term and it kind of feels nice, but what does that actually mean to describe an audio as warm? I don't understand. But anyways, the Electro is balanced. AKG is very good, bright and airy. And Neumann is superb, rich and detailed. It's got the gold star. Damn. High-end clarity. Cyronius, he said, so frequency response is just the detectable range. Yeah, okay. So I think I was describing it correct. So having a wider range should technically or theoretically be better, but for some reason the AKG he gave it the warning sign. High-end clarity for the SMB, SN7B is smooth and controlled. Electro is slightly rolled off. AKG is bright and airy. It says maybe harsh on the high end. And the Newman is excellent clarity, controlled. Low end depth. Deep broadcast style for the SM7B. Deep and balance for the RE20. Moderate clean for the AKG. Deep authoritative. Damn. Wait, you're saying if I use this mic, I can sound boss? Like I can command you guys to donate money to me now. With an authoritative mic, I could be like, yeah, every 30 minutes I'll be just like, hey, make sure you're donating that extra $1 to me. Cyronius, he said, ask ChatGPT to explain the difference between frequency response and the response curve. Quick question, what is the difference between frequency response and the response curve? Mr. Echo, thank you. Low end depth, yeah, so man, I'm leaning towards spending $705 to get this authoritative mic. Background noise rejection, it looks like yours is moderate, it's room dependent. The others are all excellent or exceptional. Proximity effect, noticeable and warm. Minimal for the RE20. Noticeable for the AKG. Moderate pleasant for the Newman. Gain requirements. My god, there's so many things to this. It's cloud lifter is recommended, so that's the other thing I guess I have to consider. If I end up dishing out $400, but then I have to pay another $150, right? So then I'm ending up paying $550. So let's call it like $100 more than the Electro Voice. Hey, what's up, Zion Play? Good to see you. Good to see you on here. Yo, yes, that is my name. You can use NVIDIA Broadcast. What is that? What is NVIDIA Broadcast? That's not a microphone, I'm assuming. Or is NVIDIA like a... Is this like some kind of chip technology? You should also ask what the caution warning meant. Yeah, let me ask that. Ribbon mics typically need more power. Also, can you clarify why you put a warning symbol for the AKG under frequency response when it has the same frequency response range as the Newman? Okay. Where were we? Streaming suitability. Yeah. Voiceover recording suitability. Widely loved for warm, smooth voiceover. Professional standard top tier. Can be harsh on some voices for the AKG and excellent natural professional voiceover. Compatibility, this is what I should have started with. Compatibility with the Scarlett 2i2. Good, but needs a gain booster. RE20 is good, benefits from booster though. AKG is very good. And the Newman is very good. Okay. So Cyronius, ribbon mics typically need more power. I don't know what a ribbon mic is. A ribbon mic. So the cloud lifter adds that, okay. Zion Play, get Creo, same as Shure and cheaper. Creo, Kreo. NVIDIA is the GP company and NVIDIA Broadcast is the driver type app. GPU company, okay. Oh yeah, I should have. Thank you, Cyronius, yeah. So I'm using a Mac and I don't think I can really change much with it. Not that I would. I love this Mac Studio. It's been serving me well so far. Okay, overall ranking. Number 1 is Electro Voice RE20. Why? Optimal combination of smooth broadcast quality tone, excellent rejection of ambient noise, manageable gain requirements, and excellent VO voiceover quality. Drawback, it's slightly less modern, more neutral sound than some competitors, but a proven classic standard. Number 2 is the SM7B. It's a legendary warm... Again, what the hell is a warm voice? I'm going to ask. What do you mean by warm voice? when you keep saying warm to describe the voice quality, can you actually describe it to me in words that I can understand? I don't understand the concept of a temperature to describe audio. Thank you very much. Treat me like a child. Okay, let's see what he says. Let me jump back. You said my bad. No worries, Zion. I do appreciate. Thank you for giving your suggestions. I'm learning throughout all of this. Warm voice is basically calm, kind, and smooth voice. Warm equals softer, high end. Softer, high end, and smoother voice. Okay. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Mr. Echo. Okay, so the drawbacks with the SM7B, it's a higher gain requirement, so I'll need a cloud lifter. Let me look up cloud lifter for SM7B. Is this something like you attach to the mic? Oh, is it the little circle puck looking thing? No. Okay, we'll look into this in a bit. Where were we? So it makes the total effective cost closer to the RE20 territory. Wait, no, isn't it more? Because he said is the RE20 is 450. Sure, SM7B is 400 plus if the cloud lifter is like $150, so we get more. Cyronius, you said so high end equals less tinny. Ah, I do want that because mine is sounding tinny. High end equals tinny. It's an inline power delivery. Check Creo 1. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me add Creo. Is it just called Creo? There's no like numbers or letters afterwards like all the others? Can you also give me comparison on the Creo? Okay, we'll get to whatever Echo says here. Number 3 is the Newman. Premium option with excellent voice clarity, natural detail, and top-tier build quality. Best sound fidelity here, but at a premium price. Yeah, that's a really expensive price. But I want to see what it looks like. If it looks really sexy, man, oof. Newman BCM 705. Newman BCM 705. Let's go to the web page. Whoa, dude, this mic looks so cool. What the heck? What? Why has it got such a cool, like, why has it got such a personality to it? What are these other mics doing? They're getting shown up by this Newman. What the heck? What is that? It's like a planetary. It's like got its own solar system here. Emotion with perfection. My God. I'm about to spend a crazy amount of money, aren't I? No, I'm not going to buy this, though. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking at other products. I probably shouldn't do that. Dude, this is crazy. Okay, so I'm going to check the Creo. Creo is the company. It has the mic. You will see it. Oh, okay. I need to look up the actual product then. Cyronies, you're saying it has a huge diaphragm. When you say diaphragm, what is that referring to exactly? Because if you're talking about the length of this, I feel like the others were bigger, no? Or is that like what you plug into it? Are you saying this is the diaphragm? I have no idea. Get out of here. Why does it say the BCM 705 is a cost-effective microphone? Get your shit out of here. You are the highest price. Unless, are you saying like this is the cheapest of like the next tier of microphones? Integrated pop screen and elastic suspension. It's the planetary thing is the diaphragm. The diaphragm is the sensitive structure of the microphone. It just looks so cool. What? Man. The classic American announcer voice? I'm not looking for that. If I can get a mic that will apply a British accent to my voice, I will buy that, even if it's $1,000. Oh wait, they have a black colored one? Nah, this sucks. Go back to this. Man, thank God my wallet's nowhere near me right now. Okay, So it's way too expensive, otherwise it is the premium. AKG is number 4. It's bright, detailed condenser microphone, excellent clarity for some voices. If you have good room acoustics, it can offer sparkling detail. Easy to drive on your Scarlett. Drawback, brightness can become harsh or sibilant. Sharp S sounds. Ooh, I do hate that. On some voices. Condenser design will pick up more ambient noise, least forgiving mic in uncontrolled environments. Fair enough. You were asking, is your OBS showing? Second, let me check the restream thing. Are you guys still able to hear me okay, or is everything crashing over here? I might have to switch the... I might have to switch from where I'm at. Or, you know what, I might have to call it a night. Can you guys still hear me? Is everything going? Oh no, is everything going? I don't think it's just you, by the way. I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, it looks like the stream... I'm seeing some good quality over here. I'm seeing some green stuff. Is it back? Oh, okay, good. Woo. I was about to try to troubleshoot last minute. But I did figure out how to troubleshoot. In Restream, there's like a bunch of different servers, I guess, all over. And I would just need to hop over to a new server. But... Alright, over and over and over again. So then when I opened up YouTube, it said like I had like 10, 20... new videos that I'd published. So, oh no, it might be dropping again, guys.